So, ladies and gentlemen, please give you can move into the center, people who are in the edges, so that you don't get disturbed by people walking across your legs. I can tell you that the hall is going to be really full today. So, please don't leave any of your bags and all on the chairs. There is no such scope available today. Not now, ma'am. Somebody will come. That time you can. I think it's been like a blockbuster movie. Both MMA as well as NIPM had to close registrations at least 4 or 5 days in advance. Very rarely you see this kind of a response. Kontuma? Line lo thana pannituma? Yeah. Yes, I think it's time for us to start the conclave. Ladies and gentlemen, once again welcoming you and welcoming all those who joined us online for this wonderful one-day conclave on the theme, the new labor codes, adoption to action. May I now request the dignitaries to take their place on the dais. Mr. Giridhara Gopal, Honorary Secretary MMA, Director and CEO Addison Company. Mr. Mathew Gunaseelan, CHRO Amrutanjan and Chairman NIPM Madras Chapter. Mr. S Seetharaman, Vice President MMA and Chairman Super Auto Forge. And Group Captain R Vijayakumar, VSM Executive Director MMA. Let's welcome them with a big round of applause, please. We'll be joined by Mr. Israel Inbaraj, who is in Bangalore today. So he'll be joining us online for his keynote. All good things should begin with blessings. I request the dignitaries on the dais to join us for lighting the lamp. Sir, please. Thank you, dignitaries, for honoring us with that lighting the lamp. Mr. Giridhara Gopal, Honorary Secretary MMA, Director and Chief Executive Officer, Addison Company Limited. Giridhara Gopal is a seasoned professional with over 3 decades of leadership and engineering experience. Serves as a director at LM Vampops Diamonds Tools Private Limited as well. Holds mechanical engineering and cost accounting degrees. May I request Mr. Giridhara Gopal to deliver his welcome address, please.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's an absolute delight for me to deliver this welcome address, and I thank MMA and Group Captain for giving me this opportunity. To begin with, let's welcome our esteemed guest. I welcome Mr. S Seetharaman, Vice President of MMA and Chairman of Super Auto Forge Private Limited. Dr. Israel Inbaraj, Senior VP and Chief Compliance Officer, Quess Corporation Limited, who is joining us online. Finally, Mr. T A Mathew Gunaseelan, Chief Human Resource Officer at Amrutanjan Healthcare Limited and Chairman of NIPM Madras Chapter. Sirs, we are truly honored to have you all here to discuss this topic. I also extend a warm welcome to all of you assembled here and a special welcome to those who are joining us online. Before the program begins, let me take a few seconds to share the pride of MMA. Since its founding in 1956, MMA has grown into the largest management association in India with more than 8,000 members across 12 chapters in Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. Also, I'm happy to share that for 15 consecutive years, including 2024-25, MMA has been recognized as the best management association in the country. I think this deserves an applause. This achievement reflects not just its history, but its commitment in creating platforms like this, where ideas can be shared, challenges can be addressed, and new possibilities can be shaped. This is just about MMA. And now, the topic we are going to discuss is the new labor codes, adoption to action. This is jointly organized by MMA and NIPM Madras Chapter. We have assembled here to understand what the new labor codes mean for the future and explore how we can move from adoption to real action. Earlier, we had too many wage laws, which made things confusing. So the government combined all of them into 4 easy-to-understand labor codes, and that is the Code of Wages 2019. The Code on Wages was created to make a wage system fair, clear, and easier for everyone. But like any major change, it also has faced a few hurdles. Although the law was passed in 2019, it came into full effect only in November 2024. Businesses unsure about what to follow and when. Let me quote some issues that needs clarity. We know India is also a diverse country. Every state has its own needs and cost of living. So, while the central floor wage tries to set a common standards, some states with higher wages have concern. There are also questions about what equal work really means and how gig workers like delivery partners and drivers fit into the new system. And I'm sure a few more you may have in your mind. There are experts to answer this here today. To make the code truly work, we must focus on simple rules, clear communication, and strong support for both employers and employees. If we do this, it's sure that the code can bring real fairness and positive change to millions of people. That's what we're going to debate and discuss today. On behalf of all of us, my heartfelt thanks to NIPM and MMA first, and then the managing committee members of MMA, the members of MMA and NIPM, our HR leaders, invitees, partner organization, and everyone joining us here and online. A special thanks to Quess for their continued support. Once again, a warm welcome to all of you and wishing each one of you an inspiring, enriching day at the Conclave. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gopal, for setting the tone for the context today and contextualizing the entire conclave. Ladies and gentlemen, Mathew Gunaseelan is not a stranger to this audience. We all know him, but it's always a pleasure to read out a brief profile about him. He's the Chief Human Resource Officer at Amrutanjan Healthcare Limited and Chairman of NIPM Madras Chapter. Accomplished HR leader with extensive experience across automobile, pharmaceutical, healthcare, and FMCG sectors. May now invite Mr. Mathew to deliver an overview of the conclave that's going to happen today. Mr. Mathew.
Good morning. Distinguished chief guests, respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, esteemed speakers, and my fellow HR professionals, executive committee members of NIPM and MMA. It's my great privilege and honor to welcome you to this one-day masterclass on the new labor code adoption to action. On behalf of National Institute of Personal Management, Madras Chapter, and MMA, I extend a warm and heartfelt greetings to one and of you. I thank Captain Vijayakumar, first of all, to giving this opportunity, privilege with associating with MMA to organize such an important event. NIPM Madras Chapter swiftly taken this initiative as soon as the implementation announced, organizing this session, and MMA wholeheartedly encouraged us and joined us in organizing this masterclass. So thank you, Captain. NIPM, I think you are all aware, National Institute of Personal Management, 75 plus years old organization at a national level, and 60 years completed at Madras Chapter. So we have 57 chapter across the country, having 12,000 plus HR members. So that's a pride and a momentum for NIPM across chapter, and especially for the Madras Chapter. So we are still retaining that Madras, an iconic word in the chapter name. Though many suggestions have come in to change it to Chennai, we said we will hold. Because that's a privilege, that's a momentum. We are going forward, we take it. Coming into this today's master class, you are aware India's labor landscape is undergoing one of its most significant transformation in the decades. The consolidation of 29 labor laws into 4 comprehensive codes, the Code on Wage, the Industrial Relations Code, Social Security Code, and the Occupational Safety, Health and Working Condition Code, marks a major shift in how work, workplace, and workflow rights are regulated. These reforms aim to bring greater simplicity, transparency, and flexibility to India's labor framework, while also striving to balance the need for employers, workers, and the evolving nature of the employment itself. But with change comes questions about compliance, obligations, HR implications, industrial relations, social security coverage, and the practical realities in the implementation across diverse sectors. Today's sessions are designed to unpack these complexities, clarity what the new regime means for organizations, employees, and help us all for a smooth transition. Discussions on whether we need these labor codes or not. It's not going to help anyone. We should look at implementation in a smarter manner with HR taking the lead. I know that many HR have been waiting to become strategic business partners, and there is no scope in the respective organizations. I would say now there is a chance and opportunity for all of us to become one. The debate around the new labor code often centers on their reach, their implication impact, and concerns about implementation gaps. These are valid points, but the significance of the labor codes lies in different dimensions, their structural contribution to India's governance framework. There could be challenges while implementing the new codes, and let's not discount those and anticipate. But be it any change or transformations, there are challenges and limitations, and while we go ahead, the improvement happens. Not every reforms giving instant results, be it personality, organizationally, or nationally. But abandoning any initiative is never the answer. We often hear the statement, this won't work here, when any challenge or initiatives take place. If you go by that, many countries or organizations would not have been achieved greater transformation and we can look around our neighborhood. So taking these changes forward and bringing the transformation is our key responsibility and going forward in this labor code implementation. Reforms are always most responsible. Whatever the earlier registration, we cannot discount. The earlier registrations have provided a strong legal, ethical, and welfare foundation for decades. And no reform should demolish the fundamental just for the sake of changes. But the courts introduced a consolidated, more coherent architecture of wages, social security, welfare, IR threshold, FTE, and compliance procedures. The consolidation of 29 numerous labor laws into four comprehensive codes is a bold step towards simplification, transparency, and modernization. We anticipate that these reforms aim to bring clarity for employers, security for employees, simplicity on compliance, and flexibility for industries, ultimately supporting a more vibrant and inclusive economy. Although challenges remains, particularly around implementation and state-level coordination, the potential benefits are significant and long-term. However, like major reforms, the new labor codes also bring questions on transitions and challenges. This program is an opportunity for all of us to explore these aspects thoroughly, thoughtfully, its implementation, its impact, and practical steps involving in implementations. I hope today's discussion will deepen our understanding, encourage meaningful dialogue, and equip each of us with the knowledge need to navigate this evolving regulatory environment with confidence. With that, I once again welcome and thank you all taking the time to join us today for what is both timely and important discussions on the new labor codes. I encourage you to engage actively, ask questions through Mentimeter. We have provided Mentimeter, so there will be questions in live. It will be only on Mentimeter. Please post your questions and we pick up and ask on behalf of you and share your experiences. Together, let's use this forum to build clarity, confidence, and readiness for what lies ahead. With that, let's begin. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Mathew. I think you made it more interesting for the audience today by setting the tone about the labor codes and its importance. Ladies and gentlemen, we are joined by Mr. Israel Inbaraj from Bangalore today. He is the Senior Vice President and Chief Compliance Officer, Quess Corp. Mr. Inbaraj, am I audible?
Yes, you are well, loud and clear. Hope you are able to see me. Thank you.
Great to see you on this. May I have his AVP?
Dr. F Israel Inbaraj is Senior Vice President and Chief Compliance Officer at Quess Corporation. 3 decades of experience in HR, IR, and compliance across leading organizations including Adani, TCS, Aditya Birla Group, Caterpillar, GE India, and Recon. A recognized expert in labor laws, Dr. Inbaraj serves as a national board member and former regional president of NHRDN, is widely sought after as a speaker, trainer, and author on India's new labor codes and compliance practices.
Thank you. Before I invite Mr. Israel to deliver the keynote, ladies and gentlemen, there are few chairs available here on the third row. Those who are ushering, please. And I can see some blank chairs there also. If there are any bags, files and all, please do keep them with you so that others can have a place to sit. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Israel Inbaraj with a round of applause. I'm sure he'll be able to hear all that sitting Bangalore as well. Thank you, sir. I now invite you to deliver the keynote address, please.
Thank you, Captain. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible. Please go ahead.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Good morning, friends. Happy to meet all of you. And once again, thank you, MMA, Captain Vijay, and the chairman of NIPM, Mr. Matthew. Thank you so much for the invite. When Matthew has called, my Anna Matthew is calling, I cannot say no for him. So immediately I said, let's proceed. Actually, definitely, I'll make it happen. Because today I'm on a leadership development program conducting at Kodaikanal for around 30 HRs. So I'm here. I told them, just give me 1 hour. NIPM, Matthew now called, I have to be here. So I have to speak to them and come. So definitely I have to honor that. Thank you so much. With regard to labor code, I want to start with one important point. The labor code is like, you have constructed a house, basement is done, and you have a building pillars raised, ceiling is pending, electrical work is pending, but we have finished housewarming and we are entering inside. We are supposed to live in that house. So like that. Basement is done, building everything is done, ceiling is not done, and the plastering, electrical wiring is not done. But after getting housewarming, after entering into house, we are going to do that. So that's the situation actually we are in. Because why I'm saying is, most important thing, labor code is very well drafted with a high intention, extremely good contents, and a very good intention. It is created everything. And most important thing I like from labor code is so far the existing labor laws in India is covering only the 90% of is covering only 10% of the workforce. We have around 29 labor laws we have actually consolidated, but in that only 10% population, working population is covered. Now, what does it mean? You are having laws which is not covering around 90% of law. For example, you are going on the road. 90% of people, there is no traffic rules, only 10% of people, traffic rules, they are following what's happening there. Similar situation was there. But in the new code, they brought a major change. It's going to cover majority of portions like health and safety, wages and all. 100% of working population is going to be covered. This is going to be a major change in the way our industrial establishment, starting from micro, medium, small, bigger, everything. The law is going to get the ambit of covering the entire population of the working force, including the housemaid. That's a major change. You look at the level and the scope that is going to cover even a housemaid for the minimum wages, domestic maid at minimum wages. But other side, how are we going to implement these machinery? Because we have machinery built by the government only for the 10% population. The entire machinery has to expand to the extent it has to cover a major another 90% also. That's a big challenge. It's very difficult challenge for a government also. But the intention of bringing everybody under the ambit of labor law is an excellent intention. So we are going into a new way of doing things now. Second good things, what I would say is 80% of the existing laws are copied and pasted. It's not that 100% is changed. Around 20 to 25% only the changes have taken place from the existing code and the new code as I have studied. Already taken one session about the impact of new code on contract labor, the same building where you are all sitting there, handle a session there. So the changes are, especially with regard to the code on wages, if you ask me, the biggest challenge in front of us is about the wages definition. The intention of wages definition is to bring a uniformity among all wages. We have around 12 wages definitions are there as of today. As on 20th November, I'm saying. Now it is becoming one uniform definition. But one challenge in that is actually there is a provision called exclusion will become inclusion. That challenge most of you will be undergoing. In that, there will be a circular reference error will come. For example, PF contribution and the interest accrued, you are supposed to include part of your wages. But other side, it's going to become a circular reference because when the PF is increasing, your wages is going to increase. Again, the PF will increase. That's the biggest challenge across all labor code is going to come in. Otherwise, the intention was really good. So biggest challenge, every month, every person, your wages for a statutory purpose is going to be dynamic. Every month, every person, what is wages for PF? What is wages for gratuity? What is wages for overtime? What is wages for leave encashment is going to change every month for every person. In addition to that, within 2 working days, you are supposed to close your full and final settlement, which is far difficult than a practical case. Coming to the code on social security, the most biggest challenge, core jobs cannot be engaged through contract labor. And second is, every labor laws principal employer becoming equally responsible for the contract labor. For example, if you ask me the old 29 laws, bonus, gratuity, Industrial Disputes Act, Standing Orders Act, principal employer is not under the provision of the contract, the scope of the principal employer responsibility. Now, principal employer has to take care of contract labor also in all contexts. That's going to be another challenge. Coming to the, and also the core jobs issue, coming to the code on IR. Code on IR, it is mandating industrial democracy. Even in fact, I had a direct conversation with the former Minister of Labor, Mr. Bhupendra Yadav. One-on-one discussion, we had it actually. I explained this is actually going to encourage union. Yes, of course, we wanted to have more union industrial democracy. So every place where you have a union, you must recognize that. So far, the recognition was the discretion of the employer. Except few states like Kerala, West Bengal and all, they have a special laws for recognition of union. Now it's going to become compulsory for you to recognize the union if they have a majority. If they don't have a union, you are expected, multiple union, you are expected to form a negotiating council. That one way it will reduce the multiplicity of union. Other side, unions actually going to get more empowered. So IR and HR should become more competent in handling the IR. In between, after the IT industry, you would have heard about IR trend is coming down. But now you are going to see that IR is going to slightly going to go up after this new code. And the need for IR, good side of this, HR is going to have more jobs in terms of IR. So that's another thought. As far as social security is concerned, most of things are same or similar, except the wages calculation part. All these things are same and similar. So we are not going to have a much difficulty on that. So considering these difficulties, advantages is actually are having a uniform definition and understanding, the common coverage of the ambit under the labor law is actually going to be a big difference. Any change for that matter is going to be always difficult for us. We all know that why children are crying after taking birth. Children immediately after birth, it cries. It has to cry. The reason is the new change, new environment, they are finding difficult to adapt. Similarly, by natural building capability on that. That's a wonderful job now NIPM making people aware of what changes is going to happen, how it's going to impact the industry, or having a distinguished faculty there. They are going to tell us what is going to make changes, how we need to get prepared. That's the first step of mitigation plan. So thank you for MMA NIPM for organizing this workshop for that. And second is about educating the leadership about your changes. Many times we have to always tell the leadership, if you are employer, especially when employer, HR needs to read the law from the beginning, whereas employer needs to read the law from the last page. You know why? The penal provisions are given in the last page. And at any point of time, the cost of non-compliance is going to be higher than the cost of compliance. So better to know them early, adapt them, and start practicing. Then you are going to save a huge money in terms of the litigation, advocate fees, running, time, effort, resource, everything. So making that is the most important. The last point people want always ask, is it implemented? 100% it is implemented. No change. 21st November onwards, all the labor codes, core labor codes, except the PF provisions, it is already implemented in enforceable. For example, tomorrow, one fixed time employment going and asking that I'm leaving, so I have to pay this amount for the people, what they are going to do. I'm eligible for a gratuity. In that context, somebody is eligible for a gratuity. If they go to the court, 21st November onwards, the eligibility starts. You can't say that, no, law is not implemented. Law is implemented. 2 Supreme Court judges made it very clear, even though rule is not there, law is enforceable. 2 Supreme Court judges are available, cases are available. So law is already in place. Wherever rule is not required, you have to start implementing from the day one. Wherever rule is not available or required, that means how do I identify where rule or law is required? inside the Bare Act, if you go and put a control F, if it is mentioned prescribed or notified, shall be prescribed or shall be notified means those provision alone, we have to wait for a government notification. And also there is another point. If there is a relevant provision in the existing laws, in the rules, it is available already, you have to start using that. So two conditions you have to apply. If it is not there, only you have to wait for a government's fresh rules. Number one, law is very clearly saying without reference to any rules, start implementing from 21st November onwards. It is mandatory. Press media, officials announcing, nothing will stand in front of law. Whatever is second is about, you're talking existing rules, having a provision relating to that, you can follow that. If it is not contrary to the new labor code. These 2 points are important. If it is both are not there, then you can wait for a final implementation. So this is about the implementation of the new labor code. And also, last point, build capability, remove fear from the leadership, tell them that we can all make it happen, that confidence to be built, learn that law properly so that we'll be able to implement this new generation, bringing the new changes in the labor code implement, which is going to benefit for all of us. And at this point, once again, I would like to thank the NIPM and MMA for giving this wonderful opportunity to connect you all visually, especially Mr. Mathew and Vijay. Thank you so much. And the dignitaries on the stage, thank you for your time and efforts. Wishing you all the best for happy learning. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr. Inbaraj. Thanks for joining all the way from Kodaikanal. Good weather we can see there.
Yeah.
Chennai is not that bad today. Yeah, Chennai is better than Kodaikanal today. We wish you were with us here. So thank you, sir. And we value your time. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause to Inbaraj again for taking his time off his busy schedule. Put the law. So I think, sir, if you were here with us at the end of this session, we would have definitely presented you a memento. But since we are separated by distance and you are there, we request you to accept an online memento from our end. It will just come up on the screen. And on your behalf, we give some textbooks and books to the poor children studying in government-aided schools. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for the love and affection. Your love and affection always makes a lot of difference. Chennai is my favorite place where I studied. Thank you, friends. Happy to meet you, all of you, on another occasion. Bye-bye. See you all. Thank you, Captain Vijay. Thank you, dignitaries. Bye-bye. See you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, moving on, we have Mr. S Seetharaman, Vice President MMA, Chairman, Super Auto Forge Private Limited. May I have his AV, please?
Mr. S. Seetharaman, Vice President of MMA and Chairman of Super Auto Forge Private Limited, is a mechanical engineer and the first entrepreneur in India to establish cold forging technology. Mr. Seetharaman founded SAF in 1974 and built it into the country's largest exporter of cold and warm forged steel and aluminium components. Today, the company records annual sales exceeding 1,400 crores rupees and employs over 2,000 people, with 80% of its production exported to major automotive OEMs in the USA and Europe. Mr. Seetharaman also spearheaded the development of various calibers of cartridge cases and shell bodies for India's ordnance sector.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are very thankful to Mr. Seetharaman for taking his time off. Before I invite him to deliver the inaugural address, Sundar, there are a few chairs available here. 4 or 5 people can come in, please. Please walk in. And I request those who are, I think, sitting in the edges, if possible, to move to the center so that others can sit easily. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Seetharaman with a round of applause for his inaugural address, please.
Good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues from MMA, NIPM, learned speakers who will be later on participating on the various debates, legal experts, HR professionals, and practitioners. It's indeed my privilege and pleasure to be here today with you on this one-day conclave on the new labor codes announced by the government, adoption and action to adopt the same. That's going to be the discussions that you're going to have whole of today. At the outset, I wish to congratulate MMA and NIPM to have gathered in one place the experts, both in the deep subject, legal experts and experts, policy leaders in one forum. Therefore, this subject could be fully debated during the day as planned already. One can ask, what is it suddenly about labor code? There is already a labor laws. What is it about? I don't want to go very deep into the subject because you are all so much of experts around here to tell about it. But I just want to only get to the macro position where India is today. Compared to many decades of very moderate growth, very moderate working, in the last 15 years, India has grown to be a very huge powerhouse of manufacturing, with the government focusing into manufacturing for if employment is to be generated, the only field that can generate that kind of employment is manufacturing, be it automotive, be it steel, be it leather, be it textile. The final large volume employment can only be generated by manufacturing. Therefore, the government is giving the priority for that. The government is trying to make the India as a manufacturing hub for the world because of the very capable employee skills and also the cost being affordable for the foreign companies. We are already claimed to be the fourth largest economy. Very shortly, maybe in a few years, rising to be a third largest economy. And within this country, if you see, particularly the automotive industry for which I belong to, astronomical numbers, something like 5 million cars are being made in a year. Something like around 30 million two-wheelers, over 1 million tractors and earth-moving equipment. Phenomenal. Compared to what we were about a decade and a half back, what we are doing too is very, very large growth production. Similarly, in every field, call any field, we have grown astronomically. This growth is continuing, and the capacity need to be expanded because the government's policy of making India as a hub for manufacturing. This is going to grow enormously in course of time. Government has specifically come with Make in India, and defense and defense sector has opened a year back to 5-6 years back for private participation, and a huge number of private entities are getting into defense production. Some time back, the space industry was also opened up for private manufacturing and development. And just last week, we had an announcement that the nuclear industry is also going to be opened up for private participation into manufacturing. Therefore, a lot of things are happening. And what is being regularly talked, the demography of India is the only country where people between 20 and 30 are getting into employment, huge numbers. Millions are joining as a workforce every year. And unless the manufacturing industry is going to gear up to that level, there is going to be really left out a large volume of people who may not be employed. Therefore, we can't afford to have that because unemployed youth are going to be the problem otherwise. Therefore, the country has to very quickly find way by which all the people who are coming into employment are found good employment for them. Just a few days back, I found that the mobile phones, we have become slowly one of the very, very large exporters of mobile phone, both domestic consumption as well as export, backed up by electronic manufacture, which is moving into India. And that's going to be, they at least claim millions of people are required in that industry when it is full grown. Therefore, the whole growth or objectivity of Indian lawmakers, government, is to make sure that the youths who are going to come into employment in the future years are going to be absorbed in this kind of later industries. And one more thing which was not there maybe 5-6 years back is the GIG, the home delivery, this thing. I think slowly what started off as a few thousands, I believe now almost 1 million employees across India are in the GIG industry, which is something was not even thought of earlier, why the change in law required. Similarly, the amount of women employee participation has been gradually moving up and up. And now, even in the core industries into manufacturing, we find that very large number of women are participating at various levels of, not just in manufacturing, across the field. All these are all compelling reasons why the law has to be revamped or re-looked into, making it in line with what is there today. Before going into what we need today, I just thought I'll dwell a little on, because I find the crowd is full of youngsters, maybe in the 30s and 40s. You may not have known what is the path that we traveled. In the 1970s and 1980s, we had such archaic laws that the government, virtually there was a lockout in every state, every industry. There were even violent agitations. Even a state like Tamil Nadu, which is not normally known to be very violent, in the 1970s, we had some deaths in the industrial agitations. The popular ghettos were all in the 1970s. So we went through a very disturbed pace for almost 20-25 years, where there was acrimony between the employers and employees across, and it was worrisome in many places also. I would say it's both ways. I just do not want to say that it was only from employee side. Even there were ruthless mill owners, mine owners, and whatnot. Therefore, it is a conflict of the business. Slowly, as the education levels and also the maturity levels of the employers and education level of employees started moving up the ladder. And 1980s, mid-80s, a lot of Japanese companies came to India with their products and production, and therefore we had exposure to how employees are being treated abroad, how employee relations were abroad. We started getting exposure to that, and gradually things started improving in our country. We had so much of global exposure that in the 90s onwards, the relationship starting better from a situation of only IR in the 70s and 80s. It has become HR, human resource must be treated differently, trained differently. The quantum of training was discussed, how much of training, which category needs what training. All that started with that. And what really made things to tilt, that it has to be a good balance, was the consumerism. Till the onset of probably late 1980s, there is no consumerism in India. Manufacturers were producing limited quantities under the socialist condition. There were only licenses, how much somebody can make. Demand was far huge than that. Therefore, people would accept anything that was produced in this country. No one had a complaint about what the quality of products. But late 80s, the consumer awareness, consumer demand for quality, consumer demand for on-time delivery and value for money, all that started picking off in the 90s. The moment became a virtually momentum. Therefore, the employers were put in a place where unless they deliver quality products at competitive prices, competing across, they're not going to be having any business. But it needed equally capable employees, who are quality minded, who are again time minded. Therefore, there was a very need for close cooperation between the employers and employees. Therefore, the business could run at all. And therefore, at this point in time where we have all these challenges on one side and a huge growth taking place, the archaic laws, old laws have to be abandoned, and we have to look at new laws which will work for the next probably 2-3 decades. That is with the intention with the government has brought in these codes. As I said, you are going to later on deliberate deep into it, and I don't want to pass any comments on them. But one thing I can definitely tell you after I gone through it, if not in detail, cursory, is not something very different. It is only a question of addressing specifics where there is a conflict. It have been addressed. But otherwise, the basic business is that there has to be a trust between employee and employer. That's the basic. There's got to be a trust both sides. That is only augmented little better by this system that's coming in. Today, a large number of industries in India are depending on exports. We need very badly foreign exchange earning. Exports means delivery of very good products on time at a very regular basis, very competitively with across the other countries. Therefore, it becomes very, very important that the time of working export again is seasonal. So something like just before Christmas, that 3 months, all goods have to be textiles and other goods, handicrafts, toys, they are all to be exported to USA. That industry becomes slow later on. Same thing like building it is. Therefore, the typical 8-hour going all through the year is not going to be a solution. Government had to give way for situations where surge of employees are taken for short term and then relieved and demand is not there. That has got to be an option available to that kind of seasonal industries. And also many industries are demand is like a curve. It's not uniform straight line through the year. Therefore, the contract employees become necessary for seasonal management. Therefore, these new laws provide for all those things. But whether there's a code or no code, forget the code or employee. Basically, it's a question of what the employee look for and what the employer look for. That's finally that it results. Finally it goes down to that. A typical employee today, more so with youngsters, they come with aspirations. They want to be treated with dignity. That's the first thing. It's not the question of you work, I pay money, therefore, I order you. Those days are gone. It's more like a partnership where there is a fixed, defined duty to perform, and there is a defined salary structure. They also expect some transparency. It can't be a one way, I give you work tomorrow. I do not know what I'm going to give you tomorrow. They also need to have a transparency of what their future going to be. Of course, more critical is the safety and the environment they work. Drastically, it has gone through over the decades. I was telling you about the very earlier days, in the 70s and 80s, there was to be a absolutely socialistic environment bordering on communism in India in the, I would say, late 70s, 80s. I started my business in 74, as a probably 20, 21, 22-year graduate coming out. You won't believe in something like I was 25. I had to go to a couple of times to the magistrate court because my toilet was not white painted properly. They prosecuted me. So we had to gone through those kind of days when the laws were so impossible to work. Somebody want to prosecute, they can prosecute at any cost. Another occasion, we never sell anything by weight, automotive parts by number. But we had one weigh scale in my laboratory for my laboratory analysis. A weigh inspector came, labor inspector came. He said my weigh scale was not perfect. He charged me for that. I had again go to the court for one day and pleaded, sorry, it's a mistake, we'll correct it, and some fine we had to pay. So we had gone through those kind of this thing. Today we come to a stage where both employees want to have a very dignified transactions whereby what is expected of both is known very clearly and both abide by that very clearly. And they also, the workmen today, they want to have some pride in where they work, the environment they work, the organization they work. Therefore, the organizations also have to rise up to if they want to keep such workmen, their organizational pride must be up also. They can't be running a shop like a repair shop. Even a small company has to be a good setup, good environment, good facilities. Therefore, the employee considers a good place to work for him. And beyond all this, an employee really look for a long term, what's his future. That's something is always his botheration, because he has children to put in good schools. He has ambitious to buy some living dwelling somewhere, and also his own retirement living. Therefore, he is always worried about what is it for me in the long term. Therefore, it is necessary that an employer makes known what's the opportunity for the employee over a long time. That makes them feel little comfort and good in mind. Therefore, I'm in a place where I'm going to be comfortably off until I retire, and I'm going to be this thing. This has come from expectations of the employer. I said whatever I said. Today, there is huge opportunities for businesses, domestic as well as export and things like that, where the demand for quality, delivery, pricing, on-time delivery, these are all becomes a paramount, not even negotiable, paramount important. And also new technologies are sweeping every day. Every day, the production manufacturing methods are sweeping. So the employer is concerned how his employees are going to adapt to those kind of stringent conditions of delivery, cost and quality, and also new technologies, how to reskill them. And also employers are looking at how they can grow their business large. So how to retain the employee is also a challenge for any employer. It's not just the employee side alone. So this is where I think the HR professionals, bulk of you are professionals in HR side. You have a very big role to play. You can't just be an employee of an employer. So you got to stand out as a almost like a middleman. You are between an employer and an employee, and you got to definitely look at both sides equally, like a judgment. What's good to retain, what you need to do to employee to train him better, what is better to do for retaining him in the company, what's good for the long term company's policy on employment, and also equally boldly advise the management of what is need to be done for the management to do, get better employees and retain them long. Therefore, the HR professionals have a very, very responsible role in the whole thing. If there are not going to be discontent, or if there are going to be lack of transparency, you are the ones who are supposed to eliminate. You are supposed to be like the screen across, make it known. In cases where you are yourself involved, you got to make it very clarified, get things clarified with the management. And there has got to be absolute transparency and better treatment of employee on the floor, and also safety of them is paramount important. I think the new laws, as I said, it only makes things better and not anything very different. Therefore, it's ultimately whatever written on the law, it is the attitude of the employer and the HR professional and the employee matters finally how an industry is going to be successful, how this country is going to transform so much. Therefore, any law, if you're going to implement, it can't be without challenges. In anything new, there is going to be a challenge. It may be a resistance from employer, resistance from employee for certain things. All these things got to be discussed and smoothed out, or approach the government for modifications. Therefore, I wish that today's deliberations here make things very clear to the minds of the professionals who are bulk. I think there are hardly any employers here. It's a congregation of professionals whose duty is to help the employer or to run their business better, keep their employees happier. So I wish everything goes well for you today in the deliberations, and you are benefited at the end of the day spending time here. Wish you all very best in your future and good luck to you.
Thank you, Mr. Seetharaman. You've seen it all in the last 5 decades, and I think your inputs have been very, very practical and pragmatic. Ladies and gentlemen, time for us to honor the dignitaries who have taken the time off today and be here for this inaugural session. May I request the dignitaries to step forward and accept. So may I request all of you to come forward, sir. Can't miss this photo op. So a memento from the NIPM and a few books which we give from MMA. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big round of applause. Sir. Sir. So we have 5 special sessions after this, 4 special sessions and a panel discussion. I'm sure it will be very, very interesting, all of them. Yes. Mr. Kannan giving away memento from NIPM side. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving for the vote of thanks for this session now. Group Captain Vijayakumar, you're all aware he is here. I don't have to introduce him to you all, but it's always a pleasure once again. With over 36 years of service in the Air Force, he has been awarded by the President of India with Vishisht Seva Medal. And the last 17, 18 years, he's been heading the MMA, out of which last 15 years has been the best in India. Let's welcome him with a round of applause for the vote of thanks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and what a beautiful day and what a beautiful people who assembled. It's indeed a privilege for MMA to associate with NIPM. When Matthew asked me, let's do that, he just told me 10 days back. I said, let's do it actually, because this is one subject I know very widely discussed. And he said, sir, we want to put your MMA to optimum test level. My capacity is only 350. He said, sir, let's put 350. I'm still struggling to accommodate people here, over 350 seats. Anyway, it's indeed my privilege to host all of you, and to collaborate with the NIPM is always a pleasure. The team there is so nice, friendly. It's easy for us to get along and present a great conclave today. And sincere thanks to the chief guest. Seetharaman is a part of our MMA team, and he really shared his wisdom. I think that is what is very, very important for each one of us. He never really talked about what is code, and he spoke more about, as a leader, what we are supposed to do in our organization. Thank you, Mr. Seetharaman, for setting the context. And after all, the law is all imbibed and followed only the thing what you have said. And thank you, Mr. Giridhara Gopal, for joining and delivering the welcome address. Thank you, Matthews, for joining MMA. And we have been putting together last 10 days, a lot of calls, a lot of people, a lot of dropouts. We tried our level best to get the government officials, but we have failed. We won't let them go. They will come and we'll make them come and speak to you again sometime later on the subject, because they're also still fresh and they're not clear about so many things. Now, this labor code, why we discuss all the 4, it's very, very important for us. Each one of you specialists, each one of different department. And at the end of the day, in an organization, all the 4 codes has to be put together and made as one and work together. Otherwise, what happened? Some of the senior judges really said we should always tell them they should not work in silos and everybody to be put together so that one common factor will come. Then each factor you are going to be expert. We have got some outstanding expert to come and speak each one, and that's why we call it master class. Here, no panel, no discussion. Each 4 sessions will be one gentleman will be talking to you, with followed by Q&A. At the end of the session, we got outstanding HR leaders and CFO professional. They will come and discuss with you what actually they are going to be implementing, what their difficulty they are facing, and how the compensation is really not going to be go down, but ultimately is the cost to companies, how is going to be impacting, all that. There's so many issues in implementation. I'm quite sure at the end of the day, you're going to have a great day. And once again, it's a pleasure to host you at MMA. It's a privilege. Enjoy the hospitality at MMA. And looking forward to seeing you more. Thanks once again for each one of you. Very thorough professionals, because you're all here sharp 9:30. And I'm going to be there till about 5:30 this evening. Have a great day and wish you a very, very enriching. At the end of the day, when you go, not only you learn about the codes, what's happening, at the end of the day, you'll be able to know how to implement it and take it forward, because the court and the inspectors see the documentation, what you do, as Mr. Seetharaman said, not what you are implementing, but the documentation, what you're going to be putting it through, which expert is going to guide you. Thanks again. It's lovely having you with us this morning.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I think if as an MC for the first time, I'm not under pressure to call you all back on time, because if you come late, I think your seat will be taken by somebody else.
Just want to share a personal experience. I'm not an average reader. I happened to get a free book once called a Turning Point 2. He had only Turning Point 2 here. So I just took it, and one of the few books that I read. And I read this Turning Point 2. I had to push him to give me a Turning Point 1. Fortunately, I got it free. And once again, he has given me a free. I bought about 15 of them to deliver it. If you have a chance, buy this book. I think it's in Higginbotham's or wherever. I don't know. You have to check with MMA. It's very interesting. Sometimes when you get demotivated personally, you think you tried, it's not working. You need something else to tell you. This is not a long book. You'll have to read it in one shot. It's only snippets of some of this. You can read it whenever, even in your restroom. You can just go there and read for 2 or 3. It really gives you a lot more information, and more than anything, a motivation to go and work for the day. People like us who get demotivated very soon when you read something in the evening, and you need to read such kind of a book to say there are people worse than this have also come out from this. And if you happen to have the Bible, Turning Point 1 and Turning Point 2, there are only 2 volumes, right?
Yes.
2 volumes. If there's a chance, please do read this book. I'm not promoting this, but it's just, I'm not the author anyway. Therefore, you really will love it. Okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Gopal, for the kind words. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the books are available with MMA Library. If anybody wants to pick up a copy, more than welcome. Wonderful books. A lot of good experiences of life put up there. And one last word, which Mr. Seetharaman wanted me to personally tell you. Super Auto Force has been in existence for 51 years. And it's just conveyed to me that not a single day they have lost in a strike or any agitation. Let's give it up to them for so organically growing the organization and leading it so well. That speaks volumes. So once again, we break for tea now. I'm sure all of you are going to be back in time. Right. Thank you. Look, back at 10:55. We'll start the session at 11. Good, sir. Good. And we are indeed very privileged to have with us Mr. S. Ravindran, Senior Advocate, Madras High Court. If I have a little bit of silence, I can play his AV, please. I don't know, have the AV, please.
Mr. S. Ravindran, Senior Advocate at the Madras High Court, has over 43 years of practice specializing in labor and service laws, representing managements before various judicial forums. Mr. Ravindran is an author of several notable works on labor jurisprudence and serves as the Honorary President of the Labor Law Practitioners Association, Tamil Nadu. Mr. Ravindran's expert views are widely published in leading newspapers and law journals, and he has been a frequent speaker on labor law and policy issues.
Let's give him a big round of applause for taking him his time off. Such a senior advocate. He's going to be talking to us about the Industrial Relations Code 2020. Now, my request, Mr. Ravindran, to take it forward, please. Good morning to all of you. Am I audible? Good morning to everyone.
Okay, thank you. I wonder, this large gathering, or I'm sure this large gathering would have gone through these 4 courts, probably in once in 2020, like I addressed quite a few webinars. Now, when it was introduced on 21/11/2025 at 3 p.m., by then I had forgotten everything. Really, see, unless you read regularly and you implement it, you live with it. So, in between, some people used to, out of curiosity, ask me, "Sir, that has been implemented." I said, "What?" They said, "Labor codes." What is that? So, it was so out of focus. Now it has come to focus, and I have been watching YouTubes regularly. Quite a few people have spoken about this. And though I'm not tech savvy, I have read a lot of articles in Chat GPT, Perplexity, Gemini, and all those stuff. You just click, as you all know. What is the silent features of IR code? It gives immediately. You need not listen to me at all. You can know there are so many tabulation, past and present. ChatGPT spits immediately. And what is the controversy on that? It gives answer. And what is the salient features? It gives answer. So everything is now available in your iPhone. So when Mr. Matthew gave me the subject, he initially gave me code on wages. Such a disinteresting subject. Not that IR is so interesting, but I was not interested. I was with reluctance, I said no. Then to my relief, he said, "Sir, IR code is available." So whenever I accept this sort of sessions, I make 2 conditions. It should be only on a Saturday, and my session should be the first session. Because I know here it started sharp at 9:30. Around 9:45, Matthew gave me a SMS saying, "Where are you?" I said, "I am watching the TV." It was so nice. It started sharp at 9:30, and sharp 10:30, 11 we are started. So when he said that, I was in 2020 PowerPoint presentation was already with me in my mobile and everything. So I went through it. I also watched my earlier webinars, what I was spoken to, etc. Then within 10 days, I found I should not do that exercise at all, because it's all in public domain now. Everyone knows what is the availability of material, etc. So I reoriented my presentation. What AI has not given you is what I'm going to tell you. Because AI, they say next one is, everyone knows, they say there is some quantum, it will come in future. They will think super fast than manpower. Then I do not know what my role will be in court or judgment. We also merge with AI now. After COVID-19, we have merged. I can, in fact, afternoon I'm going to argue a case before Labor Court Kanjipuram. After the session is over, I frequently argue many matters before Labor Court, I mean High Court Madurai also. This technology is so much. Uh, I have been practicing in 1980 onwards. Just to introduce you to this subject, this you will not find in AI stuff. As we all know, labor is a very sensitive subject. As it is assumed, it is not so. So politicians are very much reluctant to bring out new changes, etc., etc. For that matter, in 2020, I penned an article in Times of India about this quote at that time. I said, undoubtedly, this is historic. Whether it is landmark or it is pivotal, etc., is for the down the line only we will know. It's historic for the simple reason a government has come out boldly to not make overall the labor laws. To that extent, it is historic. And from 2020 to 2025, the reason is not known. We will leave it to them why it is delayed. So whenever somebody asks me where it is brought into force, my standard reply is no, not yet. And I said it's not likely to be implemented. It may probably lapse. On 21st, around 4 o'clock, one of my clients said, "Sir, do you know where it is implemented?" As usual, I said no. He said, "I am sending you a message." Then I quickly went through the Public Information Bureau. 3 p.m. it has been notified. It has come on public domain. 4:44, some more inputs, how well it is done. Next day morning, full page advertisement on Times of India about this code with the Prime Minister photos, etc. Probably that triggered a wild opposition or a reaction, negative reaction to this code. I have listened to speeches of 3 well-informed union leaders who are virtually tearing this code into pieces. And some management spokespersons on TV channel, etc. Then I realized there's something terribly wrong with our understanding of the subject. First one, I'll just take you with this background, I'll take you in exactly these 3 enactments were 1926, then 47 and 48. In 1966, for the first time, National Commission on Labour was formed with India's eminent jurist, Justice Gajendra Khatkar. We know what happens to all these commissions. It was forgotten. In 2002, Second Labour Commission on Labour by the Labour Minister, Mr. Ravindra Verma. I had, by that time, I had become a bit familiar with the subject. So I also interacted with him. That also ended. Now, in 1982, a mini overhaul took place on the Industrial Disputes Act, apart from this patchwork now and then. That introduced very many good provisions. And in 84 onwards, it was started implemented. Then 2020, IR Code 2025. So 66 to 45 is the first move. I don't think ever in anywhere in the world this slowness would have been there. It is slow, very, very slow. So it was long overdue. Next. But when the legislature lacks, especially in labor law, you will find in civil law, criminal law, revenue law, changes taking place every now and then, keeping in pace. This labor, they all fear it. But this 2025 code, in my view, should have happened in 1990 itself, when economy was completely liberalized, competition was everywhere, foreign companies have come, it's almost a free trade. We are no longer protected environment, driving only Lambretta or Chetak, Ambassador or Fiat. Everything has become open. But when the legislature is very slow, the judicial mind makes it. As you all know, the law is of 2 types. One is legislative law, another is judgment-made law. It is difficult to interpret a legislation, but not so in regard to judgments. But the judgments are uncertain. 3 judges say one thing, next day, a few months, 5 judges say something, another 5 judges say it is not correct, will refer to 13 judges, 9 judges, which are never formed. So that extent it is uncertain. You should read this article by Supreme Court Judge Justice Sinha, which I have shared with Mr. Mathew. When you find time, you can read it. In 2004, he has said, these laws are archaic. It should be overhauled. It is outdated. Especially he referred to non-employment issues, retrenchment. He said how outdated it is. When Krishnaya said in 76, if termination is bad, reinstatement is automatic. He said when termination is bad, reinstatement is not automatic. See, there's a shift from 76 to 2004. He said only compensation can be given. Then you should read this 2019 Order of Justice, Anand Venkatesh. It's all available now. He also said in para 17 and 18, it is high time the labor law is overhauled. That case was given in the context of a strike by a union in a Korean company. And we don't mind workmen going on strike. Absolutely not a problem. Advocates, we have gone on strike. Today, in the last few days, there is strike in district courts because e-filing is made compulsory. So strike is not something new. Because after all, Madras Labor Union was was the first trade union in India, Binni Mills. Only thereafter, Gandhiji started Ahmedabad Labor Association. So we are not new to unions or strikes. But as Anand Venkatesh said, those days are all gone. So that is also very illuminating. With this background, I will take you to the subject. As you all know, we have a constitution. Constitution, there is a schedule called 7th schedule. It provides for list of subjects in which only central government can make law, and there are subjects in which only state government can make law, and there are subjects in which both can make law. Labor is one of the subjects. But if there is any repugnancy between central and state, central will prevail. But that repugnancy has not taken place, fortunately, all these years. Why I am saying is, if central government, Congress regime, they have a socialist pattern of outlook. Present government has got more industrialization or make in India goal, etc. Even then they are very slow. But states have more flexibility. After 1981, the Tamil Nadu government has not brought a single labor legislation, either in favor of the workman or whatever it is. Because in central government as well as in state government, labor minister is very low in the hierarchy. And it is not an interesting subject for the government also. Last well-known labor minister in Tamil Nadu, at least to my knowledge, is Mr. Raghavanandam, trade union leader. He brought two enactments called Permanent Status Act and Subsistence Allowance Act 1981. Thereafter, nothing has taken place. But the flip side is, in 1980 to 1990, when I was practicing in labor law, it was very difficult even to enter the labor court. So many workmen, dismissed workmen will be on the corridors and frequent strikes and lockouts, etc. Now, you must be knowing better than me, the litigation has come down drastically. The reason is there is a downfall of trade unions themselves. For that, the reason is engagement of contract labor, trainees, NIMs and other things. And mobility of labor also has gone frequent. No longer somebody is saying, I joined, I retired, I married my children, etc. is all gone. For example, in Binni, when a person was transferred, at the time Udayar family had taken over the mill, he filed a case and he also said, my grandfather worked in Milli, my father worked in Binni, this management came only recently, how dare they transfer me? So the logic may be wrong. So that type of long-term employment of families working is not there. Clients are, the companies are not withstanding even 4 or 5 years of life nowadays. And therefore the litigation has also come down. For example, you take one data which I have collected. Kanjipuram Labour Court has got the highest concentration of industries apart from Coimbatore. Till 2025, till date, or till Friday, only 85 cases of termination have been filed. After 11 o'clock, the judge is looking at me and I am looking at the judge. The witness rolls casually thinking the court will be full and there is no work. In Madras labor court, still worse. 4 judges are happily looking at the laptop given to them for case purpose. But I do not know. So this labor is, I am trying to tell you, this labor is not a sensitive subject at all. So one need not be apprehensive about any, those 3 union leaders have said in TV, on 29th of this month, there is going to be a nationwide strike. Let us see what is that strike. Let's see. Next. I'll now go to the 7 subjects. I will not take you to the legislature, etc. You can look into it in your fixed term employment. This is widely discussed subject. Kindly remind me at 12 o'clock so that fixed time employment. This is really a roasted subject by the trade union leaders, saying that there is no protection of employment, it is a hire and fire, whims of the management, etc. We have lost our rights which we got in 1947 Act. Theoretically wrong, factually wrong. This fixed term employment without that title has come into force in 1984 itself by way of that amendment, which says one of the exceptions is termination of employment due to a clause in the appointment order or anything such of nature. Let me understand from 1984 to 2025, in how many cases this appointment providing for termination has been misused? What is the data for this opposition? How many litigations have come to the court? So in industrial belt of Kanjivaram and Chengalpet, Oragadam, all those things, only 85 cases for the entire year. What is a big demo about this class in 2025, when in fact it is in force in 1984 onwards? Now, these all I got through reading the journals and newspaper articles. 15 states, that's why I introduced you by saying it's a concurrent subject. 15 states have already incorporated this class in the state legislation. What is the opposition in those states? Industrial state, Gujarat, Maharashtra, and so many places. Nothing. So we have to live with it. Next. That's why I said there is no large-scale litigation in view of this amendment. This hire and fire. It's a usual lingo saying hire and fire. There is no hire and fire. There is hire and fire subject to the law of the land. We are not living in a world, a capitalist country. Ours is not a capitalist country. If you had visited USA, you would know the best example and the worst example of capitalist country is that. Like if you buy a air ticket for a seat with a leg space, leg room, you have to pay extra. Uncontrolled air industry. They book more tickets, and if you come late, you are confirmed ticket, you will be asked to come tomorrow. So that's why US Senate called them saying, what's happening? They said, no, there is a cancellation, it will be waste of money. So I'm giving opportunity for others to travel, though they didn't say they are throwing out the valid passengers. So ours is not a capitalist country, uncontrolled by government intervention. This economic crisis 1 decade ago in America is because of uncontrolled money market in this country. We don't have such a, we have RBI, all controls are there. Next. See how meek our government is. 2018, the Tamil Nadu standing orders was amended, bringing this fixed term employment. It was never brought into force. So this type of meekness has come to an end. I fully support this code, though I have certain misgivings or criticism about it, but it has started well. I only hope during the period I practice, there should be a single code ultimately. It's taken 50 years from 29 to 4. From 4 to 1, it should be logically a shorter duration. Okay, we'll go to the next one. But don't be trigger happy saying I have a fixed term employment, I'll fire you. But 1996 itself, the S2L 200BB, Supreme Court has cautioned. See, everywhere in every legislation, you are invested with power. That power is not the end of it. That's only an enabling provision. The exercise of power should be bona fide. That's the ultimate test in labor law. That's why they use the expression social justice. So you can misuse this 20BB or the present fixed term employment, but your bona fide will be questioned. That's a check on you. Whether you are appointing me on fixed term employment every year and ultimately you are throwing out. Or in the case of Ravindran, Captain Vijayakumar is taken. Next year some X is taken. So that will be definitely tested. So use it in a bona fide manner. That's the underlying as far as fixed term employment is concerned. Next. The reason given by the government is, I don't know whether it will be correct or not only, this replaces widespread engagement of contract labor. I don't think so. It's not a correct view because this fixed term employment is with a lot of conditions. The wages should be same and benefits should be given. This is slightly more than Rule 25 of Contract Labor Act, which says if contract labor and company employee do the same work, the wages should be same. This is something much more. And also much touted welfare, gratuity for every year. With this financial implications, I don't think the company will abolish all their contract labor and take them in direct employment. It is only a wrong statement by the government on that. I don't know. Only you should correct me if I'm wrong. So this logic is not correct. As you know, contract labor, we all pay only minimum wages for that industry. And the bonus and everything is on the head of the contract. No doubt we replace it, but that's not the story in fixed term employment. Therefore, use it, don't misuse it. Because litigation may come, though it has come down. That's my first point on the contract law. Then strike. So the union leaders said on TV, our strike is lost. Our right to strike is lost. We are a strike-loving country. We lawyers frequently go on strike. Even now, as I said, there is a strike in district courts against e-filing, etc. Whenever those days I go to labor court in Puducherry or Vellore someplace, previous day I'll ask my local lawyer, is the court functioning tomorrow? Number one, is the judge available tomorrow? So subject to last minute contingency. So that much. When I travel from Chennai to Puducherry on the way of somewhere, Marakaram, there will be a call from, sir, today morning our association has announced a boycott. Yeah, I said, why? So there was a clash between the client and the advocate. So we are on a protest. So some reason. I have traveled many places and I also reading all of articles. To my knowledge, subject to correction, only in France and Great Britain, not no more Great Britain, because we have taken over that country as our colony, because Britain took us as a colony many years ago. There is an element of strike, psyche is there. Britain, nurses go on strike, doctors go on strike, transporters go on, workers go on strike. In France is also very Other countries, I don't find any much, at least coming to the level of newspaper in world news. So we went on freedom struggle. After we got freedom also, we are, in a way, we are a very freedom-loving country. Therefore, we are on a strike. Now, the strike is concerned, it is high time our workforce are informed that the days of strike are gone. Let's have a disciplined workforce. Let's have a skilled workforce. Otherwise, the tall claim of saying in another few years, we are going to become a fourth largest economy in GDP, etc. At the same time, underestimating our weakness that we have large scale unskilled labor and frequent absenteeism and frequent strike does not argue well for the image of the country. Why China has become a workshop of the world? Productive labor and absolutely no strike. So there should be end for strike. And there cannot be a clamor saying it is my fundamental right, I'll go on strike. Supreme Court has said you have no fundamental right. It is not like a fundamental right to speech, religion, etc. in Article 19. Article 19 does not speak about the strike. But you have a right to go on a legal strike. Legal strike. Now, prior to this amendment, in all non-public service industry, strike is legal. In public utility service alone, there is some restriction. Or you can put it in a very simple manner. All strike in public utility service is illegal. All strike in non-public service is legal. That is the underlying principle if you read the section. But for labor and management, does it make any difference? The strike is legal or illegal, the strike has taken place, we have got affected. The same principle will apply for lockout also. I am not talking it for the time going. Now, it has been reduced, saying in non-public service also, there should be a notice of strike, etc. So there is a big outcry. Our right to strike is taken away, etc., etc. It is not so. Even now, you can go on illegal strike. For this central legislature amendment, there is going to be a labor strike on 29th. Definitely, it is not a legal strike as on date. But will it prevent the CI2 dominated companies workmen to go on strike or not? Definitely, they are going to strike. Thereafter, what is that we are going to do? Are we going to deduct 8 days' wages or issue charge sheet, etc., etc.? So this is a hyped opposition from the union leaders. Therefore, there is nothing wrong about this provision being brought into force. Next. You also read this judgment, 1996. They have very clearly said a strike means, as per the definition, you only withdraw. No one need to note down because it's Matthew will send it to you by WhatsApp or etc. etc. Strike definition itself will show strike means you just withdraw the labor. I don't go to court. That's not a strike. But this meaning of strike is distorted for many years. So striking workmen prevent the willing workmen or officers, staff, contract labor, others, and they prevent ingress and egress of goods and materials. So is it a part of strike in law? No. The Madras High Court has said it is nothing but hooliganism. I am not saying that. The High Court has said it's hooliganism. You can't cross the Lakshman Rekha. You strike. But that's why line of judgments, even in this case, you will find a next judgment. No, Justice Anand Venkatesh, yes and why, you will find you should be 500 meters away. You should not prevent anyone. You can get police direction to implement this order. So it is high time the workmen realize that strike is not a powerful weapon which they imagined to bring us down to our knees for their demands is no longer correct. And this amendment has made it more emphatic. Next. Mass casual leave 50% is already taking place. Wildcat strike, pen down strike. In banks, it used to be there. So during working hours, they will stay out. And after working hours, this public transaction hours, they will come to the office. And they claim pro rata wages or contract is indivisible, etc., etc. So our country is well aware of all these methods by the unions, at least from 1980 judgments in banks case, etc. So what happens? It does not kill the strike of the workman. If 48% go on strike, what does it mean? Does not make much of it. Strike is a strike. It should be brought down with iron hands. Undoubtedly about that. Otherwise, our country will miss the bus, which we are all hoping to get at some point of time. Next. Yeah, I am ready. Again, articulating inside. It's not an option to you. It should be exercised in an exceptional situation. When we were also going on frequent strike on all those issues, some of our very young and enthusiastic lawyers went to the Chief Justice's room and shouted slogan. Police persons were standing outside the court hall. They already have a good security system. The only thing is police are mute spectators. We are more powerful in our place. So police people just watch us. So the striking lawyers went to the Chief Justice Court. If you visited the High Court, you at least visit, there is a program, a walk program once in a month. You should visit it at least for the sake of it being like a museum. These people entered it, shouted. This gentleman from Delhi was shell-shocked. Chief Justice Kaul. He is a very bold man. Our advocates underestimated it. So he walked out of the court immediately and he rushed to Delhi to report to Chief, because he cannot report to anyone. He went rushed to Delhi. The lawyers didn't know that he has gone to Delhi. They went to his bungalow and shouted at him. Then he said, I have no faith in police. So I took the permission of the Chief Justice. So CISF is manning our High Court premises. So every day morning I have to show my ID card, though I am with my full ropes. I stand on a podium. I have to stand like that. My case bundles will be scanned to see whether I have taken a weapon or not. So this is the method of strike in our country. So after the CSF, even if I I forget to take my ID card, he says only, sorry sir, just can't enter the premises. So that now we don't have any strike at all in High Court. There is no strike at all, no shouting inside the court hall, nothing, very peaceful. We are all in a noble profession. So we are conducting ourselves in a way for the past few years. This is about strike. This layoff, retrenchment and closure, pushing it from 100 to 300 has given a lot of negative thought by on the other side. I am saying for the, see, this has got a history, this 2000. In 1976, for the first time it was, when I say 1976, you should imagine our economy, our country's psych, closed door economy, license Raj, etc. That time there was a lot of industrial unrest. 70s and 80s is the worst period for our Indian industry. So probably at that time the government thought the managements are going very whimsically and they are not given their rights in wages, etc. I still remember in 1980s during that time, every settlement will be preceded by a strike or lockout. It is not so nowadays. as I could find out from the industry. So in 1976 itself, this amendment was brought, not in 2025 the first time. That amendment was struck down on the ground of the lack of procedural laws being sound. In 84, the same provision was introduced, bringing the strength from 300 to 100. So 76 to 84, we had 300. Is there any data to show that during this period, without government permission, we have retrenched large number of workmen? Is it so? Or before 76, where industry is recruiting and retrenching, recruiting and retrenching? No, we need workmen, we need trained workmen. See, retrenchment is due to various economic reasons, business reasons, etc. Therefore, in 84, it was passed. Management challenged it in 1991. It is in force. Now, we have gone back to 76. That's all. In fact, I would state, when I start an industry and recruit people, I have to comply with laws, Factories Act, etc., etc. So that's it. For reducing manpower, why should I take permission from the bureaucrats? Why is it necessary? It defies logic. And everyone knows the government does not give permission at all. So what does it lead to? Sickness of the industry, and closure is not taking place in law, but in fact it takes place. Then it becomes bankrupt. Who will get the property first is the competition. Banks, EPF organization, ESI corporation, everyone stand in the queue as who will have the first hold of it. For that also there is a litigation, it goes all the way up to Supreme Court. So this is a completely unnecessary provision, and even this 300 should be removed. I need not take a government's permission. More so, there is a rule of law in our country. Why should I take permission from the government to lay off? See, suddenly COVID-19 has taken place. Should I get the permission of the government for that? Does the government give permission? No. Now, Trump's tariff is there. So export-oriented industries want to lay off or retrench. Should I go to the government for permission? I have conducted a case of I don't know, it's a garment company. It lost a lot of orders. We filed an application for permission. The government rejected it, saying, then many such export companies will come for permission, therefore I cannot grant permission. This is exactly what they said. We went to the High Court set aside it. Then they gave some methodology by which we got it. So if this is the attitude of the government, why should I go before the government and asking for permission? So this 300 is also unnecessary. It should be removed. And there is no need for such an outcry about the way I want to conduct my business. Why should the trade unions oppose my right to do my business? Do I have any say in the trade union function? Nothing. How many unions are registered? How many unions are sending their returns, annual returns? Many unions in my practice, there are letterpad unions. Therefore, this should be done away with it. And already the 19 state governments have introduced this provision. In these states, has there been a large scale violent strike against this 100 to 300? Nothing. Let me wait and watch. We all. How many days of would be lost due to this new courts? There will be negligence. It's only a shout. Nothing more than that. It does not need anyone to look into this. And I am also told, all of you will be knowing, next, this even while it was 100, it was mostly in small scale industries. So to my knowledge, small scale industries are the biggest employment providing sector, not our Hyundai and other companies. Comparatively, they only provide a lot of. So for them it is 100 or 300 does not matter. probably this 300 will be having an impact on the medium scale industry, which has got that strength. Otherwise, it is nothing. So this objection to this permission, etc., or I have been suggesting to the government, you have it, even 50, does not matter. But let me get the permission from the court. I am ready because I am waiting for a judicial decision and not a bureaucratic no. So is the persons who oppose this provision ready for this judiciary being the watchdog for my layoff, retrenchment and closure? I am fine about it. Now, it's unnecessary two-tier system. Even if government gives permission, in my imagination, the workman can still challenge it. That closure is wrong, retrenchment is wrong, layoff is wrong. So they are not remediless. Therefore, why a sort of a trailer before the government and a full-scale episode before the court? Not necessary. We have gone away from all those bad days of industry means Tata Birla. They are rich people, etc. They are squeezing the workman. These are all gone. Unless we give reasonable wages, we don't get talent. So that is the situation as far as this is. So I moved that medium next. So 100 statute, sir, rarely given. So I am ready to go to the court for it. So this is a next subject on permission. Next, conciliation. I am not very sure about it. How many cases have resulted in a conciliation settlement? I do not know. But conciliation is a good forum to avoid direct confrontation. And why this conciliation only in labor laws, or now it is called as industrial law? Because labor means the labor think it is only their favored subject, and is also called labor court. Therefore, they all say the labor should be, the judges should give benefit only to the labor. Why I am emphasizing this is, in 1966, first Labour Commission, Gajendra Gadkar named this as Industrial Relations Bill. Probably 1996 itself he thought about it. So we have labor courts, then Industrial Disputes Act, so that it disputes labor courts. And workmen and their advocates tell the labor court, newly recruited labor court judge, when they get transferred, they intimidate and say, "Sir, madam, we have a lot of women judges nowadays. Madam, this is called labor court. You should give a verdict only in favor of the labor." That's how they started. I remember many years ago, when labor officers recruitment was taking place, for the first time, at that time, Tamil Nadu Public Service Commission chairman, one retired police officer, he was also Mylapore MLA for some time, Nadaraj. He said this recruitment, he was brought in by Madam Jayalalitha only because there was a large scale scam in the recruitment in Service Commission. So he said, hereafter in this, my regime, the labor officer recruitment will be manned by one local officer, then one industrial relations manager and a lawyer. So I attended one recruitment process. I asked all the 10 or 15 persons, if you are recruited as a labor, how do you do the conciliation in favor of the labor or mediating the settlement, etc.? Everyone without exception saying, I will look into the labor's welfare only. So that starts from the beginning itself. So this conciliation has lost its neutrality in labor disputes. So every conciliation, the conciliation says, "Sir, why don't you consider them? Why don't you make more payment, etc., etc." And I know a particular union leader was such a powerful man. He was more than the conciliation officer. He will sit in one row, as you know, you've gone to conciliation, 2 rows, labor officer is in the center. He will sit in one row and he will ensure that all his cases are posted on 1 or 2 days. You will go inside and say, sir, first call this case. So that management will come, they will get a bashing from him. Then he will say, sir, call the next management. So one of my client who told me very innocently, asked the officer, sir, who is the labor officer here? He told me really. I said, why did you ask? He was the person who is sitting in the center is the labor officer. No, sir, I was very worried. Probably he is a staff or he is a labor officer. Then very, I don't know what to say. Embarrassingly, that man said, no, I am the labor officer. Then he said, sir, why he is having such a command over here, etc. So that lost its significance. And the only tooth available to the labor officer is refer the industrial disputes raised by the unions to the government. That's all the power they had. And they used to give some advice, agreed advice, though no one agreed for it. They will always say agreed advice. And they will compel us to make a signature that we will not take a disciplinary action for going on strike. And the management will not victimize the workman. The workman will work regularly, all usual stuff. Apart from that, they were not using any other proactive or any novel method to bring about a strike. So unless you solve it yourself, going to the conciliation officer is only a waste of time. And the conciliation officer asking, have you come in a car? Why don't you leave the car? I need for my personal use. Apart from nuisance like this, nothing happens. So now, one good positive thing is, hereafter you need not wait endlessly before the conciliation officer. 2 o'clock is your appointment time, they will call it at 5 o'clock. In between, you would have gone somewhere else with management persons for a lunch somewhere else, and you'll come walk in around 4. Those days are all gone. You can just mark your attendance for 45 days or whatever days they're given. Then conciliation automatically comes to an end. It's a big relief for managements. We need not undergo the ordeal of conciliation. And the positive thing about is this relief to the management. And positive is the unions can go to court directly. Go to the court directly. They need not wait for the government to make a reference. The logic behind not allowing a litigation directly by the union is, it is not an equal fight between workman and labor. It is not a tenant, landlord, or a debtor or a creditor, etc. They found that fight between the dispute between the labor and management should be minimized and it should be settled. And there should not be frivolous litigations. That's why this is the only field where there is no right of going to the court straight away. You have to undergo the conciliation, and the whims of the government also matters. And sometimes the government, due to management's position, may not refer many cases to the court for adjudication, because the demands are nearly 100, from coconut oil, soap, washing powder. So far they are not asked for powder, face powder or cream or something else. So all those things will be rejected, and core economic demands like basic DA, HRA will be referred. So the union advocate will not rest with it. He will challenge it in a high court, asking for a reference. Then I appeared in one such case and argued before the judge. The law is reference is automatic, decline is exception. I told him these are all covered by various legislation itself. Maternity benefit, leave is under the Factories Act. Why should there be a reference, etc. So those dark days are all gone. Now you will have less settlements and more cases and more advocates, more income. Beyond that, it does not achieve. And litigation should be the last resort. To my clients, as well as my relatives, or in my personal life, I have ensured that I don't go to court at all. Who will go to court? Who will go to hospital? Both these two places, apart from police station, are not places one would enjoy, would like to go, unless you are dragged. So let's see that whether this type of thing will have a negative impact, is what I am looking at it. Now, if you go to the next slide, you will find more disturbing news. We have a number of labor courts in our country and in our state. Chennai has got 4 labor courts without any work. Because, as I said, the cases have dwindled. I asked my association to write a letter to Chief Justice saying 4 labor codes are not necessary. Since it is a labor law association, they said, no, we cannot write such a letter because labor will feel why we are seeking abolition of labor codes. Then I wrote a letter to Chief Justice. You send any of your officers around 11 o'clock to the court, you see how many cases are conducted, how many judges are idling on the court or inside the court. I said, out of 4 courts, 3 should be abolished, along with 1 judge, for him a car with a driver, and 3 personal staff in his court, and about 4 or 5 personal staff in his residence, and rent-free accommodation. I said, it's a huge expenditure, unproductive. You abolish the 3 labor codes. Nothing has happened. No, we have so many labor codes, except in Kanjipuram and Coimbatore. After 11 o'clock, there is no work because the cases have drastically come down. Now, if this is the state of affairs, now the code has replaced them with industrial tribunal. The experience of functioning of the tribunals in our country is so bad. It's a nightmare for litigants. That too with an administrative member. So administrative member will come and enjoy his perks. And there will be at least a judicial member comes through experience, undergoing examination, etc., etc. So the administrative member is always a favored post for some bureaucrat, etc. And for him to know the subject is an uphill task. I will assume they will appoint labor law knowing persons like retired joint commissioner of labor or retired labor secretary, etc. But he is already fixed with a bureaucrat mind. And the frequency of post being vacant is such a bad mess. Tribunals hardly function. And one is not having work, one judge is not having work. 2 persons sit and don't do any work. That's the result of it. And the nightmare continues if there is a split among these 2 persons in a verdict, because it should be unanimous. It will refer to a 3rd judicial officer. So that person should be appointed and he will give a verdict in favor of one of the persons. Therefore, it becomes 2 versus 1. The 2 will prevail. This is most backward amendment I have come across. No one asked for it. No one wants this. When we are asking for abolition of courts, we are thrusted with 2 persons instead of 1 person. Now, next. This will be disadvantage for both, because the workman will get restless waiting for the cases. I have heard some workman come to the court and saying, sir, my case is not being completed. My family is starving. I was going to commit suicide, etc. Now, the managements are concerned if there is a litigation on, for example, PF, Provident Fund cases. I have been conducting PF cases ever since the tribunal came into being. From 2014 to 2025 cases are still pending. If 1 lakh is a litigation, interest on that will be 2 lakhs and the damages will be another 50,000, etc. Who wants this type of litigation in our country? Litigation should be speedy and cheap. It is not happening at all. So this tribunal is disadvantage both to the management and as well as to the workman. Now another insertion is in a non-employment case, the workman have to wait for their verdict. If he succeeds, he will get full back wages or half back wages or nil back wages. No. Now a power has been given to the labor court to grant interim relief during the pendency of litigation. That is, you dismiss a workman, but still you are liable to pay interim relief to the workman, and that litigation will go on for many years. I don't know what is the logic behind this type of an insertion in this code, where it is in favor of the workman or it is against the management, etc. But it is also quite unnecessary. No one asked for it. Next. I have a word about this. Now it is termed as tribunals. So tribunal means labor court means third class, tribunal means first class. Some sort of imagination. And senior judge, super senior judge here. There is a rank in district judge. District judge, super district judge. That's all. The court also, the tribunal, entire state there is only one tribunal. It will be a very nice place to sit, unlike like a labor court. That's all. The atmosphere will be better. Nothing else is there. Now, between 50 and 50, I'm only testing the logic of these industrial tribunals. Between 50 and 56, there were labor appellate tribunals. Underline it, appellate tribunals. Against the order of labor court, you can file an appeal to the tribunal. So it was functioning well. Mostly the litigation would not go to the High Court at all, because two decisions on facts will not be entertained by High Court. Now that was disbanded by the government, saying the tribunals are taking long duration to dispose of the appeals, not trials. Trial means examination of witnesses, etc. So appeal is taking long time, therefore they disbanded it. Without knowing that history, now it has come back to haunt us in 2025. So a lot of correct thought process has not got into this. I am completely upset with these tribunals. I have a feeling that hereafter I should not practice this trial at all. Go to the High Court and good money. Why waste my time in the tribunals? It is quite negative in nature. It should be withdrawn, actually. Though it's not going to happen. Next. This 300 workmen, I already, standing orders. This is a standing order, is a dead legislation. They could have retained the name standing orders and left it as it is. How many of us are enforcing standing orders in our day-to-day life? Disciplinary action, all those things. It is there. Anyone asked me saying, sir, we have to take certification. Will you help me to draft it? I said, take the model, that's all. Then nothing more than that you can do. And officers also don't certify anything more than model. I don't know why this threshold was increased to 100 to 300. I don't know. It is also attacked by the unions. I don't know what is the favor of ease of doing. They termed it as ease of doing business. Not having a standing order is not good for the industry. We should all have a standing order so that workman will know what is the service condition. We also know our rights and our limitations. Now, fortunately, as I started in the beginning, it is in the concurrent list. Earlier it was 100. Now, state government has amended it, saying even 10 persons in a factory, you have to certify standing orders. So, I suppose the state government will step in and increase it. This thoughtless procedure does not merit any acceptance. Okay, 20, I'm sorry. Next. Trade union is an unwanted person in our scheme of things. Little realizing the first trade union was in Perambur and first strike was organized by them. We do not know correct history of who started this union, Madras Laborers. Some people say Kalyana Sundaram, the great poet, started it. Some said some Naidu. Some said another of Sindhi persons. Anyhow, when this trade union went on a strike, the Binni management imposed fine on them for the loss of production suffered by us. And the management wanted to be relieved of that. They gave one condition. This union leader should resign from this factory, then I will give it up. So that's the history of trade union. Then government brought an amendment saying the unions will not be made liable for this type of penalty, damages, etc. Now, this trade union, yes, there is no law on recognition in our state or in central. So that has given, why there is no recognition 1926 onwards when so many things can happen? Because the unions themselves are not sure whether they should have a tag of recognition or not. Because if you are a minority union, you will not be recognized. But if you are a minority union still favoring the management, you will be recognized. There is no stamp of recognition in law. In practice, I recognize. In practice, I don't recognize. You are a troublesome union, I will not recognize you. I will not call you for negotiation. You are a friendly union, I will recognize you. I will call you for negotiation and sign a settlement. This is somewhat chained, the attitude of the management is chained in unfair labor practice, schedule, etc. So there was no recognition. Did this help us? I do not know. Non-recognized law, did it help us? Is a question which you will all answer, but I don't accept it. We should know who is the bargaining person. I have filed a case before the Madras High Court, about 300 workmen, about 10 unions in Pondicherry, Rahul Gandhi Union, so union, etc. So everyone had 5 representatives. So 10 into 5, 50. Out of 250 or 300 workmen, attendance, let me take 200. 50 persons will be regularly having negotiation with the management. So we wanted to have a recognition, and the labor, joint commissioner of labor said, this is not a lawful subject. I will not handle this. So we had to come to the High Court and plead with the court on 2 issues. One, conduct a secret ballot. It's a democratic process. Or let the government have a check-off in terms of the labor code. Code of conduct, which is an agreed advice in all India level, but is not a statutory level. So one particular union had got 60, so that was recognized. Next year, some other union, Purachit Talavar union came, so it became a big nuisance. This puts in order 51%. If not 2020, you will be the person. You will have a life of 3 years or 5 years. We will know to whom we should negotiate, not with the letterpad unions. You may know, you as management representatives, you may feel uncomfortable, but get used to it. You will know who is your person with whom you have to negotiate. It will bring some orderliness. I know many foreign companies are allergic to trade unions. They want to, the IR person given the first task is, there should be no trade union. We should have only contract labor. We should have less permanent workmen. I all pity you. Because I also studied diploma in School of Social Work in personal management industrial relations. I joined a lawyer's office who is a labor lawyer. So after 2 or 3 years, I was not making any progress at all. I didn't know what I am doing. So I told my senior, put me in some company, sir. He said, no, wait. I am happy that he said no to me. Because even at 70 years, I am making money and practicing it. After 50 years, all of you will retire. And in between your 25 years to 58 years, you have to manage this demand. No union, no permanent workman, only contract labor, etc. It's a uphill task. And this type of vacuum has resulted in more problem. So let's welcome trade unions with a recognition. Yeah. Yes. I'll just run through it. Then quickly. Okay, that's also okay. Okay. Yes. I'll just say what the court failed to consider. We have not noticed it since I am practicing. There is a section called 40, which is 9A. For change of service conditions, I have to get the approval of the union, etc. This should have been done away with it. Next. Permission. The officers, sir, don't take photo, you'll get it, don't worry. Section 90 is another curse. The unions are very smart nowadays. The moment you take disciplinary action against a workman, they will raise an industrial dispute. Whatever is filed is taken as industrial dispute. During the industrial tribunal, we cannot terminate the workman. There should be a mini trial. That should have been done away with it. Yes. Okay. These are all my thoughts. You can go through it. Because in court also, when the judge starts looking here and there, I know I have to stop my argument. Similarly, I have been said that there is going to be a question and answer session. Any questions to the best of my ability, I will reply. Yeah. Any other questions?
Some questions.
It's
Sir, here,
please there.
question are there?
So these are the questions which are coming online, including things here. Yes. Come from here only. So you can just sit here. Okay. What is it? What is this? Flexibility. Is my note? My note. This is my note. Don't put that question. Yeah, don't put that question to me. Oh, never proceed. Yes, yes, yes. Any questions? I'll have a look at it. Asked on NIPM, if these codes are good for employees, then why some union are opposing and called for strike? What is the role of HR, etc., etc.? That's why I said union leaders who are well read and well informed are also opposing it, not knowing that they are in 2025. They are no longer in 1960s, etc. We should, the union leaders have a duty to educate the workman that we should work hard and we should not frequently go on strike. I don't know, what is that next one? Good, bad, ugly, we do not know. Let us see in due course. What is the second part of that question? What is the procedural changes under the Legislative Code affect standing orders, retrenchment? I told you, less than 100 you can retrench. Otherwise, you should get the permission, etc. So, all of you just click that chat GPT, you'll get all the answers. You ask, the chat you say, what else you want? You want comparison, you want silent features. It gives everything. But 50% correct thought, unless quantum comes, this thought will not be there. Sir? Yes. No. I'll explain. This is fixed term is a short time life. You are in ICU. Once it is removed, you will die. But permanent status is you work for 480 days in 24 calendar months, you become permanent. That law will be in force in Tamil Nadu because it is only 29 central acts. The central government has not annulled or repealed any state laws because they cannot do it. So both operate on different fields. Yes, of course. Yes. So if you have fixed term for 3 years, so 480 days, it becomes permanent. See, this fixed term also gives all the benefit of the permanent workman. But what it is, the day you are born, your date of death is also fixed in fixed term. That's all. How to be safe on keeping standing orders so that employees will not be face legal consequences? I do not know, sir. Okay, next. Ravindran, what key clauses should the employers include in mandatory written appointment letters to ensure legal defendability on misconduct, discipline, and termination? You add whatever you like. No, I am not saying jokingly. Smoking. For example, in a hazardous industry, smoking. In a five-star hotel, asking tips. In that industry, it will be a misconduct. Sleeping while on duty. Judge sleeping on while duty is not a misconduct. Workman as a clerk sleeping on while duty is not a misconduct. But a boiler operator sleeping becomes a grave misconduct. There is a classic judgment of Madras High Court saying, railway attender, those days it is manned. If he goes on sleep, it becomes a serious misconduct. Similarly, a person who sets the question paper, he wrongly keeps that plus and minus sign, making many students to fail. It becomes a serious misconduct. But don't invoke the misconducts many times. You will land up only in court. Just let's leave it. Less standing orders, less misconduct, more peace. I come across standing orders, misconducts are nearly 200, etc. I asked them, how many times you even read this? Nothing. Don't worry about it. Criteria for recognized trade union affect the collective bargaining in multi-union. No, this cures the rivalry. It does not affect multi-union means show the 51% strength and you will be the bargaining agent. If you don't have 50%, 51%, 20-20, you will have 1% each. Your life is 3 years or 5 years. You should welcome that. Higher court's strict strike notice norms change the union and employer's responsibility and safeguards should management take. Let us wait and see whether this strictness has really made the unions think twice. Let us see. You have a session on this after 2 years, we will be able to know it. How the new IR Code 20 will improve non-manufacturing organization like IT industry when severance concept is there. Nothing is, nothing. IT industry is in a different world. They think none of the labor laws are not applicable and the employees are also thinking so. That is the point. That's why you have only few IT related cases in reported cases at least. So IT is not subject to labor laws. What procedural changes under the IR code affect the standing orders? I already told you. Okay. This question was put before I started my speech. Okay. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we are on time and I think he deserves a big round of applause. It was really a master class, I must say. Such a serious subject, industrial relation code. But I think by the time Sir has finished, sir, with so much humor, you brought out so many facts. Thank you so much. Time for us to honor the guest of the day. May I request Group Captain Vijayakumar and Mr. Mathew to come on the stage and present a memento on behalf of both NIPM and MMA, please. So, fabulous session. Thank you very much. Very practical inputs. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll be available during the lunch session. If any of you want to interact with him and clarify your personal or whatever professional doubts. So with this, we move on to the next session, a special session on the theme Occupational Safety, Health and Working Conditions Code 2020. And we have Mr. Jayaprakash, Senior Advocate from Madras High Court to deal with this session. May I request Mr. Jayaprakash to come and take the place on the dais, please. Let's welcome Senior Advocate Mr. Jayaprakash with a big round of applause. So please take it. A very interesting and a very important subject at it. So we look forward to your views as well. May I have the AV, please?
Mr. R. Jayaprakash, Senior Advocate at the Madras High Court, is a seasoned specialist in labor and industrial law with nearly 3 decades of experience, beginning his career under the mentorship of Senior Advocate Mr. Sanjay Mohan. Mr. Jayaprakash appears before the Madras High Court, Principal and Madura benches, industrial tribunals, labor courts, and various quasi-judicial authorities across Tamil Nadu. Mr. Jayaprakash advises and represents major public undertakings and multinational companies across sectors including automotive, software, telecom, petrochemicals, banking, education, and logistics.
Let's welcome him with a round of applause. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here. May I now request Mr. Jayaprakash to take the session forward. Would you like to come to the podium, sir? Present to sir.
Thank you for that nice introduction, sir. Only one small difference. I am not a senior advocate. Senior advocate means it will be the advocates will be designated by the High Court to become a senior advocate, where we are not supposed to meet clients and all that. Ravindran sir was one of the senior advocate. You can say maybe I am an experienced advocate. So certainly not a senior advocate. Anyway, thank you for the title, sir. See, we all know why these codes have come into place. There was a recommendation by the Second Labour Commission. It took some time, about 20 plus years, to come into operation. Every code subsumed a lot of subcodes, like IR code subsumed ID Act, Trade Union Act, and Standing Orders Act. This OSH code subsumes about 13 major labor laws. Every act has its own definition. Even the definition of wages, it is different from one act to another. Very rarely one act adopts a definition of wages in another. So now this eliminates the redundancy in the definitions, maintenance of forms, submission of returns. Now standardized definitions have come in. Now this, you can, when you move from one sector to another, you need not worry about the laws applicable to that sector, because if you know this, you can easily port yourself to another sector. You will be able to understand and you will be able to advise your employer well. Compliance have been simplified, and to some extent, workers' protections and all that been enhanced. These are all the laws. I don't want to read the laws. These are all the 13 laws. Maybe for your reference, Factories Act, Plantation Act, and Contract Labor Act may have some relevance. So all these acts, so many sections, 600 odd sections, 143 clauses, everything been streamlined now. Now the coverage. Factories Act, 10 with power has become 20. 20 without power now has become 40. It covers other sectors also, as we have seen, mines, plantation, and all that. The workers definition also covers migrant workers and other people available. And it applies not only to private sector, the Contract Labor Act applies to government sector also, where we see a lot of people are being engaged by various government departments on a contract basis. Since, like Senior said in the morning, labor law is in the concurrent list. So you will have both central legislation and labor legislations. Even in the central legislations, you will have central rules and state rules. So in this also, Factories Act also will have the state rules. That is what we've been having so far, and we'll continue to have our own rules. And insofar as the central government undertakings and central government departments are concerned, central government is appropriate government. You will only rely on central rules and central act. When it comes to other industries, factories and all that, state government will be the appropriate government, where you will read the central law in line with state rules. So state only appoint all the officers and all that. So our own inspector of factories and all the people will continue, albeit in a different name now. They have become now facilitators. Inspectors come facilitators. I don't think they are going to facilitate it. If they do it, it's well and good. See the definition of worker. Previously under Factories Act, everybody is worker excepting directors and all that. Because a person employed, including the contractor, in any manufacturing process or in the process incidental thereto or connected with. So almost everybody will become a worker under the Factories Act, and provisions will have to be applied. Now, OSH code different definition. It is almost akin to Industrial Disputes Act definition. But only thing is there is one more definition called the employee. See, workers, the definition of workers assume importance in OSH code. But for the sake of uniformity, we have also had the definition of employee, which includes managerial, administrative, and supervisors also. But more relevant section is worker, not the employee, for the purpose of OSH code. Now, the contractor is defined. This has been taken from the existing laws only. The contract labor is also defined. One difference is interstate migrant workers included. Then the employees employed by the contractors, like Ravindran sir said, now the contractors have become a biggest employers. Some of the contractors are having 60,000 employees as against 600 employees in a particular company. So if they have employees to manage their own affairs within their factory or within their establishment, they don't become a contract labor, provided they have the appointment order, periodical increases, and so on and so forth. Now, contract labor law applies if you engage more than 20 contract labor. Previously it was 20, now it is 50. 50, if you engage more than 50 contract labor, the contract labor applies. Engagement of contract labor and core activity prohibited. So far you have enjoyed the immunity, even though there is a provision under the Contract Labor Act to prohibit employment of contract labor in whichever way the government decides. Strictly speaking, there is no prohibition till 2311. You could engage contract labor in any area and any activity if you want. Only difference is our department will not give you license. They will give you license only for housekeeping and loading and unloading. They will not, as a matter of practice, they don't give licenses for core activities. Still, we will violate the law with impunity. We'll take license for loading and unloading and housekeeping, and we'll engage them in core activities. One of the license condition is, if those people do the work of same and similar nature of the permanent employees, we are supposed to pay the same and similar wages and extend the same and similar conditions of service to them. Still, we don't do it. In one shift, regular employees will do the same work. In the second shift, contract labor will do the same work. In one shift, both work in hand. Still, we pay the contract labor minimum wages and we pay the better wages to the permanent employees. So, exploitation from the management, exploitation from the permanent workforce. Let us see, now it is going to stop. Now there is a blanket prohibition of engagement of contract labor in core activities. Kindly see the definition. The code there defines core activity as any activity for which the establishment is set up, includes any activity which is essential and necessary thereto. So this is what the definition of core activity. So every rule has an exception. This also has some exceptions. Normal functioning of the establishment is such a way is ordinarily done through a contract. For example, if you have one department, if you are completely operating with the contract labor, then perhaps you may take a stand that this has been normally handled by the contractor, or particular process, if it is handled by the contractor, you can take a stand that this has been normally handled by the contractor. So that will be continued to handle by the contract labor. Then the activities are such, they do not require full-time workers for the major portion of the working hours in a day. For example, let us assume the forklift operators. Within the shop floor, they need to take the raw material and go and keep it. Once finished products are ready, they need to bring it to warehouse. They may not be working for a full day. So in those cases, I'm not just giving an example. You guys will know better because you know how the factories and shop floors operate on day-to-day basis. Maybe those activities may fall in this category. The third one is sudden increase in work orders. Let us say, usually those circumstances will come very rarely, like we had it in pandemic. All of a sudden, all of us wanted to have Covishield or the other injection. It very rarely happens, but if that happens, you can do it. Then, if there is a dispute as to whether a particular activity is core activity or not, the government is going to appoint a designated authority, and he will advise the government on that whether to treat it as a core activity or non-core activity. Now let us see what are the non-core activities. These are all the non-core activities. Non-core activities are nothing but support activities. Sanitation, watch and ward, canteen, loading and unloading, This running hospital training institutes is added. Then courier service, civil and other construction, gardening, transport, and any activity of intermittent in nature. These are all the non-core activities. I'm not sure are most of the companies, I think you use contract labor not only for this non-core activities, you also use them for core activities. Now the code has come into operation, at least these definition parts. If you are engaging them on core activities, you will be doing violence to the act. How are you going to deal with it? One answer is fixed term employees. But like one of our friend has asked the question, how long you are going to keep them as fixed term employees? 1 year, 2 years, 5 years? There is no cap. So we are going to end up in exploiting it. Unions are going to challenge it, and the courts are going to come down heavily on us. So anyway, that will take another 3-4 years, and we will see what happens at that time. So even for FTCs, what happens if you engage FTCs? You have a cost saving here as a contract labor. If you engage FTC and you need to pay same wages and same other benefits and conditions of service, absolutely there is no cost savings, excepting you will save some retrenchment compensation if you dismiss them, because you will end up in paying gratuity also. Then, like that interesting question posed, what happens if somebody completes 480 days? We have state law which says in 2 years, if somebody completes 480 days, they need to be made permanent. And we have central law which allows us to engage people on fixed term on a written contract. We are already having it under section 2 OOBB, but that is being used only for projects and other aspects. When we tried to use that, court has said, sorry, this is exploitation, unfair labor practice and all that. So the question will come now, which law will prevail? Whether central law or state law? State law has also received the president's assent. Now there are too many interpretations involved in that. The subsequent central law will prevail over the previous state law, or previous state special law will prevail over the central law. So these are all the things, jurisprudential issues. It will take some time to settle down. Immediately the question will come to our mind, sir, like contract labor, we will engage only for 1 year or 1.5 years. Then we will keep on shifting. Where will you go for talent? Your production department will insist on the person who is already trained on it. Even though we have training program for 2 years, and I don't think we are doing rocket science, all is necessary is for 10-15 days for somebody to learn. Even for those 10-15 days, the production will suffer. Our guy is going to ask the same person. So these are all the practical issues that you may face. Legal issues, practical issues, only time will give you the solution. Now, it also defines establishment, what is mean by industry, and how many employees should be involved to decide whether it is industry and all that. These are all the definitions. Perhaps when we get deep into the act, that will may be necessary. For the time being, this is only for your information. Now, hazardous process, it is described here. If the products are byproduct, finished product, if it endangers some human life, if it is mishandled, then that is a hazardous process. This assumes relevance because of the punishment in case of violations, in case of accidents. Because normally, any law will say fine or imprisonment or both. When we go to court, ultimately judge will impose fine, we will pay the fine and come. But this hazardous process alone will have fine and imprisonment. So we will come to that prosecution part later. Then interstate migrant workers been stipulated. One good thing is it restricts them to the persons who are drawing less than 18,000 rupees per month. As long as they get more than 18,000 rupees, they ceases to be interstate migrant worker for the purpose of this enactment. All his record is he has to come from one state to another and his salary should be below 18,000 rupees. Now, the most interesting definition, wages. Of course, this is the subject for Code on Wages and Code on Social Security. But anyway, it is part of the OSH code also. It gives two baskets. Basket A says all remunerations, whether express or implied, all remunerations. They also gave some examples, including basic pay, dearness allowance, and all that. So, wages means the gross minus basket B. So, basket B bonus that is being paid once in a year normally, but for the contract labor we pay once in every month in order to make the take home attractive. So that is there, that is excluded. You cannot add it in the wages. Number two, value of house accommodation, very rarely it is being provided now. Number three, PF and pension contributions. They have also added interest accrued thereon. Nobody will be able to find out how much interest is accrued unless otherwise they follow the PF account. Particularly the management person would find it very difficult to see how much interest he has accrued on. Conveyance allowance, no problem. Special expenditure may be rare. House rent allowance, overtime allowance. So accepting this red, all those things, they don't recur on a monthly basis. So effectively, if you see, for a employee is receiving good salary, only HRA and the conveyance allowance will get excluded from the definition. Now let us assume somebody is drawing basic and DA conveyance allowance in HRA. Let us assume this HRA in conveyance becomes 30% of the gross wages. Then the entire 70%, unless otherwise it is covered by the exclusion found in basket B, it will become wages. So if it is 70%, it will be taken into for consideration for deciding gratuity, for deciding leave encashment, for deciding all other cash payments. So what happens if exclusion goes beyond 50? I don't think you can put conveyance allowance and HRA into 55% or 56%. So if it goes beyond 50, then 50 will be the basket A. That will be considered for the purpose for deciding whether what is meant by wages. So I don't think in most of your cases, unless otherwise they are drawing minimum wages, the bracket A should be more, bracket B should be less. But the question nowadays that are being posed is, can we keep the bracket A at 51%? Why do you want to keep it at 51%? Because we have got so many variables. You have bonus, you may have performance incentive, for sales promotion employees, you'll have commissions, you have overtime. If we keep it exactly on 51%, then what will be the overtime allowance? If somebody works for, let us assume 40 hours in a week, now we have about 125 hours as overtime. If he works for 40 hours, you will have a circular error ultimately. In order to decide overtime, you need to decide wages. In order to decide what is meant by wages, you need to decide overtime. Ultimately, you will end up in creating confusion. So, best way is keep basket A between 60 and 70. I know I will become very unpopular if I say this, because everybody would be wanting to have basket A only at 51%. But certainly you are going to face a problem. If you have 1,000 employees, you need to look at each and every employee every month to decide what is basket A. That is going to hurt you very badly, and it is going to be an enormous exercise unless otherwise you have some algorithm to decide on for each and every one. And I'm sure that this, the very definition itself is going to become a financial product. Every company would want to know how to keep it at the level of 51. Ultimately, you will end up in discussing with your auditors. But the problem is this. If you keep it at 51 or 55, you are going to have a hell of a lot of problem. So, keeping it between 60 and 70 may solve the problem to some extent. So, to sum up this wages issue, gross minus basket B becomes wages. It is not 51%. If your basket B is already 70%, then 70% is wages, not 51%. Now, this act also provides for registration, fortunately, electronic registration. If can certainly apply, if they don't grant the licenses within particular period of time, automatically deemed the licensor. It's deemed to that the license are granted. We have such provision in the ID Act. You can, if Chapter B applies, that means if you have more than 100 people in a preceding 12 months, you need to go for, you apply for closure, apply for layoff, apply for retrenchment. If the government doesn't pass an order within 60 days, then deemed closure comes into picture, you can close and go. That very seldom happened, but at least it has been brought in, put into use in this enactment that you need not worry about bureaucratic hurdles. Apply for it, they will examine it and grant it. If they don't grant it, it will be granted after within that stipulated time. Now, this provisions also available under the existing Contract Labor Act, notice of commencement, notice of cessation and all that. This is more of a statistical purposes. If we keep all that in a perfect manner, it will also help us to win cases, because in most of the cases, the principal employers and contract labor, the contractors, they don't maintain all this even in the contract labor. Now, you know your duties, you know health, welfare, how to preserve it and all that. But one catch here is, you need to have an annual health examination free of cost. It is not one test or two tests. Several tests. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it in the PowerPoint. At least it is going to cost you 15 to 20,000 rupees per employee, per annum. How are you going to, why do we need so much employee, so much tests? Once in 3 years, a general test is all right. Once in 4 years is all right. Why should we have it every year? Perhaps employer will be taking this with the government. You can have a specific test, for example, auditory test, if somebody is working in a noisy environment and all that. But having the same test done every year, either you should own a hospital or you should have a tie-up with the hospital who will do it in a very, for a cheap price. Now, appointment order is mandatory. This is the format under the Tamil Nadu draft factories rules. It may change, we don't know. So, you need to have an appointment order in this format. We already have an appointment order in this format. We don't have it. We have already an appointment order in a different format. Perhaps you may have to issue another appointment order with all this. Maybe this will help you in. I think this appointment order is creating a big confusion. It has to be issued because it is a statutory requirement. Maybe you will have to issue another appointment order, and this will help you to fill in certain lacunas. For example, over time you need to get a consent from the employee. Maybe if you issue this appointment order, you can add something to it, or you can even you can issue an addendum to the earlier appointment order. Both will become a binding contract. This will become a binding because it is statutory in nature. The other clauses will become binding on the employees because it will be contractual in nature. I think it has to complement each other to the extent possible. Now, employees also have duties to report unsafe working conditions and all that. Anyway, they will be doing it on a day-to-day basis. They will be the first to know all this wherever the issue arises. Then employer's responsibility, nothing new. Same thing, old one in new bottle. You will have to have the same vigilance, same preparedness, same personal protective equipments. Nothing changes, it continues. Now, you have been doing this. You've been, whenever dangerous occurrences happen, you will be notifying the authorities concerned under various enactments. In this also, it has to be done. You need to maintain the records. See, fortunately, even if you maintain records in those days, inspector will come and say that no records were either maintained or produced when asked for. So this will become a count against you if they go for a prosecution. At least most of the records now it will be online. You are protected from that harassment to the extent possible. Our Act also provides for National Occupational Safety Health Advisory Board so that they can continue to evaluate the working conditions in the factory shop floors in the country, and they can come up with the recommendations. This involves stakeholders from government, state government, central government, employees and employers. Now, working hours. There's a big rumor that we can engage people for 12 hours and all that. No, nothing has changed. 8 hours. Only thing is, this cannot spread over more than 12 hours. For OT consent required, now you know how to get the consent. If you are appointing somebody afresh, get the consent in the appointment order itself, because it doesn't say for every OT you need to get a consent. There is a general consent. And more than 8 hours, you can only engage them for 8 hours with the spread over. The spread over cannot exceed 12 hours. Interval should be given at least once in 5 hours. The overtime shall not exceed 125 hours. I don't know how many of you are giving overtime. There were days where if you don't give overtime, employees will go on strike. Nowadays, I don't think this is the case, but still you have 125 hours of overtime in a quarter, and certainly it's a good number. Whenever there is an exigency, you can make use of it. Annual leave, the eligibility has come down to 180 days, but he need to earn 1 day. He has to work for every 20 days. That has not changed. Sir, am I going very fast? Okay. Okay, because I could hear a lot of murmurs. Maybe you guys are taking separate class over there. So let me complete. Okay, so annual leave with wages has not changed. You need to work for every 20 days, you will get 1 day. Only when a worker discharged or dismissed, you need to pay the leave encashment on the second day. In case of superannuation and death, you can do it within 2 months. He can encash leave at the end of the calendar year. Now, special provision regarding employment women in the establishments and factories. In Tamil Nadu, we didn't have any problem on this because there was a blanket ban in the Factories Act to engage women in the factories. So companies took it to court. Court said it is unconstitutional. That's Vasanta versus Union of India. So insofar as Tamil Nadu, since then, we continue to engage women in the factories. Only thing is, government has come up with a lot of protective measures and guidelines to protect them if they work in the night shift. So one more condition on women working on hazardous operations, where you need to ensure that, or government will ensure that how to minimize the risk to protect the health. So these are all the enhanced provisions. Canteen earlier 250, now it is 100 or more. First aid appliances 10 plus workers, 150 workers. Now all establishment mandatory. Ambulance room 500 or more. Now it's continued to be 500 or more. Shelters earlier 150. Now it is mandatory for all establishments so that the employees can rest comfortably to resume their work or even before going home. Welfare officer 500 has become 250. Crush facilities, it has become 30 women workmen to 50 or more workers. Need not be 30 women workers. The moment if you have 50 workers, automatically it is applicable. One additional point is, you need not maintain a crush if it is available in the vicinity of the area. Either it can be run by government, state or central government, or it can be run by NGOs, or it can be run by the employers collective in that area. So only thing is, you need to allow the women workers to have 2 nursing breaks. If it is far away, you will find it difficult to get them back to work within the stipulated time. As I told you in the beginning, the inspectors have become chief inspector cum facilitators. They are supposed to facilitate to the extent possible before taking an action. And if nothing is rectified despite their efforts, despite their advice, perhaps the prosecution will follow. Now, see the penalties. Earlier, it was negligible. Only court used to impose penalties using their plenary powers available under CRPC, more power. Now the punishment is much, much more. Maximum for minor lapses 6 months, or maximum fine is 2 lakhs, or with both. Normally the minor lapses will be penalty only be levied. And the court, they do not go to the extent of imposing maximum penalty, they will only give a moderate penalty. The hazardous process, problem, because this is a process where there is no fine or imprisonment. This contains fine with imprisonment. That imprisonment could be 1 day, or that imprisonment can be 6 months, up to 2 years. It's all depending upon magistrate's discretion. Then again, in the event of death, 2 years imprisonment or with fine, excepting hazardous, everything is or. But one catch here is, whatever the fine imposed, 50% of the above will go to victim's family depending upon the judge's order. Certainly this is a welcome provision. There is no point in giving the money to the government. At least victim's family are getting it. It is a provision that has to be welcomed. So even other contraventions have the imprisonment of up to 2 years and punishment up to 5 lakhs. Pausing for a moment here, whenever you get show cause notices, be it under Factories Act, any other enactment, especially under Factories Act, be careful. Try to ensure the compliance of defects pointed out. Try to ensure things doesn't escalate. If you leave things to the department, they will take it to court. They will not take you to court. They will take the occupier and manager to court. You will never be able to bring occupiers to court. That means you can do it at the cost of your employment. Previously, we used to file a wakalat called a special wakalat, where we are entitled to represent people and courts used to allow. Nowadays, courts are not allowing it. They want the occupier to be present at least 4 or 5 times. Even though it can be decided in summary nature, in previous days, what we will do, we will file wakalat on behalf of occupier. We will go plead guilty. In the second hearing or third hearing, the order will be passed. In some cases, it will be even done in 1 day. On the very same day, we will receive copies, we will waive the questions and all that, and ultimately we will admit and pay fine. Today, courts are not accepting special wakalats. They insist their occupier to be present in court in whichever part of the world he is. If he doesn't come, non-bailable warrants will be issued. Cases will not get over in 1 day, 1 hearing or 2 hearings. The occupier and manager will have to come at least for 4 to 5 hearings. Because on the first day copies will be given, next hearing they will be asked whether they are pleading guilty or not. Thereafter, even if you plead guilty, because the judges also have norms now, and they would like to adjudicate the matters. So that means the matter will go to trial. That's a 3rd hearing. And there will be 1 more questioning at the end of the trial, 4th hearing. And there will be a punishment day, 5 hearings. Out of 5 hearings, your occupier will have to come to court at least 4 times. So ensure that the moment you get a notice, coordinate with them and ensure compliance, rectify the defects. Don't allow the matter to go to court. That is it, sir. Thank you.
You can even scan this QR code and send questions if any. We have some time now. Already some questions have come, sir. This is the first one.
See, we have seen the definition of establishment. They will fall within the category of establishment, and leave encashment will be applicable to them also. I don't know what is meant by biggest task of attendance monitoring. Maybe you are suggesting because they are working from home and all that. You have all the necessary softwares available to see whether they are online or not. In that case, you can know whether they are online, and if they are online, then they are entitled for overtime. Initial phases, there will be a lot of challenges, whether to have one single license for many factories, or whether you need to take single license for every factory. All these things to be ironed out. Government is working on it with the FAQs. Apart from FAQs, if things arises, then once again you will have to approach to get the items clarified. When it comes to appointments, now we have the model. Working hours and leave are governed by the statute. Health checks also available in the statute. Rules are available already. The tests to be conducted also available in the rules. Perhaps once you comply with it and you are okay with that, I don't think there will be any problem with that. Change the employer's obligations, yes. See, contract labor, interesting. See, you will have a problem in engaging contract labor, as I've told you in the beginning, because you can't engage them on a core activities. Today, till now, you had a free hand. You engage them along with the regular workmen and all that. Even though you took license for loading and unloading, still you engage them for core activities. Henceforth, it is going to be a problem, and perhaps you may have to find ways and means to get over this issue. See, wages, it is a common definition. Wages means gross minus exclusions. In whichever code you take it under, perhaps the people who will take the code on wages and all that, they will be able to explain it to you better. This is my opinion. When it comes to wages, it is like a visually handicapped person trying to figure out the elephant. Somebody will touch the trunk and see that they'll think that is the elephant. Somebody may feel the legs and they'll feel that's the elephant. This will be ironed out over a period of time. But going by the language used therein, considering that it says all remuneration, excepting the exclusion, will become wages. Yes, sir. Whether we need to issue an appointment order letter for existing employees who are on the roll, you have not issued. When they are going long time, I don't know how you guys have managed it. It is better to issue an appointment order. Even contractors are nowadays issuing appointment orders, and I don't know why you have not issued it. Time has come for you to issue it in terms of the requirement under Facts Act as well as contractual requirement. See, restructuring for bonus voting. Law is not asking you to do any restructuring now. All they say is, come on, boss, this is wages. Wages means everything minus basket B. That is what the law says. Law does not ask you to only you guys are wanting to restructure it to see whether you can bring it down to 51%. No, law continues to the same. They are only providing the definitions. They are certainly not asking you to restructure your wages. Rules. See, when it comes to Factories Act, every state will have their own rules, unless otherwise they adopt the central rules. And each state rules will be applicable to the factories in the particular state. Now see, the question of interpretations have now gone. Now everything is black and white under the OSH, and you need to simply follow the OSH code. What will be the wages paid for 2-3 years of experience, and separate structure for minimum wages? Yeah. See, wages will be determined by demand and supply. That is between you two to decide, between the employer and employee. When it comes to minimum wages, You cannot have basket A below the minimum wages. Your basket A is wages. Previously, HRA was included. See, when we interpret minimum wages, we will say the total sum is minimum wages because exclusions were very limited. Today, there are so many exclusions, and your basket A should be more than the minimum wages stipulated by the government. CTC is your own concept, sir. This was not available before MNCs have come into picture. It is, you need to look into a CTC. Each and every company will have to look into it, and they will have to figure it out how to bring it within the, rather, how to suit it with the definitions in the Act. Law does not anywhere say about CTC and all that. It is your own creations, and particularly it has been created by MNCs post 1991. Prior to that, it was simple, basic DA and other allowances. Of course, the contractors will have, every employer will have to issue a new appointment order, be it a contractor, be it a regular employer, because of the statutory requirement. You will have the same own responsibility. What are all the responsibilities of principal employer earlier? You need to ensure PF, ESI, everything is paid. If even today, if they don't pay it and you need to pay it, you need to ensure that wages are paid on time to the contract worker. If they don't pay it, perhaps you may have to pay it. And of course, law allows you to recover it from them. Beyond that, it is better to have the proof of payment of PF contribution and EF contribution so that you will not be taken by surprise. As Ravindran sir said in the morning, both PF and ESI comes not only with the contribution. You need to pay the contribution, you need to pay the interest, you need to pay the damages. The interest is certainly going to kill you because the cases will be pending for years together in courts. Whether the minimum wages is applicable to ISM. So minimum wages is a minimum wage, it will be applicable to everybody. And I think the minimum wage should be more than 18,000 rupees, given because it will go by the skill level and all that. So you need to wait and see wait and watch for the notifications. Annual incentives apart from 1 minute, sir, that question I missed it. I think I've answered it. See, when it comes to wages, simply go by the slide, see what is gross and see what is excluded, then you will arrive at what is meant by wages. Only thing is, and this another question, interesting part. See, this is being paid annually. This is not being paid on a month-on-month basis. So predominantly for the time being, let us take that the monthly recurring payments are wages. But this annual performance incentives, or in some cases sales promotion employee, they'll have monthly incentives. There certainly we'll have a problem. This annual performance incentive will come into picture when something happens in employees, WC Act. Because for the WC Act, they'll take the total, because this is not excluded from the definition, this annual performance incentive. They'll take 12 months earning and they'll divide it by 12 to arrive at the salary that is to be considered for the purpose of calculation. This is going to hurt you on that aspect. I don't think for the remaining aspect, we'll have to go by simply logic that what is paid on monthly is should be considered as wages. But we know how to float the rules and all that. Ultimately, like we have created special elements, no, as a filler, we'll also create something in this. Ultimately, courts like Vivekananda Vidya Mandir and Bridge and Roof, Supreme Court is going to come up with something. Ultimately, we'll end up in paying all benefits on the revised basic now. Is there any provision of count is required or health checkup? Since shop and establishment with the count, I think you need to check the acts once again. I'm not very sure. I need to once again look into that. Okay, next one, sir. Conveyance allowance come under PF in the new wages. Sir, forget about old laws. All those laws are gone. Even though they've all been, new courts have been notified. Only thing is, PF alone has been kept in abeyance by a special notification. So PF, we need to go by the old law. When it comes to conveyance under PF under old law, If it is paid to all the employees across the board, then it becomes wages. There is something called the test of universality laid down by the Supreme Court in Bridge and Roof case in 1960s. That the Supreme Court said, if you pay one component to all the employees, that becomes part of the wages, even though you pay it in different nomenclature. So yes, under the PF Act, if conveyance allowance is paid to all the employees, that becomes wages. If it is paid only one section of employees, it doesn't become wages. I'll give you another example. If you provide transport and you pay the conveyance allowance, still the PF department will come and say, what is this? You are paying transport, you are giving transport and still you are paying conveyance allowance. Those are all the cases have to be fought on case-to-case basis. You can say that this is allowance that's being given to them to reach the pickup point and all that. But normally, as long as you pay the PF contribution to the ceiling level, there will not be any questions on this, because beyond that, they have no authority to insist you. Yes, sir. Annual health check, I think this age bar has now gone 40, 45 and all. It is necessary for all the employees. What will be the punishment for OT not paid? See, there are minor infractions and major infractions. Why do you want to deny them OT, man? So you're asking them to work overtime. Why do you want to deny that legitimate right? Please pay the OT wages. We don't pay more than minimum wages. We will pay exactly minimum wages. At least OT you pay them, no? Why do you want to invite criminal prosecution for that? What is the minimum service we are eligible to leave encashment? So I told you, 180 days. The moment they complete 180 days, they'll become eligible. So every 20 days, they'll get 1 day leave. Only for larger factories, not medium ones. Sir, I have not looked into this aspect very carefully. We will reserve it for the next conference. Today is to capture the overall theme of the OSH code. We will examine it section by section at a later point in time. Go ahead, sir. Next one. Is there any restructuring for payout bonuses? Sir, law is not asking you to restructure. It is companies who want to restructure it to see they can save cost or to ensure the outflow of cash is not more. They are trying to minimize the outflow. That is why they are trying to restructure it and all that. And if you reduce the existing wages and components, certainly PF department and other departments are going to come after you because you cannot reduce the existing contributions. What is the difference in responsibility? So I don't understand the question, sir. Next one, sir. Should we file combined? There is a combined annual returns and new code. Unfortunately, I couldn't fit it in the PPT. Now there is a combined return. You can file it. Go ahead, sir. Still, it has got a lot of forms. It is not one single form because 13 enactments. So there are a lot of forms that are available under the code on OSH. Performance part, I think we have already dealt with it. CTC is not recognized in law. That's your own creation. The CCA, sir, all. Okay. As I told you, once again, I'll explain this. Everything will become wages in whichever nomenclature you pay it, excepting the exclusions found in bucket B. Bonus once in 3 months will be, we don't know, we need to check, sir. That is why I told you the variable performance bonus and all that. It is part of the wages definition, but we need to check what happens if it is paid after a particular period. For example, in the ESI, if you pay it after 2 months, that will not be taken into consideration for the purpose of calculation. But there are no such exclusions under the new code. Only thing is we need to wait and watch how the courts are going to interpret it. Leave accumulation, no, the encashment is available, so they will have to encash it at the end of the year. Overtime, lunch, interval time, overtime include. So overtime itself beyond 8 hours. So why do you want to interval time? If you cannot engage anybody beyond 5 hours in a factory or establishment, the moment they work for 5 hours, they are entitled for break, be it on overtime or regular time. What will happen to the existing registration? I think they'll have a unified registration now. That is why that electronic format is available. What is the changes in appointing surveyors? Sir, this I'm not very sure. We need to see. Now OH has come in. we need to wait for the rules to be finalized because the state government is also trying to finalize the rules. Even though they have published the draft rules long back, now they are trying to finalize it. Once it is finalized, we will know. Leave mandatory encashment. Yes, at the end of the year, they let encash it. Next one. Two more questions. Okay. As per the new code, a contract license 50%. However, in Tamil Nadu rules, we have not been amended or aligned with this. See, Act will prevail over the rules. Act will give it will give the substance. Rule will have to follow the Act. Act will not follow the rules. Next one, the last question. The annual contract employees, I think all the employees working in the establishment will have to do it. Who will bear the expenses? I think ultimately you will bear the expenses. Already you are paying only the nominal service charges of 5%. And how can you expect them to the health checkup and all that? Perhaps you may have to bear that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Advocate Jayaprakash. Ladies and gentlemen, I am really surprised. I think more than hunger, you are hungry for knowledge. So many questions are coming actually. Very good. So, because at some point we have to stop it, and of course, Advocate will be available for you to interact during the lunchtime as well. So, let us give him a big round of applause. Very nicely, he's taken so many questions, made it appear so simple. Such a complicated topic. May I request Mr. Mathew and Group Capt Vijayakumar to come over to the dais and honor him with the mementos from both organizations.
Let me have a privilege of. The old friends.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we break for lunch now. Both doors are open. Please be back on time for the next session by 2:10 p.m. please, without fail. We have very interesting sessions after lunch also.
Excuse me, one announcement. These two presentations will be shared to you, the mail ID which you have given. So that will be reassuring. Another one, apart from people present here, there are 1,928 people watching online this program. So that's the impact of these sessions. Thank you.
Yeah. So, I hope all of you had the lunch and there was no issue, I believe. The speaker is just about arriving. Mr. Mathew has just gone to receive him, so he should be here anytime. Meanwhile, I thought I'll just remind you all, request, please give us a valuable feedback. Scanning the QR code while you are sitting here, it will be very good for us. And may I have the video that we have about MMA and NIPM, whatever you have, please put it. I'm sure we'll start the session very soon.
So good afternoon, everyone. Once again, all those who joined us online as well. We are going to commence the next session. So the speaker has already arrived. Just let him have a glass of water if what. Hello, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, the next session is very, very interesting. I think many people had a lot of doubts on this, and you have the right person to talk about it. The special session on Code of Wages 2019, and we have barrister and partner Advait Law Chambers, Mr. Anand Gopalan, to address all on this. It's indeed a pleasure to see that the hall is again full, even after lunch, which is a rare sight these days. I'm sure the topics and the speakers have drawn you back again into this hall. May I now invite Mr. Anand Gopalan to take his place on the dais, please. May I have the AV of Mr. Anand Gopalan, please.
Mr. Anand Gopalan, Middle Temple, London, and partner at Advait Law Chambers, is a second-generation lawyer with over 2 decades of experience, specializing in labor and industrial laws. A Cardiff University postgraduate, Mr. Anand Gopalan has revitalized firm operations, frequently briefed senior counsel in the Supreme Court and High Courts, and conducted extensive corporate training in labor law. Mr. Anand Gopalan also plays an active policy role as chairman of the Labor Laws and Legal Committee of the Madras Chamber of Commerce and Industry and participates in major industry forums including EFSI, CII, NIPM and CROMA.
Let's welcome him with a big round of applause. Thank you for taking your time off, sir, and being with us. May I now request you to take the session forward, please.
Good afternoon. My apologies, I was a few minutes late. Jumping straight into the topic, Code on Wages. I think you already heard 2 sessions, and speakers of the morning must make it difficult for me. But other than that, I think it's also the post-lunch session is always a difficult challenge one. So, what has been notified on 21st November, you have the codes. My PPT is there, and it's MMA and NIPM can share it with the participant. I don't have a problem. So don't bother taking pictures of it. So has the code come into force? Yes, it has come into force. Rules have not been notified. That does not mean that you don't comply with the codes or you need to wait for the rules to come. As of 21st November, it has been notified. Therefore, from 22nd November, you are bound to comply with all the 4 codes. 2 codes to the extent they have been notified. 2 codes have been notified in total. The other 2 codes are concerned to whatever extent they have been notified, you are required to comply. So the question as to whether you can wait for the rules, in my opinion, no. The rules are procedural. They are more regulatory for the authorities how to execute it. Maybe today, let's assume somebody is going to retire or somebody is going to resign. They may not have an avenue to go and make a complaint. That's all it is. As far as you as an employer are concerned, you are required to comply with the codes. So there's no question of waiting for the rules. So I'm just trying to make it, initially, I know all of you are more keen to see on the definition of wages, which I'm keeping it to the end. Hope it's a good climax to complete it. But so let's try to make it a bit interactive. So what is the wage ceiling prescribed under the Payment of Wages Act? Okay. So what is the wage ceiling now under the Code on Wages Act? 18? 18, 21, 24, but the right no ceiling. There is no ceiling. The definition of worker under the code prescribes a ceiling for the definition of worker. So supervisory staff with a ceiling comes within the definition. So that is the only place where the ceiling is there. The ceiling is not there. Pausing here for a minute, one more usual thing that I keep saying wherever I've addressed over the last 5 years on these codes is, all the 4 codes have the word employee and worker. Please see where these words are used. The term employee is much wider. The term worker is restricted. So it comes within the employee definition. So if you look at the IR code, for instance, primary usage will be of the word worker. In 16 places alone, you will find employee with very, very limited usage of it. But whereas when you come to the code on wages, you will find more of employee, not worker. So if you look at overtime here, under the code on wages, you will find the term that is being used as employee. But if you look at OSH code, and you look at the word for overtime, what is the word they have used in OSH code? Worker. So you need to be aware as to why, what is it used for. I'm not getting into the legality of how OSH and code on wages should be interpreted on this term, but so the ceiling limit is not there under the code on wages as of now, whereas it was there under the 2036 Act. So this code on wages is applicable to factories, shops, all establishments, only government offices. And if you look at it, in fact, for some reason, they've even included government offices in this definition of all establishments. So I don't know what they meant by it, but they have. So if you, the earlier parts, if you were looking, each one was different. So if you look at payment of wages, to whom it was applicable, to minimum wages is scheduled industry, and then payment of wages, bonus and equal remuneration is different applications were there. But under the code, they have tried to bring in a uniform through the to all the establishments and through the employees. That is what you will find in the code on wages. Double, okay. So the word again here is double. Impact of this, I will touch upon again once when we go into the definition of wages, why, how this is going to be impacting. Grievance under this. So authorities are going to be, again, just like Payment of Wages Act, Minimum Wages Act, you're going to have authorities. You're going to have an appellate authority also as far as code on wages is concerned. So it's again going to be your JCL, DCL who are going to be looking into any complaint under the code on wages. And there will be an appellate authority also to be formed. For instance, today it's not common. If you take the payment of wages, the appellate authority is what is we call as a small causes court. It's a civil court. Whereas if you look at gratuity, it will be within the labor department itself. So PG and PGA will be within the labor department. Here they are trying to bring in a uniform system. So under the Payment of Bonus Act, I think it's a simpler question. You have a ceiling of. So what is it under the code? So here, if you look at certain aspects, for instance, I'm just slightly deviating. You would have heard from Mr. Ravindran on the IR code. When it comes to your standing orders, as on date, Tamil Nadu has its own standing orders. Kerala has its own standing orders. But under the IR code, they wanted to have a uniform standing orders. So only the central government can give a model. So Kanyakumari to Kashmir, the standing orders is going to be the same. That's the idea. But here, when it came to bonus, they left it to the appropriate government to fix. Whereas currently bonus across India is 21,000. So these are small things, mistakes that have been committed by the legislature when they are doing. The idea is not to, leave the power to each of the states to do it. But unfortunately, that's how it has happened. So the word used in the ceiling for under the bonus, code on wages, is that the appropriate government will fix. So Tamil Nadu tomorrow can fix 25,000, Karnataka can fix 30,000. That is again going to be challenging because the profits of the same company, let's assume you are a company having operations in 5-6 states. If each state is going to fix a different ceiling, then some set of employees will get it in Tamil Nadu, whereas some set in Andhra may not get it, somebody in Maharashtra may not get it. So these kind of challenges are going to come in the bonus is concerned. So this is a case of where I am gone a little prospective here. It's a case of 26-27 where you're saying that the union has filed a dispute asking for a higher bonus. There is a litigation between you and the union. What are you required to do as an employer? You can wait for the dispute to get resolved, or what are you to do? Fantastic. Most of you seem to know more code than me. So Section 39(2) mandates that a minimum bonus has to be paid. So even if there is going to be a litigation between you and your employees, it is not that you can just simply wait and arm twist them going forward saying, I will not pay, come to my terms, only then I'll pay. You still need to pay the minimum bonus. So the manufacturing sector is concerned, these certain small leverages that were there is no longer there. This concept of floor wage. Okay, central government. Central government fixes it for whom? What is this floor wage? The floor wage is in fact not a new concept. First, let's get that. It's already there. Central government can tell, for instance, Tamil Nadu government, we have seen the cost of living in your state. Your minimum of the minimum wages should be 15,000. Don't fix any minimum wages less than 15,000. So the directive, what is this floor wages is? It is a direction to the government. It has got nothing to do with any one of you. So the central government is going to tell each state government. So it could tell in Northeast in Assam, okay, your cost of living is low, you can fix 9,000. But it has to be a minimum 9,000 and above. But when it comes to a more prosperous state, it could say, no, you have to fix it more than 20,000. So that power is given to the central government. It's seldom exercised, it's already there. So this is being spoken about much, saying that this floor wages. Floor wages has got nothing to do with any one of you in this room, unless you're from a government department. So the government is going to tell the government, please fix at this rate. So they have to do it with the consultation with the state government and the Central Advisory Board. Minimum wages can be fixed under the code. I know it's a very... Today, if you look at the minimum wages, Tamil Nadu, for instance, has around 70 scheduled industries. So from security agency to rubber industry to chemical industry to, all kinds of things, carpentry, aplam making, different things. If you look at, there are 70 different industries. So for each industry, a minimum rates of wages is fixed. Going forward, it is not going to be industry based. It is going to be skill based. It's already there even under the Minimum Wages Act. In fact, today if you look at Delhi does this already. So if you look at Delhi's minimum wages, you will find 10 standard, 12 standard, degree holder. So based on educational qualification, minimum wages is fixed. Apart from it, driver, security guard. So that's all common. But today if you look at it, you take our Tamil Nadu government's GO, the driver minimum wages for shop sack could be around 16,000. But the driver minimum wages for a chemical industry could be, I'm just giving you examples, it's not the actual amounts, could be 14,000. And the driver for some other minimum wages industry could be 18,000. But the work of a driver in any of the establishments is the same. He's going to be driving a car. That's it. So this is the kind of disparity that is there. It's even worse in Tamil Nadu. If you look at tailor for a ready-made garment industry is different, for a hosiery is different, and then there is something called as a home cotton or something where the bed linen and things. That third industry, if you look at it, is different. It's all tailors, but different rates of wages. So these kind of anomalies is what is tried to be fixed. So there is going to be a whole list of skill based on which you're going to. So if you take carpenter, it will be the same. You take a fitter, machinist. So it's going to be the same rates of minimum wages. The industry is not going to determine the rate of minimum wages. So just an example, if you look at security guard, the new level in the skill, in the right hand side, what you see is they've given it a serial number 283, the security guard, and then the appropriate government will now notify the rates of minimum wage for the security guard. So where he is going to provide security is going to be immaterial going forward. As on date, it is material. Where he provides the security, I'll again try to explain it once again later, time permitting. So bonus, gratuity can be forfeited. Similarly, can bonus be forfeited? Okay, then only for A, nobody for D. So you can forfeit. Many of you again here, conviction means it's a criminal act. There should be a criminal conviction. So again here, what they mean, this is again poor drafting. Conviction for sexual harassment means you have to be convicted not by a posh. Is it by posh or is it by a court? So is it going to happen in the same year? You terminate him today, you're going to pay a bonus to him today. By this time, is he going to get convicted in a court? Your liability to pay bonus arises by November. By the time, will you be able to get a conviction? So these are things which could have a little bit more of application of mind could have been there. Here, an employer fails to pay an amount due to an employee in the court. What is the remedy available to the employee? Okay, I will hold the answer for now. We'll go with this more like you can to the next is this is even more. If an employer fails to pay an amount due to an employee in the court, who can make an application? Any of the above. So anyone can make an application if there be a default. Three years? Sure. Do you know what is there under the payment of wages today? What is it under the minimum wages today? So yes, they have increased it to 3 years. So under the payment of wages and minimum wages, it was much lesser. So this is slightly a favorable provision that has been brought about, where up to 3 years they can make a claim for any amounts due under the code on wages. So you again don't pay. So the question here is, you are an employer, you failed to pay something that the employee is entitled under the code on wages. He can make an application for the amount with the authority. So that we already saw in the earlier question. He can make, trade union can make, or the inspector can make saying employer has not paid. Please ask the employer to pay the amount. Apart from it, you can also seek a criminal prosecution. The code provides for it. All right. The question that I am asking here is, who can file it? Why am I asking this question? Why is this relevant today? As on date, under all the labor laws, whichever labor law you take, it is only the authority can launch a prosecution against an employer. So unless the Secretary of Labor of the concerned states approve, or if it is in the Factories Act, the DISH has to approve, apart from it, they cannot prosecute an employer. So may it be under payment of wages or minimum wages, the government is the only person who can prosecute an employer. Maybe I can, as an employee or a trade union, can give a complaint to the government. Government can then take it up. But no employee or trade union can directly file a criminal complaint till date. For the first time, Code on Wages enables this. Was this done with an intent or is it by mistake? Again, is something we need to see. Because this is going to create more havoc. So tomorrow, let's assume there is 2 rupees shortfall. 2 rupees. Employee can go and file against your managing director sitting abroad a criminal complaint, and a criminal court can ask him to come. Oh, you're sitting in Singapore, come attend the case for 2 rupees. So that's the possibility we are looking here. This is what was stopped all these years, wherein government could intervene, government could see what is happening, and then decide, okay, should I prosecute this employer or not? But today, this is given away to the employee, to a trade union. Let us assume, in fact, you have already paid the amount. Some trade union fellow has a grudge against you. He can straight go file a complaint. No questions asked. And the worst part is in criminal court, you have to appear in person. That's the worst part. All these days when these things come, all of you, you will not like the labor department. Oh, this ACL has come saying I have not paid payment of wages. This ACL has come saying I didn't pay this properly or that properly, or DCL came or whatever it is. Now you're going to be your friends. You know why? If they come and prosecute you, you can go and compound the offense. Your managing director doesn't need to go to court. Now labor department is more friendlier to you than anybody else. Whereas these fellows can straight go to the criminal court. Whereas if it is labor department, they can compound it. So again, looking from that angle, this provision is going to be conflicting. Let's assume the same case I gave you, 2 rupees shortfall. 2 rupees shortfall is found by your labor inspector. Labor inspector issues a show cause notice. You go and say, yes, there is a shortfall of 2 rupees. You compound the offense with the labor department. But same offense, trade union goes and files a complaint, say 2 rupees before the criminal court. For the same offense, then can 2 parallel proceedings happen? The Act today provides for it. You may be able to go to the High Court and get it quashed. That's a different aspect. These are the lacunas that are there that we may need to get it addressed very soon when it comes to this code on wages. Otherwise, it's going to be that you're all going to be flooded with prosecution notice from criminal courts. Of course, I will be glad about it. But then all your heads will just be rolling around saying what is happening. So thankfully, somewhere we need to try to get this resolved at the earliest. This is one of the extremely critical questions when it comes to the code on wages, an issue that we need to consider. Similarly, as I said, a trade union can also go to the Metropolitan Magistrate and file. Yes. So there is a difference. I am not saying just the liability to pay. The liability today is to pay it on time. But then it's also going to pose challenges. You think this is workable? Many of your companies will have a 30-day credit period, 60-day credit period. What happens to that? Forget that. Let's not even go into that. You will want them to show that they have paid PF, that they have paid ESI. When will he be able to do it? 21st will be the earliest because ESI payment is on 21st. So he has time till 21st. So for last November's payment, he will give you the bill maybe on 22nd of December. So, but now he can say, no, pay it by 5th. So this is again going to pose certain practical difficulties. So how this time limit is going to be fixed? If your contract says a 30-day, 60-day credit limit, but whereas the statute is going to say pay it within 5 days and 7 days. So how do you reconcile this? This is again an issue that may crop up very soon. So Rule 55 on the Code on Wages says that when a contractor is there, the employer should ensure that it is paid so that he pays it within the day. So 10th or 7th or whatever, by some date if he has to pay it, you should ensure that you make your payment. So is this going to be a challenge again, especially for contract labor? Under the Payment of Bonus Act, does anybody here feel that the Bonus Act cast an obligation on you with regard to your contractor? The Bonus Act doesn't. Payment of Bonus Act doesn't cast an obligation on a principal employer for bonus. You know why? Because the bonus depends on the profit or loss of the contractor, not your establishment. That is why the Bonus Act alone doesn't cast that obligation. Payment of wages does, minimum wages does, gratuity does. Bonus never does it because you don't know. He is not going to give his balance sheets to you, his profit and loss to you. So there's no liability cast on you. But without appreciating that, here the code says you should ensure a minimum bonus is paid to the contract labor by the contractor, and that is the obligation of the principal employer. And whenever there is a written complaint in this regard, you should ensure that it is complied with. Eight hours. Okay. Where do you think the challenge comes for this now? 5-day week, 4-day week. There's so much of news items going on in social media saying up to 12-hour shift you can have and all those things. I'm sure Mr. Jayaprakash would have touched on the working hours under the OSH code. I'm also sure at least he would have touched or one of you would have asked, what happens to the Tamil Nadu Shops and Establishments Act? You, for instance, if you look at ITES, there is exemption in the Shops Act. What happens to that now? Have you seen any software company paying overtime or having overtime hours? All of that is gone. I don't know how many of them realize what has happened. Because the OSH code covers even establishments. It is not only factories. This is again a blunder. It's a legislative drafting blunder. Under OSH code, they only wanted to bring factories in fact, but because Contract Labor Act came in, and Contract Labor Act also brings in establishments, they brought in a general term of establishment and therefore everybody is brought in. And therefore now you have two. One, you have the OSH code, which defines as to the leave, working hours, etc. And then you also have your Tamil Nadu Shops and Establishments Act. Both are going to operate. Some you will need to take from OSH code, some you will need to take from Shops Act. So these are going to be really challenging things that are going to come forward. But that's how the law is, because the new law will prevail over the old law. So if there is conflict between working hours and leave benefits, then the new law will prevail. But at the same time, your complaints under Shops Act will also continue because Shops Act has not been subsumed or been rescinded by any of the codes. So the state Shops Act will continue. But if there is a provision for, let's assume, leave in the code on wages, you need to follow leave there, working hours from there. But so much is being said that you can do 12 hours. I don't understand from where people are getting this. The code only says 8 hours. And thereafter, whatever it is going to be OT. For that, power is given to the state government. You can have a spread over up to 15, up to 125 hours. All that is given to the state. But a normal working hour cannot be more than 8 hours in a day. So all the 5-day working establishments or factories or industrial establishments are going to have this challenge going forward with the code. Wage slips become mandatory. I think it's already there. So this I think I already addressed to you, saying that from 2111, you will need to ensure that you comply with the codes. So anybody today resigns, you will need to pay in terms of the codes. The 2-day, should I settle everything within 2 days? Yes, what is your answer? I would like answers. Only the wages. Okay. So there is no requirement for gratuity. All that I don't think should come within the definition of wages. Again, so we go back to what is wages. Leave encashment is not wages. So therefore that will not come, bonus will not come, gratuity will not come. That is not what they mean. Again, this also to some extent is, let's assume what the reason why this was initially found in payment of wages is that there was a notice period. So as an employer, let me assume I tell you I want to leave. I am leaving your organization on 25th of December, I want to leave. So you already have notice. So if once you have the notice, process it on 27th and pay. But today when organizations are larger, you have an outsourced vendor through whom you run a payroll. You may do it in a systematic manner on 30th or 31st or the last working day, or different organizations have different structures. Is this mandated? Especially when we have moved from cash and currency to all bank transfers, and there is going to be proof of payment. This kind of 2 days you have to pay. These are again were not required. There is a pay cycle you have fixed a month, and in that month you are going to do it when you do for others. Therefore, this was not required. See, a lot of places where the government could have looked into this when they were drafting and could have corrected these. I already touched on this. Compounding is available, but the first time, if you're going to keep repeating, there is no compounding. So for the first time when you do it, you can compound an offense. So the amounts have increased to keep up with time. Please see what comes within when you repeat. It's all getting doubled. So this is a question may look, see, for each one of you this could be different. For most of them, from a private sector to private sector, no issues. But if you are a private sector, your employees go and work in central government, or you are a PSU yourself, and then some security guard comes in, housekeeping comes in. That's where this question is. For those people, that's where this is the issues for this. Today, the minimum wages is not dictated by where you work. The minimum wages is dictated by, so this is the example I technically give. So you have a security guard. The security guard is employed by whom? By the security agency. For the security agency, Tamil Nadu government has fixed a rate. And the appropriate government for the security agency, which is only a Tamil Nadu shops and establishments covered agency, therefore the rate fixed by Tamil Nadu government alone will be applicable. So, whether I send him to work in a factory or a bank is central government, or a ready-made garment or a manufacturer, or the airport, the rates of minimum wages will not change. I need to follow what is prescribed for the security guard by Tamil Nadu government. So even if I send 1st to 8th to the airport, 9 to 16 to hospital, the rate will remain the same. Where he works is immaterial. But that is now going to change. Why does it change? The definition of appropriate government changes. And in that, they have included this, including establishment of contractors. This again, you will find even in the IR code, this insertion. It doesn't make sense, but this insertion has been made even under the IR code. So, because of this, what happens? The same security guard, if he goes to work in a factory or a ready-made garment factory or something which is on the top, then he will get rates of minimum wages fixed by the state government. But if he goes to a bank or airport, then he gets the rates fixed by the central government. So this is going to be a significant change, especially in public sector. And if you are going to be sending your employees to work for a public sector or a central government. So this is all going to be changing now. So the logic also, if you look at it, there's just no logic. That's why I wanted to put this to. So if I ask the security guard to work from 1st to 8th in an airport, he will get a higher salary that is being given by the central government. But 9 to 16, when he goes to the hospital, he'll get the state government salary. So this logic again the worker should not be denied wages based on the place he works. He's going to do the same security work wherever he works. So that is being lost here. The code brings in a web-based inspection scheme. And the central rules, again, they're going to bring, as I said, different skill level based. So enforcement comes to the inspector cum facilitators. They will be enforcing the codes. So now we come to this definition of wages. Before that, let me just run a few slides. I'm not going to answer these. I just want you to read it. Don't even bother to answer for now. Just read through and then I will run through the slides. What is the percentage that it exceeds? Next question. What happens if more than 50% is there? Okay. Or maybe I'll come back to these questions once again. How many of you think that you need to now restructure your salary and ensure that your basic wages is 50%? Yes, you need to. Correct? Is that what the code wants? The uniform definition of wages, now you should ensure your basic wages is 50% or basic plus DA is 50%. Yes, no? I hear quite a few S's actually. Okay, let me try to simplify this. I will run through. This is, I think, should make it. This is the basket. What is this basket? This basket is your wage slip. Just take your wage slip to be this basket. So I call it basket A. Okay. So what goes into this basket A? All remunerations, including then what are you required to do? This is step 1. So step 1, you put everything into a basket. Are we clear up to this? What do we do next? Then we have basket A with all remuneration. From this, what do we remove? You remove whatever is given in A to I. Correct? I repeat again. You have basket A which has all remuneration and you remove exclusion A to I. What do you do with it? You put it in basket B. This is step 2. Pausing here for a minute. You have special allowance. What do you do with special allowance? If your company has special allowance, where does it stay? A, B. If it is a monthly pay, it will stay in A is one of the answers. Okay, I will slightly change it now. If the special allowance is paid by a settlement, B. So you need to be careful about it. What I am trying to bring it to your kind attention here is, everything goes into A. You remove out only the specific exclusions given in A to I. All the remaining amounts, where do they stay? A. Okay, so this is step 2. Then we move to step 3. Sorry. So if A is heavier, please look at it as a scale. When you hold a weighing scale, tarasa podumbodhu, heavier goes down, right? So that's what we have done here also, the heavier part. So let's assume this basket A has 60%. It is heavier. What will you now take as wages? 60 or 50? My gosh, so much clarity here. You take 60%. You don't take 50%. So that is how you do it. So basket A is heavier, then you don't do anything else. Basket A is taken up. What happens if it's the other way around? You need to increase it. So what do you do with it? How do you move it? Okay, all of you have got it right. Just 1 minute, please. So you have A, which is a lighter. So now A is 40%. B is 60%. You need to move at least 10%. Yes, how do you move it? You need to then put basic wages more. You don't need to do anything with your pay structure. Please get me there. You don't need to do anything with your pay structure. But when you calculate gratuity, you will notionally take 50%. So if somebody's salary is 1 lakh, 60%, 60,000 is allowances. You will take 50,000 as wages and calculate gratuity. Same applies to anything. You don't need to restructure and ensure that, oh, I should ensure balancing. That is not what the law requires you. You should ensure you take 50% for calculation, your complaint. Is it so confusing? I hear too much of murmuring. Hello? So, going back, I have all your attention. So, the proviso which requires the 50%, first and foremost, it will kick in only when? When will you need to do this balancing act? Only when B is more, not otherwise. So, two key things, or rather I'll put it as 3. You need to ensure your basket A is more, or rather not ensure, if your basket A is more than 50, you will be taking your basket A. You don't need to do anything. If your basket B is going to be more than 50, then you will notionally take 50% and equalize it. It's a notional thing that you need to do. So what does the section require is bare minimum 50% should be there. That's all it requires. But it doesn't mean you can stop at 50. It can go to 60, 70, 80. So the bare minimum is 50. That's all is the scope of the section. So you need to see how to do the balancing act. So now we'll put this into action and see what happens. So which is going to be your, today your minimum wages. We'll go back to Minimum Wages Act. Today let's assume that your minimum wages for shops and establishment is 16,000. Right? Some government gives you basic of 10,000, DA of 6,000. Let's assume minimum wages is 16,000 today. The 16,000 you can split, or the example is 12. So let's stick to 12. So you can do 9,000, 3,000, 12,000. This is what the government has done. Or you could split it as HRA. If I ask any one of you whether you're doing it, you will all say, no, we don't do this. Maybe true. But if I ask, is your contractors doing this? What will you say? I think I'll get a unanimous yes there. So your contract labor cost is going to increase. So your contract laborers cannot split minimum wages going forward. Why? Because as per the definition, basic and DA has to be what it is prescribed. Your HRA cannot be there. These allowances cannot be there. So you have to pay, if the government says 16,000 is minimum wages, you cannot split it. So the entire amount will need to be paid as either basic or basic and DA. Unless the government itself splits and announces HRA is going to be 3,000. Why I am suggesting is next you can start lobbying with the government for that also. So if the government does it, then it is fine. But if the government says basic is 10 and DA is 16, you cannot split. But if the government says basic is 10, DA is 4,000 and 2,000 of HRA, then it is fine. So this is going to be the next challenge. Anyone of you who thinks that the new codes will not have an impact on gratuity of your company here? Anybody saying it will not impact? And you know why? The impact, where the impact is going to be? No. All of you sitting here. The white collars is where the impact is going to be much more. Not with the blue collar. So all you professionals and a level above, you are all going to cost your company more by gratuity. So if you look at technically when you go up the ladder, so let's assume a 30 lakh CTC. What do you think will be your basic? 30%? I don't see crossing 40% even in any company. 50%? Okay, good, great. So as you go up, the normal tendency is to keep the basic lower, your DA lower. So it's all going to impact going forward. So this is an example where I've given of a 1,10,000. So you take basic wages of 40,000. This is what your gratuity is going to be. Any guesses how much it would be with the new wages, new code? So this is the impact. I have put in 50% as well there. Because many tend to think it's going to be 50%. It is not 50%. That's the reason why I put 55,000 there. For actual calculation, what you will be taking is 40 and 20 to 60. So the calculation, if you see the jump, it is a significant jump from 2,30,000 to 3,17,000. Over time, you think you will save or you will pay more? Pay more? Are you sure? 2 times today also you should be paying. If you're not paying today, then you're already violating. The question is on wages. So if you look at the most, I would put it this way, I don't know if it's right on my part to say it, most of our traditional Indian companies reckon only basic and DA for OT. But the benevolent MNCs, they take gross. So it depends on what you are currently taking. So if you are currently taking gross, for calculation of overtime wages, then you may save. This is law. Practically, will you be able to do it? Your employees are not going to allow you to do it. They'll still want you to maintain the 28,500. They are not going to accept saying the code on wages has come, make it 50%. They'll say, I will not do OT. My consent is required under the OSH code. I will stop giving consent. Either you agree for 28,500 or I will not give consent. This is what is going to happen. But then in law, it is sufficient if you reckon, and therefore if you are a company which is currently taking gross for OT calculation, you get to save. Retrenchment and closure, what happens? Dead silence. You pay more or you pay less? More? Okay, that seems to be a unanimous answer of you're going to pay more. So again, now after seeing this, are you going to still? So HRA and conveyance is excluded from wages. So it can go down, right? Again, all I'm saying is not going to happen practically, but I'm just telling you legally what can happen. Provident fund I'm not touching. I'll leave it to Kavita there to go into it. And also today, I don't know the position in this, but it's my earlier slide. So both PF and ESI I'm not touching. So there's something on code on wages that I will just. So what do you do next as far as code on wages is concerned? You don't need to restructure your salary. There seems to be at least the component structuring, but there is a possibility of reducing your liability. So that you can work on, and it could happen. How you do it is a question. Especially, as I said, not with your blue collars, but with the higher up executives, what you do is something that you may need to look at. Because if somebody is to even retire or resign today, the liability that is going to come out to your companies is going to be huge. The provisions you make for earned leave, the provisions you make for gratuity is going to hit your balance sheets on 31st March. If you want to reduce it, there are ways to do it. You would need to restructure on that aspect. So again, earned leave is concerned whether you take basic and DA or you take the gross, all this is going to be there. This is also going to have an impact on bonus. My slides on bonus and ESI and things are missing here for some reason, but if we take bonus, for instance, today we say 21,000. Some companies again take only basic DA to reckon whether they come in or not. Some companies take gross for it. Again, there is different thought process that goes into it. But going forward in the payment of bonus as well. So a person drawing even 42,000 could come inside if the ceiling is 21,000. There's no ceiling today, but I'm saying if a ceiling comes in, person up to even 42,000 could be eligible. What happens in ESI? Today my salary is 30,000. Will I come within the definition of an employee under the ESI? So same basket A, basket B, you take it, if 18,000 I will come. But there's also a plus to it. What is the plus to it? Let's assume today you have covered your employees under the ESI Act. Let's assume the total salary of your employee today is 20,000. And for that employee, you're paying contribution. On what do you pay on the contribution? On the entire 20,000, right? If the 20,000 has HRA, what happens going forward? It's excluded. So 4,000 of HRA is there. Instead of 20,000, you'll pay ESI only on 16,000. So just as much as more employees could come within the purview of ESI Act, the contribution that you may be required to pay could also come down. So the definition of this wages is going to have an impact in your OSH code, in your IR code, and in your social security code. It's not just in the code on wages. It's a uniform definition. Again, as I said, please be careful where the word used is worker, where the word used is employee, and see the application of the code to each of these. So that is how you will be able to. It's going to be a big learning experience for all of us. There are plenty of gray areas. There is already litigation started. I don't know if you've all seen on the IR code, because all the labor courts have stopped functioning. Existing cases are there. So case has already been filed in Delhi. Case was filed yesterday in Madras, saying what happens to the labor courts as on date, because the transitioning provisions haven't happened. While now on this subject, today, what are the minimum wages you need to comply? Today, let's take your own industry, whichever industry you are. What do you think is the minimum wage you will need to comply? 18,000, 15,000? Yes? Okay, 1 minute. Whoever said 18,000, which is the industry? Okay, manufacturing, general engineering. So, from where is that notification published? Under the Minimum Wages Act? Yes? Is the Minimum Wages Act today in force? So, as of 2211, is the Minimum Wages Act there? Is the GO then there? So, as on today, there's no minimum wages. Nobody can question you guys. These transitioning provisions have been missed out. The government has to frame rules, then they have to form the committee for fixation, and so for the next 6 months or 8 months, there could be no minimum wages. None of you can be prosecuted for anything under any of the old laws. At the same time, you can take advantage and say, I have 300 plus workers, less than 300, 100 plus, but less than 300 and retrench. See the kind of advantage government has given you. So if you have like 200 workers, you can say, I'm using the code on IR. I don't need to seek permission, I will retrench. And that too at what? Lesser wages. So this is the kind of dichotomy that has come in by the government. Suddenly, there was too much of opposition from all sides. So they didn't know what to do, and they thought, okay, suddenly we will just put it on 21st and bring it. And that has caused a lot of issues. At least they should have had the rules ready, which they did. For some reason, they're not publishing the rules. They're going to again republish the same rules, then 45 days to get comments, and then they are going to publish the rules, and they say it's going to be April. So this is going to cause a lot of issues, and you know who's the happiest person in this room for that. So, last bit I will leave with all of you is to, there's a lot of changes happen. There could have been better, the courts could have been better. There could have been better application of mine, but that's not been there. But please don't look at any provision of any code with your same thought process of what was there in the earlier acts. You will need to unlearn and then learn. Please look at it in the perspective of the code, whichever code concern it is. Unless you do that, there is bound to be mistakes that we will commit. So to avoid it, first, forget all your old codes, forget everything. Forget your old acts, And thereafter, try to come about with this and see how the code is, what is the word used, and what is the purpose of each code. And from there, I think you should be able to handle it. Thank you. I think I have 5 more minutes.
I think it's been a fabulous session. A lot of scenarios also worked out practically there. We have a few questions. We will take about 3-4 of them before we go to the next session. So these are the questions that are coming for you.
IR code.
Let's be a little silent so that we can hear to what he's saying. Yeah.
I hope I have answered this already, but if I have not, you're free to email me and avail my professional services. PF, again, I'm touching into the next subject, but one thing that is that you could restrict your PF to 15,000 or where you are today. You don't need to increase your PF. Of course, PF hasn't come into force, but even if it comes into force, I don't think you need to go beyond the ceiling. And the government today is not in a position to service even at 15,000. They're finding it difficult. So the interest rates are going down. So the possibility of the PF ceiling increasing is going to be remote. Like bonus, they may increase the ceiling for eligibility to come in. So up to 30,000 somebody may come in, but the contribution, I think they'll still mostly retain it at 15. That seems to be the thought process. Government is just not able to service. It's thankfully because they have around 55,000 crores surplus that they are able to even handle this. But so the 15,000 ceiling being increased, I think is a very remote possibility. So you could continue maybe on that. As I said, minimum wages is not there today. Floor wages, as I said, it's nothing to do with any one of you here. It's more an equal pay, overtime. Overtime again, as it depends on whether you're going to pay on gross or how you do it. Gender parity rules, I think as of now, in private, I don't see much of that happening on a gender basis. So I quite not able to answer this question at the moment, but then you would need to ensure compliance with the rules of each state. This is one more part I thought. There's a lot of information spread in news media, social media. 1 year you need to pay gratuity. 1 year you need to pay gratuity only for FTCs, not for your regular employees. Regular employees 5-year remains. There is no change in that. And I don't know about it, but certainly a delight for lawyers. The CGITs, everything is going to go out. There is only going to be tribunal with 2 judges. No more labor courts. Tribunals with 2 judges. And our experience with wherever the tribunals have been, 1 judge will retire. There will be only 1 judge. So no cases will be conducted with this 2 judges formula. Will never works. Unfortunately, despite experience, government once again brings in this two judges formula into it. This is all again into IR code. Yes, standing orders will be applicable to shops and establishments. There is one aspect, I'm not sure if Mr. Ravindran touched upon it. The transfer clause in the standing orders. No. So, the certified standing orders, whether you need to get it recertified or not, is something that many have been looking into. So the question that comes is, if you already have a certified standing order, if that certified standing order and the model are going to be pari materia the same, then you can use your old certified standing orders. That's what the law is. And who is going to write the certified standing orders? Only central government. State government is not going to write. The central government has already published draft standing orders. There are 2 things you will find in it. Fixed term employment, that is to your advantage. And then for the first time in anywhere, they have brought in a clause regarding transfer. Till date, transfer is governed only by appointment orders. Now, certified standing orders is going to be brought in your transfer is going to be brought in your standing orders. Does any one of your standing orders have transfer clause? Therefore, all your standing orders are repugnant. You have a standing order with transfer within the factory. But then it could be multiple factories within Tamil Nadu. I'm quite surprised. I don't want to ask you how you got it. So, most of your standing orders, except for such exceptions, would not be valid. So, to answer that question, whether the model standing order, yes, it's going to be applicable even for shops and establishment. OT is no more on basic and DA, it's going to be not gross, wages. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a big round of applause. Great, great clarity, sir. Thank you so much for your time. I know you've been doing this since morning now. I don't know, second or third session today, but good. Thank you. May I request Group Capt Vijay and Mr. Mathew to come onto the dais. So please accept a small memento from NIPM and MMA for doing this for us this evening. I think we should have a day-long session with each of the speakers that came today. Thank you. So we are moving to the last special session of the day, and after this we have a panel discussion. This last special session is on a code on social security. And to facilitate this session, we have Ms. Kavita Jagadishan, Director at Deloitte. May I request Ms. Kavita to come and take the place on the dais, please. Hello, ma'am. How are you? Yes, ma'am. May I have the AV of Ms. Kavita, please?
Ms. Kavita Jagdishan, Director at Deloitte Touch Komatsu India LLP, is a chartered accountant specializing in global employer services with deep expertise in mobility, payroll design, and employer-employee frameworks. Passionate about communication and process excellence, Ms. Kavita focuses on creating value-driven relationships and leveraging technology as a strategic enabler. Ms. Kavita co-leads APAC Global Payroll Operate Market Activation and is known for her belief in agility and resilience as guiding principles.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sparing your valuable time on being here. May I request Ms. Kavita to take the session forward, please.
Hello everyone. So the first punishment is putting together our LinkedIn profile and making us sit in front of the hall and seeing our reaction by the entire crowd. This is the first time I'm feeling this highest degree of embarrassment before even starting the session. Thank you for making me feel that, sirs. Because we would have written something at that post in that way and how we'll have to start when we are getting into a LinkedIn profile. But anyways, it's a good experience. I try to control how much of the embarrassment I'm having in. The second one, before I even start, I should know how many of us are quite familiar with Tamil movies and comedies and all. Quite a few of us, right? So there is one movie where Parthiban and Vadivalu would be there, and there is a board that will talk about Ingu Meengal Virkapadum. And with every discussion, they say Ingu will go off, Meengal will go off, then there will be only board. That is exactly what my session is going to be today. Right? So I was wondering, okay, I was in fact asking Mathew sir and Captain, now code on wages, if Anand is touching, it is very difficult for him to touch without gratuity. Then now tell me what I'll do. And he said, no ma'am, better you do. Then I thought, okay. And I was hearing all the degree of sound and the hesitation when he was giving a different perspective to wages, when all our brains were starting to reconcile with the morning sessions. Then I felt, okay, then I have some more masala to add for the fourth session. Right? So you would have heard from the morning from all the lawyers, legal practitioners. With due respect to them, here I am to present a chartered accountant's perspective for the Code on Social Security and the wage definition. Now, at the outset, Thank you so much. I have never seen a full packed session, and that too from the morning. You have been there attending this masterclass with full of interest, and I was peeping every time behind, and that's definitely a round of applause from my side. There was not even a single tiring look I could see from the time I've entered. The way you were responding, now I'm finding it super enthusiastic to give my perspective and more and to add more flavor to whatever has been done from the morning. Now, basically, right, I'm not a section or a clause proviso person. I try to understand the concept so that it is easy for us to implement. So now we can say what is code on social security. I think from the morning they would have touched upon how this labor codes have been evolved. All those background flashback would have been touched upon, right? So let me deep dive into the COSs first. So initially we would have thought code on social security is something to consolidate. If you could recall, in 2019, when the first draft was all submitted, there was a committee that went through it, and the initial preamble to this legislation is to say to consolidate social security for employees. Then that is when they had a lot of deliberations from different representations from the companies, and then they have made it this way. So it is consolidate the laws, and what is the goal? The goal is to extend social security to all employees and workers. Now the first confusion started. If it is extending social security, which part of the social security are they going to extend? If it is employees, then who are the workers? Are the workers the employees? And then either an organized or unorganized sector. So the intention is very clear. So any establishment, any worker, any employee, our first check is to have this, whether the social security benefit is extended to them or not. So that's the intention of the legislation. If we are going to approach the entire 30-40 minutes, what I'm going to have in the next view, it will be easy for us to appreciate how this has come. And I'm not very aggressive or ambitious like how the previous speaker is. So I duly respect the government for reasons known to you. I don't want to be anything anti-government when I'm presenting here. If at all some of my views are giving you that impression, I ask an open apology upfront. So this is nothing to do against the government or against its propositions. But the entire session, we will see how we can leverage on the clauses that have been provided and how we can implement. Now, what are the legislations covered? I've just put this timeline chart. It was just designed automatically because from 1923 till 2008, there were so many legislations that were there that were talking about social security to employees. So here they have tried to consolidate everything. Is that being in one chapter? No, there are multiple chapters within the Code on Social Security, but these are the legislations that are being covered under Code on Social Security. Actually, this has received presidential assent in 2020, September 29, 2020, and made effective November 21, 2025. And in that, they have specifically removed EPF under the subsumed part. So rest of the legislations are subsumed by Code on Social Security, and EPFO is still not repealed. Now you know why I said, Anand said Kavita will take care of PF. What is there to take care of PF? I do not know, because the existing provisions will continue. Right. Now, how are these arranged? This is more of academic interest. This is how the chapters read, and I'm not going to take you through chapter by chapter, but just wanted to tell you that the entire code, based on each of the legislation that is subsumed, it is given as a chapter. That's how we are going to approach this now. Now, for this Code on Social Security, if you are really watching pib.gov.in, that press release website, where our first government announcement has come, and every day we have been getting a lot of press releases. And if you find time, even before you approach a consultant like me or a legal practitioner outside, you can go through background or fact sheets that are published by the government there. And that puts in the reason and how this has to be applied. All those examples would be there in the PIB website, the government website itself. So they say for Code on Social Security is pro-employee, pro-women employee, and pro-growth. Okay, now on employees, so they have listed few points. I'm just going to read that out now, and then we'll take a deep dive a little later. So they say for FTEs, fixed term employees, gratuity is extended. That's a key feature. See, before November 21, 2025, the entire issue was about if PF is also impacted by the wage definition, my take home will go for a toss. So that means ideally, I would not be standing here today. I would have been in some other legal office asking them to file a petition on behalf of me, because my take home will also get impacted, right? But now, safe and strategically, PF Act is not repealed, so we need not worry. Even otherwise also, for your information, in Code on Social Security, the legislation itself says for PF and ESI, employees are those whose wages does not exceed the notified limit. So all the trauma that we have been having before is of no relevance at all. Because the Act clearly says if the salary, for example, if the wage is 15 for PF, if it is more than that, then we are not even covered. So not because just they are not repealed or not repealed. Even otherwise also PF, there is no impact because 15,000 ceiling will protect most of us, right? Where the wage is less than 15,000, that is where the challenge could be. New concepts are introduced, gig and platform workers. See, I've told you, right, from 1923, the legislation is evolving. And so we see different model of workforces. So they are trying to bring everybody into the ambit. Universal coverage, yes. Definition of wages. Give me 5-10 minutes, I'll come into that slide and let me see how many of us giving a different reaction now. And family definition is enhanced to cover in-laws for women employee. I still have a question on that. Why in-laws for men employees are still not covered? Because for a single child who is a daughter, when I get married and then go for with my husband, who will take care of my mother, my father? Is still an open question. Maybe if you have an answer, please do drop in a line later. Next is on accident coverage. See, under the existing provisions, or I can say erstwhile provisions, in employees compensation legislation, the accident that is happening in the commute to the office is not covered. Okay, now they have included that as well. So these are the items which I wish should not be even triggered. But basically, being HR people, if you come across those situation where if an accident happens from home to the office at the reasonable route, because we know how stretched the route could be, then this could still be considered for employees' compensation benefit. Women employees, I will touch during the maternity benefit slide, and overall growth, we will go through that in a while. So this is the snapshot of what we are going to cover in the next 30-40 minutes, right? And this is purely literature. Okay, that's what I said, right? So I'm left with nothing other than to put in some literature to us. So I have to fill in the 45 minutes. So one is National Social Security Board is now created. If you observe the government's legislations throughout, whatever is coming in for, they would set up one board, 2 committees with state and national. These are all some standard templates that are coming in. So even in social security is not an exception. So we have National Social Security Board and we'll have a Social Security Fund. The reason is the benefits that are going to gig and platform workers will be routed through this fund. So for any positions that are coming through the other sections of the legislation will be governed by this Social Security Fund. And we have Unorganized Workers Social Security Board and state. See, this is simple logic. If it is unorganized sector, mechanics by the central government would be a little bit difficult. So it has to be through state government, as simple as such. And obviously there are additional functions that may come for account of these boards and these committees. Now there are multiple definitions. I'm not touching these at this point. One is on the employee, which I've already covered. But these are the areas where we can speak now. Right? One is gig worker. Gig worker is more like a freelancer, if we can call. The one person who can come and then drop into your office for a particular work and then drop out. Say you have a testing issue, not assigning them full time, but just coming in there for that particular project and leaving, like a freelancer would be a gig worker. And they don't have an employer-employee relationship. So obviously they are out of all these social security governance model. But now they are trying to bring benefits to these gig workers also. Platform workers, Swiggy, Zomato, Blinkit, Zepto. So except for that, we collect from them. They don't have whatever we add. I do not know whether we pay additional things or not, but we make it a habit at least to ask for water from them. Now the government is trying to protect them through some social security benefit. Last but not the least is our fixed term employment. So fixed term employment, there are multiple questions that are coming to us. Say in an organization, if the employment contract doesn't have an end period, if it is provided as 1 year and 2 year, does it alone quantify that person as undergoing fixed term employment? This is one fundamental question. Or there is a retainer who is working in an organization. Is he or she a fixed term employee? So we will have to see and understand if the same set of benefits that are provided to a regular employee are also provided to a fixed term employee. And if the job allocation is also defined, very commonly project based hiring, maybe during festival season for 6 months, we may hire a person to support if you go textile companies. And now say, for example, during compliance season, many practitioners do that. During recruitment, investment proof verification, you hire some people for 3 months, 6 months for fixed term contractors. Those are fixed term employees. And now they are, because it's fixed period, it's fixed term employees. Now, the next one are definitions from unorganized workers. I'm not dwelling much into it. Home-based worker, say for example, the project is given, which is quite common in rural or semi-urban or even work from home culture, wherever it is possible, they are home-based worker. Self-employed worker is a so-called entrepreneur. Entrepreneurs, don't take me wrong. So all those, the limits would be prescribed. Where the amount is not so huge, they can still be considered self-employed worker. Wage worker, or typically the workers and unorganized sector who are getting in for wages. Now EPF, since he said I have to touch, let me touch. There are no changes in PF. One point that I would like to highlight is, under this code, see existing provisions, voluntary coverage is possible, right? So employees will ask for, many startup companies we have seen, even if the employee count is 5 or 6, the employees ask for it, and we don't start an organization with a view of not expanding, correct? Under this code, there is a voluntary opt-out mechanism is also going to come, which is actually not publicized in media. I ain't very sure the reason, but this is very much available in the Act itself. It is not even in the rules, it's in the Act that says that voluntarily, subject to the conditions and to the request that is made to the Central Provident Fund Board, the organization can also opt out of Provident Fund. So this is one welcome one, because when companies were having higher salary slab where I see a trend, I'm not stereotyping it, but Gen Zs, in most of the clients where we speak, they see they are not even opting for Provident Fund. They say, I need a better take home so that I can invest better in the market rather than somebody investing for me in other funds. So having said this, there could be rules. When the rules are coming out, we can wait and watch for the mechanism, the approval point application for coming out. Now, the other one, which I would also like to cover is, in under existing provisions, if you have trust, and it is already exempted from PF, it continues in the later one. Just because it's becoming a monologue, I just want to know by show of hands, how many of your organizations have PF trust? Good, great, PF trust, excellent. Okay, I know now RPSCs will start to convince you more to get that converted into PF, so it's more for a better management as well. So under these provisions will still continue under the existing code. Now, what could be the impact under Provident Fund? So, in your organizations, if you have expat employees or foreigners who are working, so again by show of hands, any organization where you have mobile employees, I mean foreigners working in your organization? Only one. Great, superb, fantastic. So, normally if you see for foreigners, when we submit visa applications, it's 1 year, 2 year contract. And we don't provide for gratuity. See, already they are tax equalized, already social security equalized, every benefit is going through them. But now for all these mobile employees, gratuity will be applicable because they are considered as fixed term employees. Okay. So this may cause an additional outflow to an organization. So whenever you are having foreign nationals being deployed, there is a fixed term employee trigger will come in. ESI, not much, because it's the same one. If the procedures or in the limits are met, it's again the same. This is out and out for my self-satisfaction. I have called out this definition onto the board. So if someone has an answer, how come a parents of a woman employee can be protected? Please do let me know. Or when the rules are coming in, please do write the recommendations to the government that the parents of women employees should also be covered. We'll go for gratuity. Right. So now gratuity, again, we don't have threshold, right? That is where the question is. We don't have threshold for gratuity, leave encashment. So that is the topic that's now talked about. Now, when I talk about gratuity, I should definitely touch upon wages. Rest of the things, there is no change. See, you must have also heard in wages, I'm not sure if Anand has touched it or not. Within 2 working days, full and final settlement will have to be done. Imagine a situation where we don't even recover any, we have some lot of money to recover from the employee. How can we do a full and final settlement in 2 days? And now what is covered under full and final settlement? There is still, it's a question that is to be answered. But now, as of now, my understanding and my view is that since court specifically says gratuity 30 days limit is available, let's have 30 days assumed and we'll keep it out of the 2 days limit. Now for gratuity, I know I am differing from Anand's view. Anand is not here. Okay, fine. So, and I was telling Mr. Rajendran that again, some more fun is going to be there. But let me take it a clear example, okay? Let's read the definition, what is provided in that. It says everything is part of wages. So my entire amount. Now let me assume, I don't wear a basket and all there in the slide, but let's visualize we have one green basket, which has all components that is put. put in, right? Whatever is coming in the employment contract, it is there already. Now, from that, each and every component will have to be analyzed to see if this fall under the exclusions bucket. This is how the definition reads. Why are we complicating? I'm not very sure of. Right. So I, with due respect to all the speakers again, let's read by the definition. It says all remuneration by whatever name it is called, including basic DA and retaining allowance. It's just more of clarificatory nature. So if 100 is my all the components available in my employment contract, that 100 will be in my green barrel. Okay, because we are dealing with big shots, so I'm adding a green barrel, that much amount we have. Now each and every component I analyze and I see whether it is falling under this box. Specified exclusion, HRA excluded. I will pull it out and put it under my red basket, which is a red barrel, which is an exclusion barrel. Now, this is how we are going to start our analysis with. So now then I will compare if my red barrel is more than 50% or not. So I have a fundamental conflict when in the previous discussion, I think many of you have agreed also that if the remuneration and 50% is already covered as wage, then we don't have a challenge. I have a different answer to it. Now let's take this example, right? Or before that, let me go to a easy one. Okay, let me take this one. Okay, so you've been attending 3 sessions, right? Let's try. So we have basic, let's go scenario A. I would need answer only from that side so that we know what is coming in out. Basic is 30, HRA 20, special allowance is 50. So under PF, presently if it's more than 15,000, let's assume it's all more than 15,000 because it's there, 30. So what would be the base for PF? 30,000. Basic, we will contribute on that. For ESI, the total allowances we take 100. Gratuity again, we take 30, right? Similarly for rest of the scenarios. So this is the numbers that we are coming in. Now what could be there for code on social security? So I have my total of 100 and under code on social security or under labor codes, what would be my wage? Maybe for the first scenario, anyone would like to have a try? 80. Someone said 80? Okay, 80. Perfect. The second one, scenario B, if you could try. Scenario B is also 80. Because basic is already, how many of us are saying 50? 50, super, very good. Okay. Now scenario C, 40 and 60. Prachane and I'll give everything in HRA. 50. Not 40, is it? Sure. Okay. Now scenario D. So scenario D, we are all right. So it's 50. Scenario C is also right. 50. The challenge starts in A and B. Okay, so from what I heard from the previous session is that 100 into 50, if I put 50, that's a bare minimum threshold. Unfortunately, my legislator has not put it that way in the definition. Right? So the first one is I should add everything, which is 30, 20 and 50. I will pull out only the HRA, which is 20. That means 30 plus 50, 80 will be my base. So because you have 50, now in the second scenario, I have heard from people who have said, Kavita, ni romba confused pandra. I will keep my basic as 50. What is the problem now? Everything's solved? No. Government didn't say basic has to be 50. See, as of now, this is the position. Tomorrow, if there is a press release coming in, please don't quote me that I've given a wrong answer. So right now in the Code on Social Security and with all the interpretation, it says all remuneration should be considered except for the exclusions. Now basic is 50. Am I compliant? The answer is no. Because in a green barrel, I am putting all the 100. I'm only removing 20, right? So 80 is still my base. That's my wage. Now, I have also heard previous speaker and many of you said that we need not do anything about it once it's let the structure remain. I have a fundamental question. See, we know the concepts well, but we are still dependent on our payroll provider software, right? So now if you're not changing anything, if you're changing basic as 50, will the PF not be automatically calculated on the higher amount? Right. And we are in a difficult situation. I hope there are no payroll vendors here, but still they don't take me wrong also. Sorry. They don't take me wrong. Many times what we do is, I don't call it laziness because it's tough to change the algorithm or mechanics in it. So we simply say basic 12% is PF mudinjirchu. It's not that way. So we don't want to change the basic now. One point I agree is let's not change the basic now. But for the purpose of gratuity, add the delta. How are you going to deal with your payroll vendors, payroll system providers? If you're doing it in-house, you should be thorough to know which of the components are excluded. Now, going back to my definition, these are the exclusions that are available. In my first scenario, I have some 30 extra, right? Special allowance. This can be realigned. And I'm not quoting because you will be coming to me so that I can do a restructuring advice. I'm just saying because this has come from Secretary herself. Ministry of Labor Employment, IAS officer, she mentioned that this is the time frame where we have to use for realignment of compensation. So by realignment, there should be a degree of reasonableness that should stick on to it. Right? So what we can do, if there is an other allowance or a special allowance in your compensation structure, you can take the goodie points by talking to your CEO or your MDs or your CFOs by saying, here are the components that could be excluded. Can we do it? Now, I heard one of them asking the question, how this can be restructured. It's an open secret. There is nothing so challenging about it. There is only one way where this could be restructured. Some pay to defray special expenses. That is the one line item where there is no clarity given, right? So whenever there is no clarity, that is where we play around. Right? So if your organization is not providing conveyance allowance or leave travel, the reason is because thanks to simplified tax regime, nobody is bothered about different structure now. And almost 80 to 90% of the workforce is going for existing, simplified tax regime, where they are not claiming deductions or exemptions. So companies are also not looking at restructuring or revamping their compensation. That's the reason. Right now, because of the labor codes, now when you are coming into it, if you have special allowance, you can try to fix in any of these components reasonably. Right? You provide everything and you give the conveyance facility and then you ask for conveyance allowance also as an item. I don't think the literature marry the fact. So we all take one aspect. This is something very painful also. We go by the definition. We can say conveyance allowance excluded. I'm going to add conveyance allowance into my compensation. But factually, you provide car facility or bus facility to your employees. And what is the point of including conveyance allowance? So whenever we are approaching this realignment, see that your fact and the structure and the literature and the policies, comp and ben policies marry well. Right? Now that's where the one area where we can play around is some pay to defray special expenses. You can consider something like professional development allowance, because that is anyways linked to the development of the employee into that particular career focus. So we can consider that. The trending component that is in the market is gadget lease. Like car lease, you have gadget lease, which will anyways be carved out. Both tax benefits will also be given. So these are the areas where you will have to explore based on the fact pattern of your organization and then realign the compensation. Now, how many of us are with me that in the first scenario, it is not going to be 50, it is 80. Now, if everybody is convinced, my job is done. We are all convinced that it is going to be 80 as per the definition. Thank you. So if it is 50, then you will have to fight for it. Or we can wait and watch because we have the rules to come in by any circular if they are saying in. Because we have also posed a lot of questions to the ministry officials. What we are hearing is they will come out with handbook on different FAQs, handbook, and different items that will have been part of the compensation structure. And they will call out whether this could be excluded, how this can come out with. So they're moving to a facilitation approach. On seeing it, we can try learning it. But given the limited time frame of 1 or 2 months, you can start exploring if your compensation structure has the capacity to accommodate new components. So that's how we'll have to first plan for it. Now, if we go back to this example, I think we will get the answer right. So 25,000 is my total, and in which I will exclude those that are not considered as a part of my wage, specified exclusions. Commission is typically sales commission, conveyance, so 13. Now I compare that 13 with 50% of my total. So there is a delta of 500. So the 500, I will add it back. As simple as such. So now it is becoming 12,500. So if you are trying to answer me saying that I'm keeping the basic as 50, mind you, you will have a tough time with your payroll processing teams because your basic will again go for a toss. Why do you want to incur when basic is when PF is not even disturbed? So you can keep the delta separately. And there may be questions. I ensure if Anand touched about it on variable pay, performance incentive, one-time compensation, because when I say it is all remuneration, even my performance incentive will also be covered, right? So added is one time. We don't have clarity right now, but what we understand from the discussions is, and it is all available in the public media, is that any irregular components can be ignored or cannot be considered for this position. If, for example, if your company gives a quarterly incentive, then becomes a regular component. If you're giving an annual incentive, then that will be out of the entire bucket or red, green basket, whatever we call it, it will be out of it. But we have to wait for the clarification to come on paper. Now, having said this, let's do, see, usually we get attached only when we see numbers. So I'm not going to take you through numbers, but I'm just going to tell you how this amount is getting changed, right? Almost one time or two times we see change on account of the gratuity payout. That is the reason we are requesting if there could be a realignment that is possible. Now, you might have a question. Act is effective 21st of November. Rules are only awaited. In gratuity chapter for calculation, there is no rules prescribed at all. So that means if an employee is about to get a gratuity by December 18th, what is the amount that I can still pay? One can take a conservative position. You can pay it on wages, but it will be very tough to recover from the employees because right now we still do not know what the rules are getting translated to. So we can pay based on the existing provisions because the notification also clarifies till the time rules are getting into effect, the existing provisions will be considered. Now, having said this, how do you protect? You can obviously take a legal opinion as a backup, or you can tell your employees, once the rules are finalized, if there is a delta, we will pay it. There could be some interest amount. But my suggestion is we'll wait for the final rules to come. We can go in for what is available in the existing provisions and then take it. Similarly, how do we account? Right. Now, this is one area where once the labor codes are announced, we see a lot of interactions between finance teams and HR teams. Usually, they work in silos many point in time, except for passing the accounting entries. Now, everybody is so keen to understand what is the changes that the HR team is going to bring in. Okay, how many of finance people are here? One. Okay. Great. So, thank you. So now all these HR folks will have to convince your finance folks that this is the implication that you're trying to reduce or bring down by realignment or by effectively planning your compensation. And then on the accounting side also, what is the number that we are going to give? Because December closure would be there, quarter closure. Then in March closure, we do not know what is the number that we are going to provide. So we should know how to assess it, go through the wage definition, apply it in your compensation, see the impact, then realign the number. Now, does it stop only here? Because I've mentioned 2-year FTE still be covered. Now, again, you will have to rework with all your workforce categories who are all falling under fixed term employees. Would there be a way if that could be remodeled, or is there a way can we bring them on roll? A question which we'll have to take. I would also like to refer to one section which says that the section actually prohibits, the act actually prohibits, the employer cannot reduce the wages or reduce the benefit because of the application of this code. So if you are trying to do bringing in the employee, fixed term employees into on roll, if the officer will view it under that section, we may have to position it in a different way strategically. So there are checks and balances that are already in place within the legislation, but we may have to be mindful of that. Now, the next point which I would like to say is about the contributions. Again, there is an increase in the contribution. See, we would have paid 4.81% on the basic. Now it is going to be on the wage, as simple as such. So if anybody is coming and telling you that labor codes is going to be very tough, very difficult, the answer is no. Because of the financial impact, we are getting overexcited. Now, the government also saying there is a way to, adjust or realign. Why aren't we doing that? So we'll have to realign. And we also see there are practices in an organization which is not documented. We do provide a lot of benefits which are not coming in. We then, for the sake of provision in our policy, we mention it as allowance, but it could always be a reimbursement or a benefit that's coming in. So please capture that well in all your HR policies so that we know what will be covering as the base for the wage. So any questions till now on gratuity part? Rest of it is going to be English. So, only literature onto the screen. So, number part is done. So, any questions till now on gratuity? So, we are all clear. And so, now from the third session, the fourth session, we are convinced it is 80 and then we are going to realign the compensation. Okay. They're sending the questions. Okay, fine. Because it is going to be monologue going forward. So, only more maternity benefits. So, I thought there is no change in maternity benefit provisions like how it was previously. The same one is going to continue along with the leaves that are prescribed, the paid leaves. And the only change again is what is paid on the earlier base will now be on the wages. Other than that, I don't see a drastic change in maternity benefit provision. But what is throughout the code prevalent is If there is a benefit that is availed in one legislation, it cannot be availed in another legislation. Say, for example, if you take benefit under ESI, you can't take benefit under maternity benefit. If you take benefit under ESI, you can't go on for employees' compensation. So that is the only check that has been kept throughout. Otherwise, it's more or less the same. The new aspects that are coming in, which you would have already been familiar with, is the creche facility. So we have this creche facility announcement coming in, and most of the organizations are effectively planning for it. Either they provide it as a reimbursement, or they make sure that within their community they have a creche. Say, for example, DLF IT Park has a creche facility within them. So can this be deployed? Because it is accessible to the employees throughout for all the companies within DLF IT Park. So can we try that way? The rules are not released, or the scheme is not released yet for creche, but this is the logical one. So 4 visits to be given, nursing breaks to be given. We are not inhumane. Sometimes it pains. I know I'm sounding philosophical or social now. We never say a mother not to go, do not nurse. But the moment it is put in the code, what I feel is there is still a part of the country which is doing that, right? So whenever you are in a position where you have power, you have access, you have authority, please ensure that this doesn't flow through the act, it comes through the heart. Right. So now next on the unorganized gig and platform workers. So this is one area where we have more schemes that we are waiting for. We don't have much of the schemes or rules right now available, but the schemes are already framed. We are just waiting for the schemes to be released. Maybe after the rules, they would release. Have you ever wondered why they have not pre-published the rules before and why they are doing it on November 21? Any sanctity around November 21? One, of course, people know that it is because of continuous elections in state and center. They were pushing it from 2020. And there have been numerous, stakeholder discussions that would have happened. The other one is, according to a constitution, for only when the act is enacted, legislation is enacted, rules can be notified. So now it is giving us an additional window, and it has become like a tiger story. People were thinking, okay, it is not going to come. In fact, I have scrapped all my printouts of labor codes. I thought it is not even my revenue item. I can't talk to my clients about it. But then one fine day we get to know that November 21st it is becoming effective. So that's the reason once they announce the effective date only, they can pre-publish the rules. And pre-publishing the rules, they can't say that because we've kept it already, the same rules can be published. No, because after releasing in that point of time, there are various chambers, associations have made representations. So that's why this another 45 days is given for us, and another 20-30 days to consolidate those feedback and then release it as rules. The indication is April, but we think they'll be still liberal to have this implementation in another more than that period also. One is for implementation, government has to be prepared, which they are convinced that anyways the PF portal is already well equipped, right? So they may try to add on another one linking it to the PF portal. We have to wait and watch. 2, they can say this is effective April, but the stringent provisions may come a little later also. Now coming back to this one of unorganized gig and platform workers. As I told, it's more texty. I'm sorry about it. I can't be as lively as your first session, less of problems, and as jovial as your third session, more of confusion. So this is very clear. So we have to wait. So in your organizations, if you are engaging freelancers, right, then a particular amount of your contributions, particular amount from your turnover, 1% or 2%, should be given back to the government to a particular fund. The details would be provided in the rules. But say, for example, Swiggy or Zomato, on their aggregate turnover, 1% or 2%, they will put it into that fund. Maybe a few months, last year, a few months back or on the end of last year, there are schemes or announcements that is talking about migrant state worker registration, eShram portal notification, and gig workers registrations. There were a lot of points, and in fact there were many notices issued to textile companies asking that you employ a lot of people during Pongal and Diwali. Where are the details coming in? You pay them like daily wages and going in and all. That's exactly where now we are going to head to. So all these details will have to come in. So in your organization, if you're engaging a freelancer, just do a registration. The gig worker will also have to do the registration, because you are not going to transfer the benefit to the gig worker directly, right? It is only the contribution that will go to the fund, and the fund will take care of their insurance, and they will take care of life and disability, health and maternity, old age protection, education, and all local items like injury, taking care of injury benefit, housing, scheme for children, funeral assistance, old age homes will be done by the state. Very simple. Anything that can be done at central level can be done. Locational things, state government will have to do. So we have to wait for central rules. We have to wait for state rules for this scheme to kick in. And now what is this fund could be made of? It could be made of the contributions from state or central government. CSR fund can also be allocated into it. So if you have some CSR fund, so that can flow in there and then create this fund for unorganized gig and platform workers. And any contributions and fines that are all collected can also come and sit into it. Now after this, the point is on the aggregator platform, same logic. So you have from their revenue, the contributions will go in. Now for us, what is the impact? If you are not working in all these platform worker, there is no platform model, there is no challenge. But what we are seeing as a trend is many times in our organizations, we recruit people, we deploy resources for a particular task. Okay. In that situation, if the task is only for 11 months, fixed term employments, if it is for 11 months, it's okay. Because 1 year is where that gratuity trigger. Again, my ask is let's not do it like a rental agreement where every 11 months we put so that we don't register and then keep renewing it. So be mindful that the legislation is viewed substance over form. It's not mere consolidation. It's not mere words in the paper. It is how we do it. So your process will have to be analyzed. So if you are discussing within your teams, analyze your process first. Before even you come to consultants or legal practitioners, note down what your processes are. Analyze it, document it, then approach where this could be done for. I think I have only few more slides to cover, but still. The other features, digitization. Most of the records, what you must have also heard, it is a single return compliance going forward. So we will have one for PF, rest of it will have one return. When you find time, please go through it is already available in the previous rules. It's some 5-page form. It covers everything, right? I'm wondering why the government took so long to bring that way. So you have labor consultants, right? So there are different regulations, different wage definitions, lot of confusion. So those are all now removed. And it is mostly electronic form. And what I am expecting is this could be merged soon with the PF form so that it is easy. We'll have only one form. You must have also heard about employment linked incentive scheme, right? All right. So how many of us registered? We didn't know. Okay. Registered. Super. Thank you. So this is the classic case how the digitization is improved in our country. I know I'm just diverting from the topic, but I thought it is still a social security. So if in your organization, if you have additional employees, per additional employee, you get 3,000 rupees as incentive. Initially, when it came in, there are a lot of noise in the market because people felt, how would this be administered? Extra DD we have to go back. It will appear as demand in my portal. I'm not going to register. Now, the government has released FAQ and then clearly said that there is no job that has to be done from us. Only two things. One is the registration that you are willing to do. Second is quote the right gross wage in your PF ECR. That's all. So if the gross wage is less than 1 lakh and if the employee is staying with you for more than 6 months, then you are eligible. The question is it applicable for lateral hire? The answer is yes. If it is for replacement, it may not be, but for additional employment, even if the person is a lateral hire, employment linked incentive scheme will provide incentive. So if you have not done in your organization, just check, see in your PF portal, check with the different team, see if it's more beneficial to you, unless you have an expansion mode, right? This would be, without touching anything from your pocket. It would be directly credited to your bank account and the PF officer will do all the algorithm on its own. It's not us who are going to do it. Why am I bringing that point here is, when our government has that amount of digital infrastructure that is ready, it is easy for them to capture all these things in one form and bring it in, right? So where we'll have to be conscious is just clean up our existing data. If you have multiple numbers, if you have dues, we have seen components that are no longer existing, but still having it for the sake of having. We do not, except for the 200 rupees, 200 into 12 education allowance, we don't know why that component exists at all, but still we have it. So please consider whether those are relevant, go through your compensation structure and then add it into a cleanup activity, right? And similarly, for those who are having your existing trust, make sure that the old dues, as much as possible, any awareness could be created so the employees can come back and get that sorted, because anytime there could another be notification that would come in. Instead of doing a firefighting, we can be well prepared. Now, the next welcome move is under PF. Okay, maybe this could be the reason why Anand would have left it to me. PF Act doesn't have limitations. We know, right? Limitation is something where they can go back any number of years. So at least in Income Tax Act, we have certain numbers. Black Money Act, we have 16 years. But for PF, nothing. Adnalda, whenever the Supreme Court decision on pension and provident fund come in, it was so easy. People were all explaining. I still remember in MMA, I attended a conference. The speaker was saying, Madam, this is just from left pocket to right pocket, as simple as such. You apply, you get it. But how many of us have got in Chennai? The answer is zero, because RPFC themselves have confirmed that no applications were processed in Chennai for this higher pension scheme. It is as simple as putting money from left to right pocket. But still it is not processed because there is no data available, and we don't know. Our organization could have been 20 or 30-year old. There are many organizations who have lost their records, paper records in floods. They would not even bother to keep it. And thankfully or unluckily, unfortunately, what happens is PF officers are not able to confirm to the number that we are quoting. Despite we give a confirmation, can we go by the existing one? Right? Now, for all those limitation related issues, there has been a full stop. So 5-year limit is there to initiate any inquiry. So technically you can be managing with the last 5 years or from 5 years. That's one savior point which I personally feel. Otherwise, see, I'm working in an organization for 12 years. I am the mailbox for all my clients. So most of them will say, Kavita, 2013, this issue has happened. Can you forward that email? Because we don't keep it that way, right? For PF especially, we have this challenge. At least for income tax, we have some benefits. But PF, we have the strict challenge. So my request is now at least we have 5 years. It's actually a blessing. And the other one, even more a good one, is within 2 years they have to complete. They can't drag. I have cases where even Anand is handling, is going for 6-7 years, because it's only every time when we go, the tribunal, they say it is not, office, the authority is not there, or there are more cases, we are going to give it for next year. I know for 6 years, 7 years, the case is still happening in the tribunal. But now it is a mandate that within 2 years they have to complete. And if a petition is filed before Central Provident Fund Board or the Commissioner, within 1 year they can insist to complete it. So that way they are trying to quicken it. So what does it mean? It could be happy on one side. The other side is we should be having all the facts with us ready. So please utilize this window for that. Then reduce deposit of appeals. And again, this one is a vague one. Whenever we go for an appeal, the challenge is we are not satisfied. But further, they will ask us to pay 70% of the demand with no interest, right? So this is something which I am personally not okay with. But it could be 50, it ranges from 40 to 70%. For any appeal, we pay that as a deposit. Now it is restricted to 25%. So for all appeals, if you are going in, it is only 25%. Next is for construction workers. I am not sure how much relevant this would be for the crowd, but there is a self-assessment test that has come in. So we can't take construction workers for granted because they also need coverage. So 2% of the total cost of construction should go in there. Now the challenge is, we do not know what would be the cost of construction that's coming in. Now, one way, if we are constructing, we can always ask your constructor or the builder to show that sheet and then know how much he is reporting, how much he is charging us. Then we know if it's an excess, we can always find that out. Otherwise than that, for us, may not be much relevant. Last but the previous slide, this is on decriminalization. We must have also seen that we can unlearn, learn, relearn. But are the officers going to do that? We'll have to wait and watch. Because I have seen personally, officers will always work like a CBCID model or a due diligence officer or a vigilance officer, as if I've done a great crime. Now, the entire legislation is in a way that it's moving on into a facilitation approach. As you see in my third point, it is inspector come facilitation. I don't remember the series that I watched on Netflix a couple of weeks ago, but it says they have a confusion in the office. They do not know what to do. They don't go to a consultant. They will go to the authorities directly. And they will ask, boss, I have this problem. How do I address that? This tax issue has come and kind of this person has gone and how do we do that? That is exactly what we are trying to see in now. So now if there is any issue or if there is a compliance question, we can straight away approach the officer. Now what would happen is, so if we are approaching, will we be criminalized? Will we be penalized? No. There is a 30-day notice of improvement is given. That means there is an opportunity is provided for us to clear all our non-compliance. So this is one way, like our amnesty scheme. We can call it out and for every issue we can pick it up. But they are also very clear, it could be only for first time. A repeat offense is always punishable. So for the first time, it's okay, it is decriminalized. And compounding of offense is, we know already, we have this quite a practice in tax. Now we are bringing it in the social security also. 50% fine we pay instead of dragging it. It saves a lot of time. That's how the legislation is coined. An inspector come facilitator, yes, we have touched. And in fact, I will see if I can circulate that press release. Government in the press release itself, it says income tax officers are doing policing task. It comes like that in the press release of the government. So instead of policing, they will have to facilitate. That means they ensure that the compliances are flowing through. The last but not the least is the career center. It is a sophisticated employment exchange, we can call it. And government is also trying to improve. It cannot be on paper filing, it's going to be online. Now, what could be the role of placement officers or HR consultants who are having most of the monies through positioning the profiles or placing the profiles? We'll have to see how this would translate into, because we have seen many of the HR consultants who will have sourced a lot of profiles and share it for talent acquisition team or recruitment team. Now the government says the vacancy will have to be reported to the career center first, right? And in the career center we'll have all the details, and we have to see if the career center profiles are first matching to us. So all the HRs or in the talent acquisition space, your first step is to approach your career center and not any consultant now. And then if it is not, and I've gone through the profile, and thanks to this opportunity, otherwise I would have also not gone through the form. The form clearly says that if you are not getting, if there's a shortage, that if you are not able to source the profile from the career center, you have to give the reason why it is not sourced from the career center, right? So we don't know for whom the hit is going to be, but practically the reporting will have to go through and we'll have to source from the career center first. And they are also expected to do vocational training. So they will have to train on basic communication skills or whatever is relevant for that employment opportunity. So this I'm skipping because it's more of numbers and penalties. So so I ain't very comfortable talking from the podium because anyways my slides are done. But what I was to say is, now that let's approach it positively. Let's not have much fear or trauma around it, because having gone through, and it is not much because of the unions or negotiating councils, I'm not getting into IR or OSH code, but from a code on wages or a code on social security perspective, please do a cleanup activity, go through the compensation items that you have, align what is the wage. So it could be maybe something like a financial impact or a non-financial impact that we can do, something like a process change. Right? If it's a financial impact, you can assess how much is the impact. Now, there are situations where we have seen at least 1%, 2% only increase could have been there. So you can either protect your employees by bearing those costs. Or say, for example, if the gratuity contribution is part of the CTC. Many organizations have that, right? Gratuity contribution is part of the CTC. In that situation, there could be 0.5 or 1% impact that may come on the take home of the employee. Are you going to bear that, or you're going to reduce the take home? If you reduce the take home, will that section trigger? Section 124 will trigger. So we have to be first prepared. So anyways, you would have got your November payroll dump by now, right? So let's start thinking from that perspective, what's the impact? Realign the compensation for the revised impact and then see what could be the revision in the impact that's coming in. And workforce arrangement. There could be convenience where you have FTEs. Now the FTEs would be moved and people prefer to go in for an on-roll employees. Now whether on-roll employees are still required or not, that is an analysis that you have to make based on your organization structure. Then framework, yes, whatever is done in the office is not going to matter anymore. It has to be documented in paper. So please do update policies. I think in OSH code they must have covered women employees, safety and all. I don't think any organization say 11 o'clock mala poitu amma enaku unakku sambandham illa. Nobody, everybody ensures there is a Capt facility that is provided to the women employee. But still, in my view, it has to be covered across both men and women. As a society, still view both men and women together. But needless to say, it will come in a few months. But what I am expecting is that process should be captured in the policies, and it is all with the HR to do that. And wherever new policies are required, SOPs are required, please build in so that you have complete authority or what is going to come in for us respective. Communicate it to the employees. Have we communicated to the employees? When we ourselves are not clear, what are we going to communicate to the employees? See, they are also exposed to the same amount of news that we have, but they may not be attending sessions like us, right? So what they would do is they will either feel whatever change that you are going to bring in, they will feel it is going to impact their take home. Like that only the mindset could be. So please ensure that you adequately communicate it to the employees and track the updates. And every day there could be some development that will keep coming in. So track the updates. And once implemented, don't stay cool or leave it to your payroll teams or your finance teams. As HR, please do the due diligence, because at the end of the day, if any question comes in, it will come to you, who will have to face the authorities. So with this, I would really thank you for this excellent opportunity. As I've told, most of the interesting parts are already covered. I think I've done justice to the time that I have given. So let's not panic. It's as easy as such. And that's how I have approached it. And any questions, I'm open to take now. there are no questions, I assume that I have done 100% right. IR optional illa sir, only code on social security. How can the overall 50% wage structure be divided among various components? And what is a typical percentage range for each component? Okay. So, Rajshekhar, we do not have a structure that is given or a template that is given by the government as of now. In fact, even in our previous ones, there is an internal circular by PF office that says if 40% or 50% is the basic is there, then we need not worry about inspection. That is an internal circular given to the PF office. So as of now in India, we don't have this panel done. But my suggestion is if you have 30 or 40, retain that. But whenever you're doing a restructuring of special allowance, put it into professional development or conveyance or into those exclusions. Make sure it doesn't exceed 50 so that you do a delta every time. How should organization forecast PF and gratuity caste impacts and new wage and redesign pay structure? Okay. Thanks, Hema, for asking this question. So one is without hurting employee confidence is one crucial factor where you may have to communicate to the employees that this is not done to impact their take home. First confirmation. Second confirmation, PF, there is no change at all. So let's be very clear in that. On the gratuity, only if it is part of the CTC, there is going to be a change. So there you take a call along with your business, you being the business partner, whether this has to be borne or not. But the immediate task is please communicate some awareness to the employees. Maximum amount of gratuity payment on COSs, yes. In code it is mentioned the existing things will continue, so 20 lakhs. But still if you want to pay over and above, it's still fine. EPF, ESI, maternity and contract, how should organization reassess workforce models? Okay. Malini, to answer your question, it is purpose driven. So you can't simply put in one employees, I'll put everybody onto on roll, then what is the rationale of changing that conversion? See, you have a seasonal deployment of a particular task, right? And if you're putting them into on roll, whether your business will absorb the cost, one question. Vice versa also holds good. If you have an on roll employee and moving them to fixed term, 11 months and renewing it, that will be viewed as ultra vires the legislation. What key systems and tech integration should companies prioritize to digital compliance? Okay. First is your payroll vendor should be equipped enough. What we also hear is they are also revamping their payroll software with whomever we are interacting. Payroll software to capture different base and then they calculate the wage. And as HR person, please validate the wage like how you do a review every time. Is the construction industry covered under ESI or construction site workers? Yes, the coverage is there and also construction contributions are also being provided. The employer will have to pay 1%, 2% of the cost of contributions. The social security deputation structures. Okay. Prem, now this would be a, typical point which anybody with mobile population will be worried about because tax, social security equalization with gratuity also the money will go to the employee because for an employee, since it is a labor related benefit, we can't recover it from the employee. So now we'll have to either position it as an on roll, but again, FRRO will not agree to it. So this conundrum will exist till we have some exclusion coming in for. If conveyance allowance is paid uniformly to all employees, is it excluded from PF wages under the new wage definition? Okay. This regularly, uniformly is what we are talking about is for the one-time one or the irregular payment. Even if it is paid as conveyance allowance, it's still an exclusion because it's falling under an exclusion basket. Good. There are so much of questions. If a full-time employee is transferred to an acquiring company after having worked for 3 years, yes, the benefits will still continue. The transferee company is still responsible. If there is a lack in that, they'll have to be equally considered. If the transferee company is not doing it, the past company should also take care of it. It's a person under consulting agreement providing service being considered as an FTE, depending on what the agreement provides for. If it is like a B2B contract, that's absolutely fine. If it's on-premise where they'll have to work for a particular project, they would be considered as FTE. Compensation Act in the new code. Not much except for that which I have told about the commutation accidents will also be covered for compensation. Allocation of gratuity, is it still hold good? Yes, Anthony, right now the rates are not changed, but the moment we get the final rules, we'll know the rate. There is a production incentive paying on monthly. Okay, production incentive is not covered under the on the exclusion. So only sales commissions are there. So if it is not covered under the exclusion, it will be still covered under wage. Okay, gig worker will be provided with insurance. We'll have to wait and watch how the gig worker scheme are coming in for. Any changes in the ESI benefits and eligibility criteria? Right now, no, Muthu, because as of now it says the existing threshold will apply. PF file, we need to mention gross wages, new code will. Okay, this is PF is not yet repealed and we'll have to wait for the final rules. Until then, you can go with our existing gross wage wherever ELI is applicable also. Have two base till, no, this is definitely not going to be, this is an interesting question. How many of us have even thought of, see, we get monthly or annual increments, right? Even now. If last year, in the year, we would have got 10% increment more. Are we calculating gratuity in that way? Like previous time, it is minus 10% and now on 10%. No, right? Then this question, I think, what I feel is it absolutely on that line? So even if there is a change, it should still go on because we have our change that is happening every year. So there is not going to be an impact on account of this code, logically. Uniformity in PF consideration for international workers and Indian employees. We don't have a specific provisions for international workers. Good. So that means whether the gross would continue, can they be applied on wages? Yes, we can apply on wages as on date the law stands good, but they'll be subject to the gratuity, which is our fixed term employees. If an employee works 7 hours every day instead of 8 hours, can the employer reduce the salary based on hours? CJ, I am not sure if I can answer this question, but to my understanding, if it is provided in the contract, then we can't reduce the wage. If it's like from 8 hours, if you're moving to a part-time or a flexi time, then the compensation will have to be revamped and agreement will have to be signed. Can be availed from government as like an EPFO if employer having trust. Yes, the clarification says you can still avail it. Employment linked incentive scheme. If a full-time employee is transferred to an acquiring company after, I think I've answered this question. This is covered. This is covered. There is stay in Supreme Court for construction company ESI. Okay, I ain't very sure about the stay, but right now with this new codes, anyways, we have the specific contributions that would come in for the construction workers. Within 2 days, I am having an account in LIC. As I have told, in the code on social security is talking about 30 days. We can wait and watch for the clarification, the full and final settlement, whether it will comprise gratuity or not. PF is must for FTCs. No, right now for FTEs, the fixed term employees, gratuity is only mandated. Let's see how it is translating otherwise. Right?
I think there's a question, sir.
Almost all questions done. Oh, great. Thank you so much.
I think more than a question answer, it was a rapid fire round actually. The way she was taking on questions. Thank you so much. Yeah, good, ma'am. No, very nice. Thank you. May I request Group Capt Vijayakumar and Mr. Mathew? Yeah. Ma'am, we'll request you to accept a small memento from MMA and NIPM. Let's give her a big round of applause. Thanking you, time off. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to the last session of the conclave, which is the panel discussion. Once again, a very interesting topic we have. Thank you so much. Sorry. Thank you. So, give us a couple of minutes time as we set the stage for the panel. The panelists are already here. Mr. Pugalindi, National Head HR, Sengobai. And we have Mr. T N Sivasubramaniam, CFO and Company Secretary, Shubhara Mission. We have Mr. Mayappan, CFO, Tube Investments. And we will be joining with Mr. Puneet Gupta, who is coming online. Mr. Puneet, are you available online?
I would like to thank Prerna. She is from my team and she helped me put together the entire slides, prepared the content, and she was staying there from the morning. I was telling her, "Yarada maati sonanga solluma, we will prepare and make it." And she was helping me through it. Thank you so much, Prerna. Thank you, everyone.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the panel is set. We are well within our time, so don't worry. Just stay on for a few more minutes and I'm sure you'll learn a lot from this session too. May I have the AV of the panelists, please?
Mr. Puglenthi M, National Head HR, Industrial Activities at St. Gobain, India, brings 30 years of diverse HR leadership experience spanning pharma, telecom, auto components and large process industries. A postgraduate in HRM, Mr. Puglenthi has driven major CSR and skill development initiatives across multiple states, including the innovative Learn While Earn model aligned with national skilling missions. Mr. Puglenthi also serves as convener, CII Skills Initiatives, Chairman EFSI, and Southern Region Board Member BO.
Recording in progress.
Mr. T N F Subramanian, CFO and Company Secretary of Shibara Machine India Private Limited, brings over 30 years of experience, 26 of them in the manufacturing sector, covering finance, costing, taxation, treasury, M&A, and working capital management. A former L&T finance leader with deep expertise in capital goods industries, Mr. F. Subramanian has earned multiple organizational awards and contributed widely on GST and corporate governance. A fellow of ICAI, Cost, and associate of ICSI, Mr. F. Subramanian was honored as the best CMA-CFO, Private Manufacturing, in 2015 for excellence in value creation and governance. Mr. A. N. Mayappan, CFO of Tube Investments of India Limited, is a chartered accountant with over 25 years of experience across key leadership roles within the company. Mr. Mayappan has headed the auto chains business and led finance at both divisional and corporate levels. Known for his strong decision-making, analytical and problem-solving abilities, Mr. Mayappan brings deep strategic and financial expertise to the organization. Mr. Puneet Gupta, partner at EY India, has over 16 years of expertise in labor and employment laws, leading the people regulations practice and advising clients on end-to-end statutory compliance, PF transitions, and regulatory aspects of mergers and acquisitions. A chartered accountant, Mr. Puneet is a trusted advisor to organizations navigating complex employee, social security, and labor code requirements. Mr. Puneet actively engages with industry bodies, and the Ministry of Labour contributes to leading publications and delivers thought leadership through webinars and regulatory updates.
Well, that's a wonderful panel that we have this evening. Let's give them a big round of applause for joining us. Thank you so much, all of you, for being here, sir. Mr. Puneet, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for joining. Strength 5, we are able to hear you clearly as well. So may I now invite Mr. Puglenthi to take the session forward and moderate the session, please.
Thank you. Very good evening. So nice to be in front of the entire HR fraternity here. And I have an excellent co-panelist along with me. So I have Mr. Sivasubramaniam, Mayappan and Puneet. And thanks, Captain, you have given me a dual role as a speaker as well as a moderator. So before getting into the session, I know definitely after the session many questions will come. So I want to start with some questions. Is it allowed? Thank you. So how many of the participants have come here to understand the labor code and what way you have learned? Any feedback? Because from morning I have seen excellent speakers, eminent speakers, lawyers, consultants. In Tamil I have to say, but what you have learned as HR practitioners? We are going to go back to our factory or office Monday. So your boss will come and ask you, what are you going to do on labor codes? What you will say? I'll go consultant or a lawyer, is it? Something you have to give, no? Some answer you have to give, no? What is that you are going to give? So how long you will say? From 2019 it is being told like that. No. Then company may look at somebody else, no? If you are keep on telling that. So somewhere we have to become serious note, no? Because we are responsible or someone has to own it. Who will own it? You will say finance. So if finance gives the calculation for salary, I will do it. Then you will say this is a legal interpretation. Then you will say it is not clear. That's not the way, no. What happened during COVID? No interpretation, nothing. Who ran the industry? You people. So let us take the ownership. Correct? So according to me, my request, first let us unlearn of getting into interpretation and learn. Then labor code becomes simple. Because so many acts, so many things have been condensed into a simple 4 codes. So going to the next question. Let's become silent now. So who is the most benefited out of labor? Union or management? Okay. Okay, both sides. So always HR is common, middle, not taking any stand. Good HR. So apart from that, who else you think are benefited more? Okay, that is monetary. I'm talking about out of this code, somebody will get benefit, no? Yeah, slightly go deep. There is someone called employee. Because it took 30 or 35 years for this labor code to come. 3 governments have changed. And still we are going on interpretation. But they have spent almost a Royal Commission of Labor. They did a lot of iterations. Then only they brought this. So it is going to really benefit employees. So that's what all the speakers spoke. The minimum wages is getting into floor wage. Then when you are taking people on overtime, how the wages should be calculated. How the wages should be calculated for gratuity. So we all think how we can reduce the wages and give that this thing so that employee will get the take-home salary less. That and all is not allowed. Okay, so and a lot of benefits. See, if you look at this factory code, IR code, everywhere the focus is on employees. They have given a lot of importance for employees. Who are the custodian of employees? HR. So next benefited people crowd is this crowd. So unless we understand what is the benefit we are going to give to the company. So please understand. A lot of benefits have been envisaged, discussed, but now let us not try to interpret. I fully respect the interpretation, but be neutral. Don't try to look at things how we can avoid giving the benefit. Wherever possible, see today the migrant labor or contract labor, we are talking about from 250, 100 people have come, so more than 100 we have to give canteen. No one will come for work if you are looking at food for contract labor. Unless you give them free lunch, free hostel, you will not get people. Skill is not there. And totally the number of students who are passing out from Tamil Nadu or this thing, out of 55,000 numbers, the number of industries have gone. We don't have people. Diploma holders are not there. So today I met somebody. That HR manager is going to Orissa carrying 300 Tirupati laddus. Along with the offer, he is going to give the laddu. Then only he can attract people. That is the way, innovative way he is doing it. Because in Orissa, people worship Venkateshwara. So along with the offer, if someone is giving laddu, they are so loyal. Still you are talking about whether we should give canteen to contract labor, whether he is eligible. That will not work out. Okay, so let us be fair. Let us apply our HR knowledge, not interpretation knowledge. So next question again, before giving it to the speakers. How many of us have come to this session to learn how to deviate this labor codes? Be sincere, open. Now I am doing the role of IR code. What they have told us, conduct elections. So now I am doing the election. That's what labor code says, no? It is, we have to see that who's majority, how to do the thing. So how many of you want to learn how to deviate? You can be open enough. Or how many of you want to learn and comply? Which one you prefer? Totally silent. Okay. So last question before I hand over the mic to my co-panelists. What is going to be the role of HR, ER managers after attending this kind of sessions? Engagement and communication, bring clarity. If you are not having clarity, learn. But try to understand the concept. Okay, we are all custodian of people. And as I told you, see, during our tenure last 5 to 6 years, industry 3.0, 4.0, we all accepted, no? Why we are not accepting the labor code? We are the change agent for any organization. We have to bring it with a more clarity. And we cannot keep saying, already code has been notified. Still people are saying, one rule will come. What rule will come and going to say? It is going to make a rule. If you are deviating, how they are going to prosecute you. You are waiting for that. Be proactive. So have more discussions. Thanks to NIPM and MMA for doing such programs. And I see an excellent crowd. And I also see a lot of youngsters. See, those days we used to say, labor law, they are all very old law. We don't want to learn. Today it is new, no, you learn. It's simple, no. Those days it was so many acts when I was studying. Today you have to read only few. I can show some slides. But you read. So with that, I get into the next part. Maybe I'll start with few questions with my co-panelists. You can ask me questions at the end of the session. Okay. To start with, Mr. S Seetharaman, with your strong finance and cost management background, how should companies re-evaluate cost of the company structure to remain competitive while staying compliant with the new wage definition and PF gratuity implications? See, from morning we have seen all the calculations by lawyer, by consultant. As a CFO, what is your perspective?
Yeah, good evening. Thank you all, and thanks for being a panel member here. See, first of all, from the cost perspective, it is important to find out the basic question, whether basic salary plus retention allowance plus dearness allowance constitute at least 50% of the total emoluments. That is the first thing to be find out from the existing structure. At present, companies have roughly around 30% of gross salary towards basic, on which they contribute the retirement benefits with the intent to contribute less for the retirement benefit from the cost angle, which the Code of Wages now intend to correct. So if the companies are still non-compliant with that part, it is first important to raise the basic wage structure to 50% and reduce the non-mandatory allowance like HRA, special allowance, conveyance allowance to match the CTC at same level. That is the first thing. If the company intends to maintain the same CTC, it should decrease the non-mandatory allowances and increase the mandatory wage allowance. That is first thing. Other thing is to study the impact of cost over a longer period of time, because as the retirement benefits fructify or give effect over a period of time, it is not only important to study the current year impact, we should have impact for 2-3 years and then decide from the management angle. And on the question of competitiveness, the companies can think of offering non-wage incentives like say ESOPs or even enhanced insurance coverage or one-time performance linked reward increasing the one-time performance linked reward or incentives. So these are all things which companies can think of. Other thing is fixed benefit plans. The company can give the employees the choice to alter the wage structure elements without compromising the law. So this will give confidence to the employee and it will also ensure compliance. That is one thing. Then at the end of it, after changing the structure, the salaries has to be benchmarked with the industry and the market. So because the company cannot fall below the benchmark, otherwise they will lose the talent. Then communicate proactively to all the employees. So it is always better to communicate the structural impact of these changes to all employees in an open and transparent manner so that it gains employees' trust. So this is on the competitive part. And regarding compliance, as the labor code is taking effect very shortly, it is important to have cross-functional team comprising of finance, HR, legal, and then operations to review the wage code. And it is also important to update the systems to calculate the retirement benefits like gratuity, leave encashment, and provident fund automatically through HR software or even accounting software. And it is amend all HR contracts, employment letters, HR policies to align with the definition of wage as per the new wage code. And it is also, it is important to prepare for digital compliance because the new code calls for digital compliance. So the company should ensure that the records maintained digitally are accurate and foolproof tomorrow for any inspection or audits. So these are the things which I wanted to summarize.
Thank you, Mr. Shiva.
Yeah.
So there is a discussion also, the definition on wages. Whatever is paid on monthly is called as wages. So people are discussing how we can look at some of the things, how to move the monthly part, or how we can increase some of the things on quarterly, half-yearly, annual. Some discussions are happening. Let us look for that. So moving on to Mr. Mayappan. How do the new labor codes impact enterprise-wide decision making, especially regarding manpower budgeting, workforce structure, most important productivity in diversified business like TA? Your company.
Yeah, I'll just split this question into two parts. One is operational and then as well as another thing is financial. The TI-like companies, actually, we have full good systems and processes, actually. If with respect to the contract laborers, we have an attendance recording system, the two facial attendance recording system. It will have a clear in time and out time. So we will be able to clearly monitor when he has come and when he went, whether it exceeded 8 hours a day and 48 hours a week. Easily we'll be able to calculate and arrive at the OT. And we are also having a good compliance module with us that we will be able to monitor the contractors who are the contract employees are there, whether that contractor has filed the SPF return or anything, whatever he has to do. That compliance is also, we are having a software with us. Without, when we will be having payment mechanism only after checking all those things. Hence, we don't see any issue with respect to the operational related thing, including the safety. We will be having a safety officer in every factory, whatever we have. And whatever the returns which they have asked, that is actually simplified. We are having a centralized system we have in our corporate office, and we are also having IR and corporate itself to discuss with all the factories and do. Hence, operationally, we don't see any issue because of this new code. And coming to financial and budgeting or whatever we talk about, we will be having an impact, but it will not be significant because this labor code has come in 2020, 1920 itself, it has come in. And we started changing our pay structure over the period of time. Though we may not be able to do for entire workforce, all the categories, but many of the categories we have already done. And there will be some elements, there is some just basket A, basket B, what we have discussed in Mr. Anand's session also today. In that, we have some ambiguity still there. Hence, there will be an impact, but it will not be significant. That's what I feel. We are ready for that. And right now, we are in the phase of finding out the gaps in the final code as against what is the currently we are paying. Once we identify the gaps, we'll see how to address it and we'll be implementing. That will be part of our budgeting also. And with respect to another question on this productivity thing. Productivity is already part of our LTS. It is there in that and it will not change anything even for the contract workmen as well as for the workmen. it is already fixed in the LTS, and that will, based on which only the incentive will be paid. And we don't see any change because of this.
Thank you, Mayor. Hello, Puneet, over to you. My question to you is, based on your advisory experience, what are the most common pitfall companies encounter during labor code readiness or assessments? So you would have interacted with a lot of companies. So according to you, what are the top 3 or 4 pitfalls you find on the readiness? Because it was being discussed, talked for quite some years.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. So in terms of common people and taking your I think I will usually have local client the common people that is number one, a lot of them relying too much on social media for integrating labor. I think that is very dangerous for me. Where companies say, oh, my salary is for people, then what I have money, I can love, cash, and back. Or companies say that basic salary has necessarily managed so people say, or companies will say that for 1 year after all, for all employees, or being a problem, this will also be anything. I think a lot of people are made of misinformation, created by social media, and companies should stay away from them. Do a proper uniform law, standard law, whether it's the or the higher. So the purpose that it is from media and therefore should be position to inform. I think that's very good. Second, common people, I think I can take from what one will say. This is not just a makeup problem. This is not just a legal problem. This is not just a financial problem. We face a business problem, and that will be solved as a problem. In fact, it's not a problem. The challenge is that every people is commissioning of ministry to come together and ensure that they look at it initially, have very high and high land exactly wherever there is impact on labor perspective and ensure on that. So that's second important. Third, obviously there's multiple aspects of labor code that need to be seen that so organization like anybody who works on the organization, whether there is some cases that impact compensation, whether it is legal cash on national basis, impact on learning policy, but looking at all of these multiple is only required to ensure that the company that is designed. So it will not be like people will not talk about it. So it is definitely unemployed questions that needs of a lot of people who need to get it from a fresh set of buying. And then ensure that you create a multi-functional linear study organizations and look at each of these work streams and planning very well.
Thank you, Puneet. Absolutely, you are right. Depending too much on social media, people suddenly talking, we need to work only for 4 days. Then what will they will do for another 3 days? I don't know. So that is how they were so thrilled. Okay, second point, you rightly mentioned, too much dependency on others, they will come and support HR for business. They think, okay, we are not ready, but someone will come and support. Some material will be available for us. But without looking into their P&L, how it is going to impact, how to revisit that. So these are some of the factors which I fully agree with you. Thank you. So again, moving back to Mr. Shiva. What are the key indirect tax and financial governance considerations that organizations often overlook when preparing for labor code compliance?
Yeah, thank you. It is actually the indirect tax considerations generally organizations tend to overlook because there is no direct impact and the impact would be felt over a period of time. Some of the GST considerations which the companies normally tend to overlook is the input tax service available on the employee benefit services. So consequent to increase in the basic wage definition, the cost of the employee provided services ought to go up in the future, and each expense code has to be studied in detail with reference to availment of input tax credit. Otherwise, if the company is prohibited statutorily to avail income tax credit, the cost would go up. So it is important to study all employee related benefit expenses. Then GST on the non-monetary value of perks. The company provides transportation to employees, transportation services, health services. So all those services are also need to be considered while working out the CTC component of the employee, because the company is prohibited from taking ITC credit on those services, and it becomes cost to the company. So when it becomes cost to the company, it has to be added as a part of CTC to the employee. So these calculations or considerations companies generally tend to ignore. And the contract employees, so many companies tend to hire contract employees in lieu of permanent employees on the fear of enhanced cost. However, the contract employees need to be GST compliant. Many contract laborers or small entrepreneurs or owners who don't strictly adhere to GST laws, and they are not GST compliant. So non-compliant with GST laws would make the company to reverse the input tax credit claimed, thereby increasing cost to the company. So the cost of compliance goes up due to non-compliance by the contract vendor. Then there is one more thing as place of supply. This also we have to study very carefully. Now each state has its own rules after the new code. So the company, where the company is having multiple locations, operating on multiple locations and avail services from the service providers, it is important to determine correctly the place of supply rules, like whether the contractor is charging CGST, SGST or IGST. Because if the contractor charges CGST, SGST from a state on which the company does not have GST registration, the company cannot avail the GST input tax credit and becomes a cost to the company. So the place of supply rules has to be very carefully studied owing to the cost impact. That is one thing. And on the GST, on the financial governance, data management and digitization is very important, because the new code calls for maintenance of all data of employees, their leave, salary, safety, everything has to be maintained in a proper way. So it is important to ensure that the systems are in place to be ready for the audit and inspection. Otherwise, it will be non-compliant, so it cannot be overlooked. That is one thing. And other thing is financial forecasting. This is very important, because what happens with the enhanced definition of wages, the contribution to the retirement benefit like gratuity, leave encashment and provident fund goes up for the company. It is not only for the year one, goes consecutively. One important point is, apart from the current year, whenever the company gives annual increment to the employees, even on the annual increment, 50% of that should go to the new base structure. So this will enhance cost to the company in the future in the form of more contribution towards gratuity, bonus, etc. So the cost would definitely is going to go up for each companies. So financial forecasting has to be done not for a short-term basis. It has to be done for a period of 3 to 5 years to understand deeply about the impact to the organization. That is one thing. And litigation risk management. A lot of ambiguity in the new code rules would result in litigation with employees and trade unions. Even in the basic definition, wage definition, it might result in some disputes. So the company should have a robust risk management system to address these concerns, and otherwise, the cost of litigation will be very high. Then the supply chain and vendor agreements have to be vetted, and clauses have to be incorporated, where even if the many companies who engage contract labor, if the contract labor is not compliant and if they don't pay the wages or statutory obligations on time,
the liability falls on the principal employer, the company. So hence it is important to draft the agreements in a proper way so that to ensure that the liability and compliance is taken care of. So this is what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Shiva. Actually, very rightly said. The productivity has to be the answer for whatever cost. Overall, the labor cost is becoming a notable point. We have to revisit or how we are doing the negotiation with the long-term settlement, how we are going to consider the increase, how we are going to bring the measures on cost at the same time without compromising on the people effectiveness and people experience. Because the need of the hour is, unless you get the right people, we may not be in the right place in the industry or business. So that is going to be a big important factor, especially again I'm saying from industrial perspective, my personal view, unless we understand the intricacies, it will be very difficult for the business to understand. Because we are the person who has to deal with this and we have to get the conviction. Thank you. Moving on to Mr. Meyyappan. From CFO perspective, what are the biggest financial and operational challenges organization face when restructuring compensation under the new wage definition? You have already clarified in your last question, but some more.
See, it's a good question. Challenge is definitely there. There is no doubt at all in this. How big it is, that depends upon the organization readiness right now. That's what I see. We discussed more about this bucket A, bucket B, everything. Okay, the cost is definitely going to go up. That is a financial impact we have to have on PF, gratuity, everything. Even ESA, also the new people, or more people will come into the ESA bracket. Hence, the cost is going to go up definitely for sure. How, if in case of a company doesn't want to have such a huge hit to the P&L, they will be going for restructuring, like what Shiva explained in the first question also. The thing is, when you have to go for it, you have to talk to the employees, right? Then you have to clarify their doubts. They will be having a lot of issues. They will say, why my take home has to go down? It's a new law has come in. Then they will say, you have to only bear. Then at least if a company decides to bear the additional incremental contribution on PF and other things, the workers will come and tell you that whatever the contribution employee has to pay, that also has to be borne by you only, because it's otherwise my take home will come down. It will start, negotiation will start from that. Hence, the communicating to the employees and resolving their problems and understanding them and giving a clarity to them is a biggest challenge I think I see operationally. And a number two challenge which I just feel is that getting new talents, right? See, youngsters right now, they are not willing to take more retirals. They want to have more take home only. Monthly basis, they want to have more. That's the way the structures right now, most of the HR team, that is, you will be giving to the newcomers, whoever is coming, you will be dealing, you will be giving in that way only. Now, how are you going to convince them and then ask them to join the organization? It will take little time, because it is going to be the rule for everybody. I think they will also understand and they will come forward, but it will be a big task on you to recruit initially for some period of time. That's what I feel.
Thank you. Over to you. The question is, how do organizations ensure compliance continuity during major business events like mergers, demergers, or large-scale restructuring under the new labor code regulations? Your thoughts, please.
So, they employers could stop connecting to service. So there is no interaction in service for any purpose. Second, all permanent conditions of employment, covers salary covers and benefits covers all conditions of employment. Cannot be available in the employee and for in the things that will have to be taken sure. And first, moderation encourages employment of the second availability, then the first is the consider period of service with the first entity for the moment of gratification compensation. So from a legal perspective, these three conditions have to be satisfied in case of any interest. That's one part. The second part is problem was around we were on how to look up planning continuity. I think it will depend from transaction to transaction, like I work with a lot of states, especially where there are two entities, whether it's one entity has their side for other capacity, and that entity does not have these it becomes very complicated. So it's not planned early on, can be serious of plans and employee experience. So especially around corporate fund around that around the cash, especially getting a private those scenarios you get eligibility because especially where you have good activities it becomes quite complicated. And the third and last piece I would say is around years transfers because the research which require single require single problem account can be quite tricky, especially similar to that but universal account number or there are some gaps in what we call the trust people sort of people like they or years we can see that multiple times emerging within products. So all these things are planned to quickly or later for especially between standard very criteria and raspberry plus and for ensuring that we have products in and where all of this are ideas are should be.
Thank you so much, Punit. There is the last round of questions, which again I will start from Shiva. Given your M&A and treasury experience, how do the new labor code influence financial due diligence, risk assessment, and long-term cost planning in manufacturing organizations, especially?
Yeah. Thank you. So first part I will answer on the financial due diligence. In an era where a lot of mergers and amalgamations take place on a day-to-day basis, so at this point where we are in a very crucial juncture of due to the implementation of code on wages, with the M&A activity, the following points need to be considered from financial angle. First thing is to review the wage structure. If the company is already compliant, it's not a problem. However, the acquiring company, if it is having a wage structure below 50% of the basic wage threshold limit as we are discussing, that would result in enhanced additional liability to the acquiring company. So the acquirer need to carefully evaluate those things. Otherwise, they will be paying more for the employment benefits in future. That is one thing. Then the contract labor liabilities have to be studied because whether the contract labor is engaged in core activity, those things also we need to study as from the point of view of acquirer. And all the labor contracts, if any liability accrue to the contract labor which is not fulfilled, it will again going to fall back on the primary employer, principal employer, that is the company. So these points also need to be considered. And digital compliance and record keeping, it is very, very important because the new labor code calls for all digital maintenance of all the records and filing e-returns and all. So it is the acquirer has to ensure that all records, the company has adequate digital infrastructure to support the required filings. Otherwise, it might result in non-compliance. This is on the finance part. And on the risk assessment, the manpower cost is expected to go up after the implementation of the code on wages. Generally, industry expects the cost to go up by 15% minimum due to the enhanced contribution towards the retirement benefits. So those points have to be considered very carefully. And another point is litigation. Ambiguity in the transiting provision. We are not sure if somebody is retiring in December or January.
whether the gratuity would be calculated based on the old basic or the revised basic, current basic. This is very difficult and we don't have answer. So such ambiguity might result in a lot of litigation going forward. So the company or the acquirer has to be prepared to mitigate this risk relating to this uncertainty. That is one thing. And the safety and health cost is going to increase because we have annualized health checkup for all workmen. So, and safety infrastructure has to be in place. So this is going to increase the safety and health cost. So this is from the risk assessment angle. And the influence of long-term planning, the compensation has to be redesigned and reworked according to me, because as we see go along, the cost impact is going to be huge, as every year on the increment we have to contribute 50% towards the basic. The companies or the acquirer need to redesign the salary structure to suit the company's requirement. That is one major thing which I wanted to say. Then the workforce strategy optimization, where the new code provides flexibility for hiring fixed term contracts. If the company is in the, having cyclical business or depending on project orders for running its show, so it can make use of this flexibility by hiring fixed term contractors for a limited period to which they wanted to work out those projects. And the company also should invest in technology and safety, because huge expectation on digital compliance and safety infrastructure. So the acquirer company or the company has to invest adequately on the safety and technology. And last thing is the centralized compliance for multi-state operations. The unified framework allows for centralized compliance of multi-state operations. So this would result in lower cost of compliance and lower administrative cost. So the company should make best use of it to create such an atmosphere and operate their compliance in that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Vishwa. 2 points, important points. This contract labor.